Chapter 1014. The old man of alchemy had already compromised and agreed to refine the dragon pill, but Gu was still not satisfied. The corner of his mouth curled into an evil and cold sneer as he stood on top of the towering cauldron with the moist sword spirit in his hand. He was like an arrogant god that looked down on the heavens and all living things. This kind of man was not like Long Fei Yi, who made people feel awe. Instead, he made people feel fear and shudder. Han Yunqi looked up at Gu. At this moment, she suddenly understood that Shao Qi no longer existed in this world. In Gu's heart, Shao Qi no longer existed. Shao Qi had already grown up. "Old man, let me have a look at the pill recipe first." Gu was not negotiating but ordering. Old man of alchemy's eyes flashed with a touch of displeasure. He asked loudly, "What do you want the pill recipe for? You can't understand it." "Who told you that I can't understand it?" Gu retorted. "Old man only promised to refine the pill for you. He didn't promise to give you the pill recipe." Old man of alchemy was furious. He turned around and looked at Han Yunqi. "Selling the pill, but not the pill recipe. This has always been the rule." Han Yunqi was about to answer, but Long Fei Yi, who had always been a man of few words, spoke first. He did not speak to old man of alchemy, but to Gu. "What are you waiting for?" Before the old man of alchemy could understand, Han Yunqi smiled. With Long Fei Yi and Gu around, no matter how big the matter was, it seemed that it had nothing to do with her. She could ask for a chair from the old man of alchemy to sit and watch. Hiss! The old man of alchemy suddenly turned around and saw Gu holding Mo Xie's sword soul, slowly drawing circles on the alchemy furnace. Gu! The old man of alchemy was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He suddenly rushed forward. As he got closer, Gu's movements became faster and faster. The old man of alchemy had no choice but to stop. Unwillingly, he took out a prescription from his sleeve and tossed it to Gu Qishao. After Gu caught it, he immediately looked at it seriously. After looking at it for a long time, he threw the pill formula to Han Yunqi. "Poison girl, take a look." Gu's medical skills could be considered the best in Cloud Realm. If he couldn't see any problems, Han Yunqi wouldn't be able to either. Unless this prescription involved poison. Han Yunqi was on guard. As soon as she saw the prescription, she immediately asked, "What's the dosage of the snow wine?" The prescription mentioned 19 medicinal ingredients. The first 18 ingredients all had a clear dosage, but the 19th ingredient, snow wine, didn't have a clear dosage. It only had the word certain. At these words, the old man of alchemy despaired. He replied impatiently, "I'll replace the clear water with the snow wine. Use it as needed. There's no dosage to speak of. All right, there are no other questions. Start making the medicine." Han Yunqi didn't ask any more questions and threw the prescription to the old man of alchemy. The old man of alchemy immediately ordered people to prepare 18 ingredients and divide them into portions. Han Yunqi flew to the old man of alchemy's side and smiled. "Everyone else withdraw. I'll personally assist you." With Gu's threat, the old man of alchemy had no room to refuse. He could only have the medical apprentices withdraw. The 18 ingredients had to be soaked in snow wine and then boiled. Once boiled to a certain degree, the dregs and juices would be separated and stored for later use. Han Yunqi had personally come to help out, for no other reason than the fact that snow wine and 2 of the 18 medicinal ingredients would produce a poison called drunken addiction when boiled together in certain amounts. Although drunken addiction wasn't fatal, it made people addicted to alcohol. However, drunken addiction was very special. It couldn't be completely detoxified and could only be alleviated by taking the antidote for a certain period of time. To make the antidote, one needed the dregs of the raw ingredients used to make drunken addiction. Moreover, the antidote would take at least 3 years. In other words, if Gu didn't pay attention and found this suspicious point and let Han Yunqi find this flaw. Once Gu Beiwe took the dragon pill in the future, he could only be controlled by the old man of alchemy. The old man of alchemy restrained Gu Beiwa in order to keep Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi didn't expose the old man of alchemy. After all, the old man of alchemy didn't indicate the dosage, and she had no evidence to accuse the old man of alchemy of his despicable means. The old man of alchemy only needed to pretend to be stupid to shirk responsibility. However, she didn't expose him and personally assisted the old man of alchemy. The old man of alchemy knew what was going on, so he naturally didn't dare to play any tricks. Sure enough, under Han Yunqi's attention, the old man of alchemy was like a withered grass in summer, weak and uninterested. How dare he use poison in front of Han Yunqi? How stupid! Gu didn't have such good patience. He urged loudly, "Hurry up!" The old man of alchemy looked up at him. "I can't hurry up. Slow work produces fine work. If I hurry up, what if something?" Before he finished speaking, Gu interrupted. Okay. I'll wait. Gu sat cross-legged on the alchemy furnace and knocked on the alchemy furnace with Emosiez, sword spirit. He wasn't threatening. He was just bored, so he knocked on the furnace when he had nothing to do. The old man of alchemy looked at the sky with a hopeless expression. His movements finally became nimble, so fast that Han Yunqi couldn't see clearly. She could only start the detoxification system to check the dosage of the snow wine, boiling the medicine, filtering it, boiling it again, filtering it again, mashing the dregs, kneading it, looking at the color, smelling the fragrance, tasting the taste. These series of actions were repeated continuously, changing the order. For nearly an hour, the old man of alchemy's hands didn't stop. Although she disdained the old man of alchemy's conduct, Han Yunqi still admired the old man of alchemy's pharmaceutical and alchemy skills. An hour later, a portion of muddy medicinal dregs and a portion of thick, viscous liquid was placed in front of Han Yunqi. Of course, alchemy wasn't that simple. Otherwise, Han Yunqi and Gu could refine it themselves with the recipe. The dregs and medicinal liquid were only raw materials. The alchemy hadn't really started yet. The old man of alchemy was already scared of Gu. Without his urging, he immediately opened the doors of the second and third layers of the alchemy furnace and prepared to put the raw materials in. However, at this time, Gu stopped him again. Wait. At this point, what else did this annoying guy want to do? What else could he ask of him? What? The old man of alchemy shouted angrily. Gu asked with a smile, "Old man, with this amount of medicinal liquid and dregs, how many dragon pill do you plan to refine?" They were all smart people. When Gu asked this, the old man of alchemy knew what he meant. He angrily said, "You only want one pill. Why do you care how many old man wants to refine?" No. Gu shook his finger. "Old man, I'm asking you how many dragon pill can you refine after using so much snow wine? As for the other 18 herbs, they're all over my medicine, Ghost Valley. If you like, I can send you a few carts. But this snow wine is very rare. I can't just give it away." In other words, they wanted all the dragon pill that was refined. The old man of alchemy, was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He had never been so aggrieved in his life. His face was gloomy, and he couldn't wait to tell them to scram. However, he still controlled his temper. He endured. 5 pills. All for you. The old man of alchemy shouted and threw the medicinal liquid and dregs into the furnace. Pah! He closed the furnace door. 5 pills. Han Yunqi's heart was filled with emotions. If it wasn't for Gu's reminder, she really wouldn't have noticed this problem. If Gu wasn't the old man of alchemy's disciple, then it would be really strange. Gu simply understood this old man too well. 5 dragon pill. What kind of concept is this? This means that after giving one to Gu Beiwa, they still have 4 pills in reserve. They can still save 4 experts who have lost their inner strength. How could such a good thing be given to the old man of alchemy for free? If the old man of alchemy had kept his word, Han Yunqi would have considered sharing the remaining 4 medicinal pills with the old man of alchemy. After all, from finding the pill formula to finding the ingredients. Everyone had contributed something. However, what the old man of alchemy had done before made Han Yunqi feel at ease. She wanted the remaining 4 medicinal pills. She thought that this was the price the old man of alchemy had to pay for tricking them. Looking at the closed furnace door, Han Yunqi whispered, "Let's take this opportunity to see how this big furnace refine pills." The last time they saw this big alchemy furnace, Han Yunqi and the others were very curious. This large cauldron was 3 stories high and had a total of 9 floors. Each floor had 6 cauldron doors. Although the cauldron doors were hollow, there was no fire inside. It was pitch black, so one couldn't see what was inside the cauldron. The alchemy furnace's uniqueness was that there was no fire in the furnace, but the whole furnace constantly emitted heat. If it wasn't winter, Gu probably wouldn't have been able to withstand the heat wave. Refining pills was different from making medicine. To make medicine, one only needed to have medicinal materials and prepare them well. Even if some of the medicinal materials were more complicated, it would take at most 2 or 3 days. However, refining pills took a long time. It could take as little as 2 or 3 months, or as long as 2 or 3 years. According to Han Yunqi's understanding, the old man of alchemy's greatest ability was not that he could refine miraculous pills, but that he had the ability to greatly shorten the time of refining pills. Many medicinal pills that took 2 or 3 years to refine could be refined by the old man of alchemy in 2 or 3 months. Therefore, many people who were in urgent need of medicine would ask for medicinal pills at all costs. In the letter that Han Yunqi received from the old man of alchemy, the old man of alchemy mentioned that if they could find the prescription, they would be able to refine the dragon pill in 2 months at the latest. Han Yunqi thought that the slowest was 2 months, which meant that if they were fast, they should be able to get it done in 1.5 months. It was a good choice to stay here and watch the old man of alchemy refine pills while looking for the whereabouts of the fire of 10,000 poisons. At the same time, they could also pay attention to the situation in Northern Li. At least, no one in the world would be able to guess that they would be here. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi were curious about how the alchemy furnace could refine pills without an open fire. This time, the old man of alchemy should reveal the secret of the alchemy furnace. The old man of alchemy glanced at Gu and said nothing. He suddenly grabbed something out of thin air, and a flame burned in his palm. Han Yunqi and the others had seen the old man of alchemy's ability to make fire out of thin air before. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi remained silent. Gu's eyes flashed with a complicated look. He seemed to want to jump down from the furnace, but in the end he did not move. He had been here for a long time. Of course, he knew what the old man of alchemy wanted to do. Chapter 10:15. The old man of alchemy's eyes turned cold. Suddenly, he threw the flame at Gu. "Old man, you know how to play with fire!" Gu pretended to be shocked and shouted before he jumped away. As soon as Gu jumped away, the old man of alchemy immediately flew up. Seeing Gu's shock at the flame, the old man of alchemy was even more sure that this young man was not his apprentice. A touch of bitterness flashed through his eyes. He knelt at the place where Gu stood and checked the scratches on the alchemy furnace with great distress. It made people feel that he was not touching the alchemy furnace, but his most beloved child. Gu looked at him coldly. The playful smile on his face gradually turned cold. However, he did not move his eyes away. He was still looking at him. After touching all the scratches one by one, the old man of alchemy raised his head. He looked at Han Yunqi, Long Fei Yi, and Gu one by one. He said word by word, "After this, the 3 of you, don't come and beg the old man in the future." The implication was that in the future, if Han Yunqi and the others needed to refine pills, he would absolutely ignore them. "Old man, refine the pills this time first. Otherwise, I guarantee that you and this broken alchemy furnace will not be alive until the next time." Gu Qishao threatened with a chuckle. The old man of alchemy did not want to say anything to Gu except to stare at him angrily. No, to be exact, the old man of alchemy did not even want to see Gu. He did not want to. He stood on the top of the alchemy furnace and raised his hands. The top of the alchemy furnace slowly rose into the air. He took a horse stance. He formed a knot with both hands and gritted his teeth as he circulated his energy. Gradually, a ball of raging fire appeared under his hands. As he exerted more power, the ball of fire under his hands burned even more fiercely. Gradually, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi could feel the heat of the fire under Old Man Alchemy's hand. That's strange, Long Fei Yi muttered. Han Yunqi also found it strange. What kind of martial arts is this? Long Fei Yi did not care whether the Old Man of Alchemy was a martial art or a strange technique. What he was curious about was, this old man's internal strength is ordinary. How can he turn internal strength into fire? Depending on the martial arts one practiced, the way in which one's inner strength was displayed was also different. For example, Long Fei Ye's swordsmanship, the way in which his inner strength was displayed was through sword qi. If it was boxing, then the way in which his inner strength was displayed was through fist wind. However, no matter what form the inner strength was displayed in, the premise was that the inner strength was vigorous. However, the Old Man of Alchemy was not a martial artist. His inner strength was very ordinary. How did he turn internal strength into fire? Moreover, the flame under his hand was not weak. At this moment, it was still increasing. Long Fei Yi pondered that the Old Man of Alchemy's secret must be in the alchemy furnace. He looked at Gu and saw that Gu was enjoying the flame under the Old Man of Alchemy's hand with great interest. There was nothing unusual about him. If he did not know the truth, Long Fei Yi felt that he could not see that Gu was the Old Man of Alchemy's disciple. How much did Gu know about the secret of the alchemy furnace? As the Old Man of Alchemy continued to exert his strength, the flame continued to increase. Just as everyone was absorbed in watching, the Old Man of Alchemy suddenly jumped into the air. In an instant, the flame under his hand swelled into a huge fireball. The fireball seemed to be filled with air as it continued to expand. It gave people a feeling that it would explode at any time. How destructive would the explosion of this fireball be? Long Fei Yi became alert and pulled Han Yunqi's hand. However, Gu leaned against the wall casually and looked up as if he was enjoying the fireworks. He even smiled slightly. Although from Gu's performance, the big fireball would not be dangerous, Long Fei Yi was still cautious and did not let go of Han Yunqi's hand. Sure enough, the big fireball did not explode. Instead, under the guidance of the Old Man of Alchemy, it slowly turned into a fire dragon and flowed backward into the alchemy furnace from top to bottom. When all the flame flowed into the alchemy furnace, the lid of the furnace that was suspended in the air suddenly fell down, making a loud noise that hurt people's ears. Han Yunqi kept staring into the furnace. Looking through the hollow furnace door and furnace window, she did not see a trace of fire. In other words, after the huge fireball flowed into the alchemy furnace, the fire was all gone. Extinguished? Long Fei Yi, where is the fire? Han Yunqi asked. Long Fei Yi stared at the second and third layers of the alchemy furnace. The medicinal juice and dregs were placed in these two layers. He clearly felt that the flow of fire turned into a force and flowed to the second and third layers. There seemed to be a force that was gradually activated in the second and third layers and gradually became stronger. The fire should be there. As soon as Long Fei Yi finished speaking, the second and third layers of the alchemy furnace suddenly lit up. Through the cracks of the carvings, they could faintly see the raging fire in the furnace. However, this scene only lasted for a moment. Before Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi could see the fire clearly, the fire on the second and third layers was extinguished. The Old Man of Alchemy jumped down from the top of the alchemy furnace and said cold words. If you want to wait here or outside, it's up to you. The furnace can only be opened after 5 years. He It said that there are 5 dragon pill, but the old man can't guarantee how many pills can be refined in the end. The old man can only guarantee that at least 1 pill can be refined for you to bring back to save people. As the old man of alchemy spoke, he walked to the side and sat cross-legged on the praying mat to rest. Han Yunqi looked at Long Fei and then looked at Gu. They were a little dumbfounded. 5 years? What kind of joke was this? Didn't the letter say that it would take at least 2 months? If it took 5 years, they might as well continue to look for the dragon pill. Why spend so much effort on refining the pill? Old man, you won't cry until you see the coffin, right? Gu walked over step by step. If I could wait that long, why would I look for you? Although the dragon pill was rare, according to the normal refining method, it would take 5 years. Even with such a large furnace, it would still take 5 years to refine. Did the old man of alchemy really think that they were amateurs? The old man of alchemy ignored him and looked at Han Yunqi. He said seriously, "Girl, according to the amount of snow wine you control, it will take 10 years to refine the dragon pill. With the power of the old man's furnace, it will take at least 5 years. Today, if you destroy the old man's furnace, the old man guarantees that no one in the world will be able to refine the dragon pill in 5 years. The old man of alchemy's attitude didn't seem like he was lying. Han Yunqi was shocked. She originally thought that the old man of alchemy wanted to use this opportunity to restrain Gu Beiyue and threaten them. She didn't expect that the amount of snow wine would affect the time of refining the pill. So, just now, she personally came to help the medicinal pills old man. In fact, the medicinal pills old man set a trap for her to jump in. What if we use your measurement? Han Yunqi asked. According to the old man's measurement, it will only take 1.5 months. However, the person who takes this pill will be addicted to alcohol. He must take the antidote regularly for 3 years to relieve his alcohol addiction. The old man of alchemy said, seriously, the dragon pill can help people recover their internal strength. It is a heaven-defying action, so naturally there will be restrictions. Even if you find the finished product, you will still be poisoned after taking it. The result of the poisoning was exactly the same as Han Yunqi's judgment. Han Yunqi immediately became angry. Old man, why didn't you say so earlier? Once Gu Beiyue's internal strength recovered, his vitality would also recover. As long as his vitality recovered, his foundation could be consolidated. It would be beneficial to Gu Beiyue's body. Although the poison of alcohol addiction would damage the body, no matter how much damage it would cause, it would not be as serious as the loss of vitality for 5 years. No matter what, it was worth it to recover his internal strength and get addicted to alcohol. You didn't ask. Hee, you were the one who made the dosage of the snow wine. Who's to blame? The old man of alchemy sneered. You. Han Yunqi was angry. If she had asked just now, would the old man of alchemy tell her so much? Would he tell the truth? The old man of alchemy clearly knew that she could see the poison, so he did it deliberately. If the old man of alchemy sincerely wanted to tell them the truth, he should have told them the truth when she adjusted the dosage of the snow wine. He should have told them the truth and let them make a choice, right? Long Fei Ye's face had already darkened, and Gu also slowly narrowed his eyes. I still have snow wine here. I'll remake the raw materials immediately, Han Yunqi said seriously. The old man of alchemy laughed. You're too late. Once the furnace layer is closed, no one can change it until the medicinal pills are refined. Change to other furnace layers, Gu said angrily. Hee, the other furnace layers are all full. It will take 3 years to refine 1 layer. You can wait patiently. The old man of alchemy finally got his revenge. He laughed heartily. Are you playing with us? Long Fei Yi said coldly. Gu immediately soared into the sky and released Mo Xie's sword spirit, fiercely slashing towards the alchemy furnace. Who knew that before the sword could even get close to the alchemy furnace, it was shaken off by a scorching force. The old man of alchemy laughed even more wildly and wantonly. Once the celestial fire Qian furnace is full, not to mention your Mo Siez sword spirit, even the Ganjiang treasure sword won't be able to hurt it. Hee, you just wait and see. Celestial fire Qian furnace? When Han Yunqi heard this name, her first reaction was that these furnaces were a pair. Qian was the meaning of heaven, and Kuin was the meaning of heaven. Qian and Kuin were the world. These two had always been together. If the fire of the furnace in front of them was the celestial fire, then would there be a furnace with earthly fire? If there was, then it must be called the earthly fire Kuin furnace. Gu didn't believe in heresy. He released Mo Siez sword spirit and slashed with all his strength. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't do anything to the earthly fire Kuin furnace. At this time, the silent Long Fei Yi suddenly pulled out his profound frost sword. Seeing this, the old man of alchemy was very disdainful and scoffed. He only took a glance and then retracted his thoughts, squinting his eyes to rest. But, however, Long Fei Ye's sword didn't slash towards the celestial fire Qian furnace. Instead, it fiercely slashed towards the ground, forcefully creating a crack in the ground. The old man of alchemy looked over and was immediately stunned. Gu Qishao only laughed out loud. Long Fei, you win. As he spoke, he fiercely slashed the crack in the ground. As the crack expanded, more than half of the ground tilted and sank. The alchemy furnace that was originally standing steadily also tilted. No furnace in the world could fall. Once a furnace fell, it would be destroyed. Chapter 10:16. If the furnace fell, the alchemy furnace would be destroyed by its own furnace fire. Once the furnace fire leaked out, the entire medicine requesting cave would be burned to ashes. No, you can't do this. The old man of alchemy roared loudly. He was so scared that his eyes were wide open. He didn't expect that Long Fei, who hadn't made a move all this time, was the truly terrifying and ruthless one. He rushed towards the sunken ground like a madman, trying to hold the earthly fire Kuin furnace with his own strength. The disciples who were hiding in the surroundings all came out. They used their inner strength and gathered together to help the old man of alchemy. With their help, the slowly tilting earthly fire Kuin furnace was stabilized. However, this was just a drop in the bucket. With their strength, they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Long Fei Yi looked on coldly. The sword in his hand was already shining brightly. If he needed to wait 5 years to refine the dragon pill, he didn't mind continuing to look for the finished dragon pill elsewhere. As for the old man of alchemy, Long Fei Yi would use his next sword to tell him that playing with his woman was a very, very serious crime. More than half of the medicine requesting cave's ground had already collapsed. The earthly fire Kuin furnace was on the verge of collapse under the forceful support of the old man of alchemy and his subordinates. If Long Fei Ye's sword slashed down, this legendary medicine requesting cave would definitely become a legend. The old man of alchemy felt the sharpness of the sword and immediately turned around. He saw that Long Fei Ye's sword was already slashing down. No, don't. If the old man of alchemy was angry when Gu slashed the heavenly fire Kuin furnace, then at this moment he was no longer angry. In his heart, there was only fear, absolute fear. With one slash from Long Fei Yi, the alchemy furnace that he had guarded for his entire life would be completely gone. The medicine requesting cave that he had guarded for his entire life would also be completely gone. No, you can't do this, you can't. The old man of alchemy forgot to stop the alchemy furnace from pouring down. He turned around and rushed towards Long Fei Yi. He immediately threw 2 flames at Long Fei Yi. Unfortunately, Long Fei Yi easily dodged them. Because the old man of alchemy let go of the furnace, the servants couldn't support it at all. The alchemy furnace suddenly tilted, and immediately there was a burst of metal collision sound. It was the sound of the containers in the alchemy furnace falling over and hitting the walls of the furnace. The old man of alchemy was very anxious. He immediately turned around and continued to hold the alchemy furnace, but this time he couldn't hold it anymore. The alchemy furnace was so heavy that once it tilted, inertia would be generated. The inclination of the ground, coupled with the inertia of the tilt, made it impossible to support the furnace without sufficient strength. The old man of alchemy felt that the ground he was standing on was sinking little by little. Finally, he admitted defeat. Long Fei Yi, the old man has a way to refine the dragon pill in 1.5 months. Stop it! Stop! The old man of alchemy shouted. However, Long Fei Yi wasn't as easy to negotiate with as Gu and Han Yunqi. He didn't say a word, and the sword in his hand didn't stop moving. He didn't make a sound. Han Yunqi and Gu were also silent. They didn't dare to say anything. When this man was really angry, everyone would be afraid. The old man of alchemy didn't dare to talk nonsense. He said straightforwardly, as long as you can work together and borrow the power of the celestial fire furnace, turn your internal strength into open fire, and lead the fire into the furnace, you can use human fire to nourish the pill. With the power of you and Gu, 1.5 months definitely won't be a problem. Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. Gu Beiwei could still be saved. Long Fei Yi was about to put away his sword, but Han Yunqi stopped him first. She took the opportunity to ask, "Old man, what's the origin of this celestial fire furnace? Why can't I see the fire inside?" Although the old man of alchemy really wanted to wait for this group of people to straighten the furnace first before answering their questions, he didn't dare to talk about conditions. He hurriedly explained, "This alchemy furnace is called the celestial fire furnace, which is also the heavenly furnace. There's always a fire in the furnace, burning since ancient times, and it's never extinguished. The celestial fire can't be seen, but with the help of the celestial fire, one can turn their internal strength into fire. When human strength turns into fire, it becomes human fire. Alchemy relies on human fire, not celestial fire. However, celestial fire can help human fire. As long as human strength is turned into fire, more human fire can be introduced, and more celestial fire can help." The old man of alchemy couldn't hold on any longer. He shouted, "Quickly come over and help. If this furnace really collapses, you really won't be able to get back the dragon pill." However, Han Yunqi still didn't allow Long Fei Yi and Gu to move. She continued to ask, "Since there's a celestial fire furnace, is there an earth fire furnace?" Ever since they started looking for the fire of 10,000 poisons, Han Yunqi paid special attention to all kinds of fire sources. The alchemy furnace in the medicine requesting cave was very strange, but it was ruled out by her very early on. Firstly, she personally came to see it and didn't find any traces of poison. Secondly, if the fire in this furnace was the fire of 10,000 poisons, then wouldn't the medicinal pills that had been refined for hundreds of years all be poisonous? Thirdly, Gu had stayed here for so long. If this place was suspicious, Gu would have already hinted to them. Celestial fire wasn't poisonous. What about the earth fire? The old man of alchemy was forced to this point, so he would definitely tell them everything he knew. Yes. That furnace is called the earthly fire Kuan furnace, and it's a pair with the celestial fire Qian furnace. Celestial fire helps human fire, while earthly fire helps ghost fire. Pills refined from human fire are medicinal pills that can save people. Pills refined from ghost fire are poisonous pills that can harm people. Han Yunqi immediately became excited when she heard this. She turned around and looked at Long Fei Yi. Could it be the fire of 10,000 poisons? It's very likely. Long Fei Yi was overjoyed. If they could find clues about the fire of 10,000 poisons by searching for medicinal pills, then they wouldn't lose out this time. Gu was also very excited. He immediately asked the old man of alchemy, "Old man, how does ghost fire refine poison pills? Is it refined with poison, or is there another way?" The old man of alchemy's feet sank into the pit. His face was bright red from the heat of the furnace, and he was about to cry. The old man doesn't know. The old man has never seen the earthly fire Kuin furnace either. The old man only knows this much. The old man begs you, quickly come and help. Han Yunchi believed him. If the old man of alchemy knew where the earthly fire Kuin furnace was, he would have gone to find it long ago. Remember this. When we return, ask Su Donglin to immediately send someone to inquire about it. When Han Yunchi put down her hand, Long Fei didn't withdraw his sword. Instead, he continued to swing it down fiercely. What's wrong with him? Everyone was stunned, except for Han Yunchi. Han Yunchi watched calmly. She watched as Long Fei's sword aura was like a rainbow. The sword aura could topple mountains and overturn seas. It didn't hurt a single person, nor did it hit the ground. Instead, it shook the heavenly fire Kuin furnace. This shake actually bounced the tilted heavenly fire Kuin furnace up. After that, Long Fei flew up and swung his long whip around the heavenly fire Kuin furnace's body. He pulled it fiercely, causing the entire furnace to sink. The heavenly fire Kuin furnace was straightened and sank. Although it caused the ground under its feet to collapse, the heavenly fire Kuin furnace was finally able to stand firm. Long Fei was expressionless. He withdrew his whip and returned to Han Yunchi's side. However, everyone was still in a daze. Just now, they didn't understand what Long Fei wanted to do. But now they were shocked by Long Fei's profound internal strength. Gu was once again impressed by Long Fei. Could Long Fei's current strength be able to contend with the three venerables from Tianshan Kenzo? If they succeeded in dual cultivation, how high would Long Fei's internal strength reach? He couldn't help but secretly ponder. After Long Fei combined the power of lust bite and the power of nirvana, would he die after being kicked by Long Fei? Of course. Gu hid all these thoughts in his heart. He was impressed, but he wouldn't admit it even if he was beaten to death. After the heavenly fire Kuin furnace stabilized, Old Man of Alchemy and his subordinates all let out a sigh of relief. Han Yunchi and Long Fei didn't give the Old Man of Alchemy a chance to catch his breath. Long Fei immediately asked, "How do we turn internal strength into fire? With this prince and Gu's strength, how many days will it take from now on?" This prince wants a clear answer. If it took around a month and a half, then it would be spring by the time the dragon pill was refined. While refining the pill, they had to make plans to go to Tiger's prison to save people. Moreover, they had to work together with Ning Cheng and the Ning family army. They had to officially join hands and send troops north. Before sending troops north, there was another very important matter, and that was how to guard against Bai Yanqing. With the current situation in Cloud Realm, as long as the Western Qin sincerely cooperated, Long Fei believed that Bai Yanqing wouldn't be able to stir up any big waves. They would only guard against Bai Yanqing when it came to their personal safety. This 1.5 months was very crucial. Long Fei had to have a precise time plan. The Old Man of Alchemy was deeply threatened by Gu, but he was deeply impressed by Long Fei. Although he and Han Yunchi had exchanged a few letters, and he knew that their current strength and influence were completely different from when they came to ask for medicine, he never thought that Long Fei's martial arts would improve so quickly. The Old Man of Alchemy replied very honestly, "With your internal strength, it's completely unnecessary to work together with Gu." Come up with the old man, Long Fei immediately flew up to the top of the alchemy furnace with the Old Man of medicinal pills. Gu remained expressionless for a long time before his eyes slowly turned to look at the top of the alchemy furnace. Gu Qixiao's eye-rolling expression almost made Han Yunchi laugh out loud from the sidelines. Han Yunchi had always only used her martial arts when she was dual cultivating with Long Fei. They hadn't stopped cultivating on the way from Qingchuan Water City to Medicine City. She didn't know what level her internal strength was at now. Still, she had a vague feeling that she could beat Gu Qixiao in a fight. Han Yunchi didn't know that even if she didn't know any martial arts, she could still beat Gu. Gu would never make a move against her in this lifetime. Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi had been dual cultivating for more than 2 months now. She only hoped that in less than a month, everything would go smoothly. On top of the alchemy furnace, the old man of alchemy explained while demonstrating how Long Fei Yi could borrow the power of the heavenly fire to turn his internal strength into fire. For a martial arts genius like Long Fei Yi, the old man of alchemy only needed to demonstrate once before he understood. With a light press of his hands, the lid of the furnace flew up. The fireballs under Long Fei Yi's hands gradually grew bigger. The heat waves of the fireballs were far hotter than the ones used by the old man of alchemy. This was the first time the old man of alchemy had seen such a martial arts genius. For a moment, he forgot the previous unhappiness and laughed crazily. Not bad, not bad. Keep it like this for 3 days and 3 nights. Don't stop. Otherwise, before the old man of alchemy could finish his words, Han Yunqi was shocked. Don't stop? Why? If they didn't stop, what about their dual cultivation? Chapter 10:17. The old man of alchemy actually wanted the Long Fei Yi to maintain it for 3 days and 3 nights? Then, what about his dual cultivation with Han Yunqi? Before Han Yunqi and the Long Fei Yi could say anything, Gu roared. Old thing, what tricks are you playing now? What if you don't maintain it for 3 days and 3 nights? When the old man of alchemy had just transformed his internal energy into fire, didn't he only maintain it for a short while? Why should the Long Fei Yi maintain it for 3 days and 3 nights? Different cultivation methods, the old man is also helping you. The cultivation method he just learned has twice the effect with half the effort. If he maintains it for 3 days and 3 nights, there's a chance to transform into the 9 lotus raging fire. Once the 9 lotus raging fire is transformed, you can take back the dragon pill in about a month. The old man of alchemy said and coldly snorted. After you take back the dragon pill, you should leave as soon as possible. The old man of alchemy now only had one thought, and that was to quickly refine the returning dragon cave and quickly send this group of plague gods away. I'm asking you, otherwise what? Han Yunqi suddenly snapped. She was concerned about the consequences if the Long Fei Yi didn't maintain it for 3 days and 3 nights. Otherwise, he'll be counterattacked by the power of the celestial fire Qian furnace. The old man of alchemy said very casually. He didn't even know what kind of big mistake he had made. He said lightly, it's only 3 days. With his internal energy, it's as easy as turning over his hand. What's the consequence of being counterattacked? The Long Fei Yi's tone was cold and calm. The power of the celestial fire Qian furnace is the power of the heavenly fire. It's the power of the heavens. The consequence of being counterattacked. What do you think? The old man of alchemy stroked his beard indifferently. Don't worry. Just treat it as losing some internal energy. 3 days will pass very quickly. The old man of alchemy smiled, but Long Fei Yi, Han Yunqi, and Gu were all silent. They all stared at the old man of alchemy without saying a word. Gradually, the old man of alchemy realized that something was wrong with them. He looked at them suspiciously and was about to ask. Gu suddenly burst out cursing. You're fucking asking for a beating! After he finished speaking, he leaped up to the top of alchemy cauldron. Although she was of alchemy, she was slower of alchemy furnace. She caught of alchemy furnace. She caught of alchemy alchemists. Was of alchemy, of alchemchemy, all a lot. Her movements were faster and more ruthless than Gu's. She grabbed the old man of alchemy's collar and roared. Who told you to act on your own initiative? You're courting death. The power of the heavenly fire was the power of the heavens. It was far greater than anyone else's power. No matter how strong Long Fei Yi's internal energy was, it couldn't be compared to the power of the heavens. In other words, if Long Fei Yi suffered a counterattack, it would be a counterattack that was stronger than the power of the lust bite. What would be the consequence? There was no consequence at all. It would just be a death word. No matter what, Long Fei Yi couldn't stop. But if Long Fei Yi couldn't stop, how could he cultivate with her? They had persisted for so long. For more than 2 months, they hadn't stopped for a single day. They couldn't stop. Once this dual cultivation stopped, she and Long Fei Yi would suffer from qi deviation. The consequences that Long Fei Yi had to bear would be more serious than her. The power of the lust bite was different from other martial arts. Once one suffered from qi deviation, their internal energy would be lost. In the worst case, their life would be in danger. When Long Fei Yi asked old Kenzo about the dragon pill, old Kenzo had specifically told him to be careful. If Long Fei Yi suffered a counterattack from the power of the lust bite, even 10 dragon pills wouldn't be able to save him. Now what should he do? Is there any way to stop it? Long Fei Yi looked at the old man of alchemy. The old man of alchemy really didn't know how he had offended this great Buddha. He shook his head. Once this technique is activated, it must last for 3 days and 3 nights. As soon as he finished speaking, Long Fei Yi's calm face finally turned pale. Han Yunqi was stunned. She couldn't believe what she had just heard. The old man of alchemy wanted to say that he was doing this for their own good and that they should thank him. However, when he wanted to push Han Yunqi's hand away, who knew that Han Yunqi would suddenly let go and choke him, she didn't say a word. She just stared at the old man of alchemy with a cold gaze. If Long Fei Yi couldn't stop, what should they do about their dual cultivation? She could give up her internal energy, but Long Fei Yi couldn't. He had been learning martial arts since he was young. None of the frightening whip scars on his back had been treated with medicine. Those were pain and memories that could never be erased. How many times did the Tang sect go through the kamikaze training? How much perseverance did that young child need to endure it? How many trials of real swords and spears on Tian Shan Mountain? Swords and sabers were merciless. How much effort did that frail youth need to put in to endure it? He had an extraordinary background and was born with a noble bloodline. However, everything he had wasn't something he was born with, especially with his martial arts. How could he give it up just like that? How could it be gone just like that? Even if it was her internal energy, it was still his. How could it be gone just like that? For the past 2 months, every night, no matter how tired they were, they never stopped dual cultivation. They cherished this hard-earned internal energy so much, especially her. Every time after dual cultivation, he would rub her bangs and smile at her. How happy and proud was he to see her internal energy improving day by day. Moreover, even if they were willing to part with their martial arts, they would still suffer from qi deviation. Their lives would be in danger. Regardless of whether they persevered or gave up, it was a dead end. There was no choice at all. What should they do? What to do? The sudden turn of events didn't make Han Yunqi panic, but made Han Yunqi's heart ache. Who told you to act on your own? Who told you to act on your own? Who told you to act on your own? Han Yunqi choked Old Man of Alchemy as she questioned him over and over again. She was as stubborn as a child, determined to get an answer. Old Man of Alchemy struggled with all his might, only to discover that Han Yunqi's grip was too strong for him to break free. Old Man of Alchemy began to feel afraid. The Han Yunqi in front of him seemed like a completely different person, like a stranger to him. On one side, Long Fei's face was ashen white, his gaze so deep that it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Gu was silent as well, his gaze complicated. In the end, it was Long Fei Yi who spoke up. Yunqi, let go. Impossible. Han Yunqi fumed. Let go, Long Fei Yi said mildly. Han Yunqi looked back. She wanted to be strong, but when she saw his pale face, she asked in a choked voice, Long Fei Yi, what should we do? Let go first. Long Fei Yi coaxed gently. Han Yunqi didn't speak, but shook her head. Be good, trust me, Long Fei Yi said gently. Han Yunqi looked at him. for a long time before viciously shaking off Old Man of Alchemy. Old Man of Alchemy almost fell off the top of the alchemy furnace. He greedily sucked in a few deep breaths before he finally recovered. He was angry as well. What do you mean by this? Old Man of Alchemy is helping you save time. No one wanted to explain things to Old Man of Alchemy. Long Fei asked, "What are the consequences of being bitten by celestial fire?" "Death." Old Man of Alchemy was very straightforward. "How do you die?" Long Fei asked again. "Long Fei, what are you planning to do?" Han Yunqi was anxious. Gu was anxious as well. "Long Fei, are you crazy?" Old Man of Alchemy was truly at a loss. What are you planning to do? Isn't it just 3 days?" Before he could finish, the calm Long Fei suddenly shouted, "Answer me!" His voice was so cold that it froze the hot air around them. Old Man of Alchemy was intimidated and muttered, "The celestial fire will seep into the internal organs and burn them enough." Long Fei interrupted. He lowered his eyes and suddenly soared into the air. As he soared into the air, the flame under his hand suddenly flared up and expanded into a huge fireball. Clang! With a loud sound, the lid of the celestial fire Qian furnace was suddenly lifted by a powerful force. Han Yunqi, Gu, and Medicine Hut Old Man were all blown away by the heat wave and hovered in the air around them. "Long Fei, what are you doing?" "You're crazy." Han Yunqi wanted to chase after him, but unfortunately, the flame of the fireball was too strong. She couldn't get close enough to stop it. He and Long Fei were both calm people, but who was calmer than the other? Han Yunqi was on the verge of collapse, but she still knew that both choices were dead ends. However, they still had to choose to break off the dual cultivation and give up everything. At least, if they chose to break off the dual cultivation, they still had a chance to live. If Long Fei chose to break off the transforming technique into fire, then only death would await them. Han Yunqi always believed that Long Fei was calmer than her. But what happened to him now? He actually chose the path of death. "Long Fei, answer me. What are you trying to do?" "Long Fei, at worst, will stop the dual cultivation. At worst, we'll lose everything." "So what?" "Long Fei, what's wrong with you? You'll die." Han Yunqi kept questioning him loudly. Gu was also shocked, but he and Han Yunqi were the same. They couldn't get close to Long Fei. "Don't worry, I won't die." Long Fei replied loudly. He planned to take a gamble and use all his internal energy to resist the power of the celestial fire. He knew that the power of the celestial fire couldn't be resisted, but at least it could be reduced. As long as it was reduced, he would have a chance to resist it. It wasn't that he wasn't calm, but he was too calm. The dual cultivation of the lust bite power was more dangerous in the later stages. If he stopped at this time, he would lose all his internal energy and would definitely go berserk. The possibility of his life being in danger was very high. In fact, both choices were the same. The only difference was that if he chose to be devoured by the celestial fire, then he would still have a chance to fight back. If he chose to break off the dual cultivation, then other than waiting for the consequences, there was nothing they could do. He would always be calmer than Han Yunqi because he had to protect Han Yunqi. "Han Yunqi, trust me." As soon as Long Fei's voice fell, the big fireball in his hand suddenly turned into a fire dragon, flowing from top to bottom into the alchemy furnace. "Long Fei, don't you want me anymore?" Han Yunqi had already lost control. Her vision was blurry. Long Fei's figure was also blurry in the fire. The fire dragon quickly flowed into the celestial fire Qian furnace and quickly disappeared. Logically speaking, the furnace lid should have been closed. However, the huge round furnace lid didn't fall back. Instead, it fell heavily on the ground. Bang! For a moment, everyone looked at the furnace lid, and Chapter 1018. Everyone looked at the lid of the furnace that had fallen to the ground. Suddenly, a strong heat wave rushed out from the furnace. directly attacking Long Fei Yi. Han Yunqi and Gu, who were at the side, were immediately blasted away by the heat wave. Both of them were blasted to the wall of the cave and spat out blood. They were just outsiders, but they were also affected by the impact. What about Long Fei Yi? The heat wave struck Long Fei Yi at lightning speed. Long Fei Yi was hit ruthlessly, and his entire body flew backwards, crashing into the cave wall like Han Yunqi and Gu. But unlike Han Yunqi and Gu, who fell down, Long Fei Ye's entire body sunk into the cave wall and kept retreating. In the end, the entire wall behind him cracked. Long Fei Yi was like being stared at by a broken hole in the wall. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. The power of the heavenly fire continued to surge out from the heavenly fire Qian furnace and towards Long Fei Yi. Very quickly, he spat out a large mouthful of blood. No. Han Yunqi cried loudly. She crawled up from the ground and immediately flew over. But she could not get close to the heat wave. The heat wave was colorless and formless, but it was extremely hot and terrifying. She had just gotten close when she was immediately blasted back. No, I don't want it. No. Han Yunqi kept getting closer like crazy, but she kept getting destroyed by the counterattack. Gu anxiously crawled up and pulled her. Calm down. Calm down. Gu urged loudly. At this time, Long Fei Yi began to resist. He crossed his hands and placed them on his dantian. His face was pale and cold. The power of the lust bite gradually erupted from his body, resisting the power of the heavenly fire that was pouring into his body. Han Yunqi did not dare to make a sound. She looked at Long Fei Yi in a daze. She could tell that he was using the power of the lust bite to resist the power of the heavenly fire. She could feel that the two of them were competing. She waited cautiously and anxiously. Long Fei Yi had said that the lust bite power was the strongest power in the world. Since that was the case, the lust bite power might be able to contend against the heavenly fire. At this moment, the old man of alchemy regained his senses and shouted, Long Fei Yi, do you want to die? How can the power of man contend against the power of heaven? No matter how strong the lust bite power was, it was still the power of a human. How could humans fight against the heavens? What's more, Long Fei Ye's lust bite power was not completely refined. Sure enough, Long Fei Ye's lust bite power suddenly dissipated, and the heavenly fire that had been accumulating all rushed towards Long Fei Ye's abdomen. Long Fei Ye's abdomen suddenly caved in as if he had been punched hard. The cracked cave wall behind him suddenly shattered and collapsed. Long Fei Yi! Han Yunqi shouted and struggled free from Gu's hand and flew over. The cave wall shattered and large rocks fell. Long Fei Ye's body was like a kite with a broken string. He fell down from the rubble and crashed onto the ground. He was sprawled on the ground, motionless. It was unsettling. Han Yunqi was so flustered that her entire body was trembling. She could not even call out his name. She landed at the side and ran forward like a madwoman. She did not even bother to stand up after falling down. She anxiously crawled forward and reached out to grab Long Fei Yi. But just as she was about to touch Long Fei Ye's fingers, the heavenly fire suddenly enveloped Long Fei Ye's entire body. In that instant, Han Yunqi was fiercely repelled by the heavenly fire and flew to the side. Poison lass! Gu ran over and was about to help her up when he was stunned. Han Yunqi's hand looked as if it had been burned by a raging fire. Her entire arm was bright red and had many large blisters. Some parts even had ulcers. Han Yunqi also stared blankly at her own arm. She was dumbfounded, but she quickly looked at Long Fei Yi, who was sprawled on the ground some distance away. Her hand had only come a little closer, and it was already burned to such a state. What more, Long Fei Yi, who was completely enveloped by the heavenly fire? Han Yunqi wanted to call out his name. She wanted to wake him up and ask him to raise his head to look at her. But no matter how she opened her mouth, no sound came out. Just like that, Tears streamed down her face without a sound. Han Yunqi's sky had collapsed. Soon they saw the flames. The red flames started to burn from the corner of Long Fei Ye's clothes and gradually spread to his body. Although the speed was not fast, it was enough to make one feel despair. When Han Yunqi's tears fell on Gu's hand, Gu regained his senses. He suddenly grabbed Old Man of Alchemy and flew onto the big furnace. He did not know if this method would work, but he was going all out. This was the only method he could think of. No matter what, he had to give it a try. "Teach me that martial art, quick!" Gu said sternly. "What are you trying to do? What are you trying to do?" Old Man of Alchemy was frightened by Long Fei Ye's miserable state. He knew very well that if anything happened to Long Fei Ye, Han Yunqi would definitely not let anyone from the alchemy furnace off. "Hurry!" Gu Qishao shouted. Pill Furnace Master quickly did the same as before, allowing Gu Qishao to learn as soon as he learned. Soon enough, he transformed his internal energy into fire. He suddenly soared into the air and used all of his internal energy. He even used the power of Mo Xie's sword spirit. The flame under his hand suddenly grew larger, turning into a fire dragon, and poured into the cauldron at lightning speed. The fire disappeared, and everything was calm. Gu's beautiful face was so serious that it was frightening. He stared at the mouth of the furnace and waited. He thought that if he stopped turning his internal energy into fire, he would also receive the backlash of the heavenly fire. Then, would he be able to share the power of the heavenly fire on Long Fei Yi? The power of the heavenly fire in the furnace should be constant. As long as he shared the burden, Long Fei Yi would have less. Gu Qishao had no idea whether his idea would work or not. He simply waited and waited anxiously. However, as time passed, he still couldn't feel the power of the heavenly fire. Could it be that he was wrong? He looked at Han Yunqi and saw that Han Yunqi tried to get closer to Long Fei Yi again and again. However, she was blasted away again and again. The flames on Long Fei Ye's body had already reached his legs. What should I do? What should I do? Gu was so anxious that his eyes turned red. Seeing his beloved poison lass in such a sorry state and her hands burned by the heat, his heart ached so much that he couldn't breathe. He wanted to slap himself. He should have come to the medicine requesting cave to ask his master for medicinal pills. If he had come here himself, none of this would have happened. He shouted, "Long Fei Yi, hang in there. If you die, I will bully. Poison lass." Before he could say those 3 words, a strong wave of heat rushed over from Long Fei Ye's side. Gu didn't expect this and was sent flying. It was similar to Long Fei Ye's situation. He was sent flying against the wall as if he was being stared at. Soon he was bleeding from all 7 orifices. He touched the blood at the corner of his eyes and was stunned for a moment before he smiled. That terrifying face with blood stains blossomed into a brilliant smile. Blood and smile mixed together on his face. Terror and beauty merged into one. Because of his brilliant smile, there was an indescribable beauty. Gu's guess was right. He had succeeded. The heat wave surged, like a formless but powerful force, unceasingly striking his body. His internal organs, along with the impact of this force, felt the burning sensation become stronger and stronger. Gradually, his internal organs seemed to be on fire. It was an extremely uncomfortable and painful burning sensation. But Gu Qishao's laughter only grew louder and happier. "Ha ha ha, Poison Lass, look. I did it. I did it. Poison Lass, Long Fei Yi can be saved. He can be saved." Gu shouted crazily. When he lowered his head to look, he saw Han Yunqi looking at him in shock. He suddenly became gentle. "Poison Lass, be good. Don't cry, all right? Chi brother promises you that Long Fei Yi will not die. He definitely won't." Once he said that, all of a sudden, the heavenly fire on Long Fei Ye's side gathered around him. It was as if a storm was brewing in the cave. What was going on? Long Fei Yi laid on the ground. He used all his strength to use the lust bite power to protect his internal organs and a few of his vital acupoints. He was even prepared to cripple his legs to save his life. However, the power of the heavenly fire that had been added to his body suddenly dissipated, and soon it was all gone. Was the backlash over? How could it be so simple? Long Fei Yi endured the burning pain and internal injuries in his legs and crawled up. However, he quickly felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly looked to his right and realized that the heavenly fire had all gathered in the air on his right in front of Gu. How could this be? What did this guy do? Han Yunqi also did not know why this happened. She then realized that the heavenly fire on Long Fei Ye's body was gone. She hurriedly ran towards Long Fei Yi. But before he could speak, all of the celestial fire in the air surged towards Gu Qishao. If Long Fei's recoil just then had been unending and increasing in intensity, then Long Fei's current condition had been completely different. Then, at this moment, Gu's backlash was just one, and it was extremely fierce. This power seemed to be unstoppable and destroyed half of the medicine-requesting cave. Gu's flirtatious red figure was drowned in the flying rocks. Gu! Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi shouted at the same time and hurriedly chased after Gu. They saw that he had fallen into the ruins. His luxurious and beautiful red clothes were on fire everywhere. It was as if poppies had bloomed on his red robes. The fire on his body burned much faster than Long Fei Ye's. Gu's guess was correct. He could accept the backlash and help Long Fei share the burden of the lust bite energy. However, when Long Fei Yi transformed his energy into fire, he was only trying and did not use much of his internal energy. Therefore, the backlash that Long Fei Yi received was continuous and gradually increasing. However, he used all his strength and even used the power of Mo Xie's sword spirit. He used far more energy than Long Fei Yi, so the backlash he received was naturally greater than Long Fei Ye's. He gave his all, so he had to bear everything. Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi were stunned. At this moment, Long Fei Yi had forgotten about Gu's immortal body and was also anxious. Gu did not have the power of the lust bite. With his little bit of internal energy, he was unable to contend against the power of the heavenly fire. He did not even have the chance to work hard. He was definitely going to die. Suddenly, all the small flames on Gu's body gathered at his abdomen, turning into a huge flame. In an instant, it spread all over his body. The fire burned through every part of Gu's body. Long Fei Yi, save him! Save him! Han Yunqi struggled free from Long Fei Ye's hand and turned to leave. If Gu could use the method of accepting the backlash to help Long Fei Yi share the power of the heavenly fire, then they could also use the same method. Long Fei Yi also wanted to leave. However, Gu raised his head from the raging flames. He said, Chapter 1019. Gu raised his head from the raging flames, looking very fierce. Long Fei Yi, just help me look after Poison Lass. Don't worry about anything else. Even if the sky falls, I can still hold it up. Only after personally experiencing the power of the heavenly fire would one know how terrifying it was. Even Gu couldn't take it anymore. But he couldn't die. No matter how many injuries he suffered before, no matter how strong the poison he ate, he was still alive and well. He was so fierce to remind Long Fei Yi of his immortal body. He couldn't die from the fire. At most, he would be burned. This fire couldn't burn him away. At most, his skin would fester. Even if he was burned to death, he would never allow Poison Lass to suffer like this. Besides, he couldn't die. Long Fei could understand the meaning behind his words. Long Fei understood what Gu Qishao was implying. He tugged at Han Yunqi and murmured, Be good, all right? I won't let him die. Okay. Han Yunqi nodded without hesitation. She was rarely so obedient. Time was of the essence. Long Fei Yi didn't notice anything strange about her and immediately flew to the top of the furnace. When Gu saw this, he immediately shouted, Long Fei Yi, what are you doing? Don't you understand human language? Gu was burned to the point that his entire body was in pain. This feeling was as if his skin was being burned away layer by layer. The pain was heart-wrenching. He couldn't help but curl up, but he still shouted, "Long Fei Yi, come back here! Come back! Have you become stupid from the fire?" He couldn't die. The meaning of his words was not only to reject Han Yunqi's help, but also to distance himself from Long Fei Ye's help. Didn't Long Fei Yi understand? Why should he let Long Fei Yi waste his internal energy? Why should he let Long Fei Yi suffer for nothing? There were still many things waiting for Long Fei Yi to do. Poison Lass was already crying like that. Didn't Long Fei Yi know how to coax her? If something were to happen to him, what would happen to Poison Lass? The more Gu thought about it, the more anxious and furious he became. "Long Fei Yi, you motherfucker, come back here. Otherwise, I'll kill you. I'll kill you." How did Long Fei Yi become so stupid? Of course, he understood what Gu meant. He also knew that Gu wouldn't die, so he didn't need to waste his energy. However, he still stood on top of the celestial fire Qian furnace and began to circulate his energy. He looked at Gu, who was almost engulfed in flames, and answered in a murmur, "Gu, I will never break my promise to you." If the fire continued to burn, the secret of Gu's immortality would definitely be exposed. Gu Qishao must have forgotten about that, because he wasn't ready yet. "Gu, even if the sky falls, it's none of your business." After Long Fei Yi finished speaking, a flame quickly appeared under his palm. This time he used more internal energy than the last time. The flame soared into the sky and quickly flowed into the celestial fire Qian furnace. Long Fei Yi stood on top of the alchemy furnace with his hands behind his back. He did not move, waiting for the power of the celestial fire to come back. Han Yunqi looked up at him expressionlessly and calmly. When she felt the heat wave from Gu's side beginning to surge to Long Fei Ye's side, the corners of her mouth curled up into a faint smile. Talking nonsense with these two men was purely a waste of time. She was only waiting for an opportunity where Long Fei Yi would not be able to stop her. She suddenly flew up to stand by Long Fei's side. Seeing this, Long Fei Yi and Gu were shocked. What did this woman want to do? Han Yunqi ignored them and looked down. She recalled the move Long Fei Yi had just used while learning how to turn internal energy into fire. She really was talented in martial arts. Soon a flame appeared under her hand. "Han Yunqi, this prince orders you to stop immediately." Long Fei Yi had never been this fierce to Han Yunqi before. He was simply roaring at her. If it wasn't for the fact that he was resisting the power of the celestial fire, his voice would have been even louder. Han Yunqi turned around, and her face was illuminated by the flames. She raised her chin and raised her brows at Long Fei Yi. She provoked him. "Afraid of you?" If this was a normal time, Gu would have laughed into the sky after hearing this, but he was roaring at this time. He was still roaring at Long Fei Yi. Even at this time, he still couldn't bear to roar at Han Yunqi. He was very clear that he could not persuade this woman, threaten this woman, or influence this woman. He angrily jumped into the air. "Long Fei Yi, father will kill you." But as soon as his voice fell, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and his entire body fell to the ground. In that moment, his entire body froze. Death. Was this the feeling of approaching death? Why did his body feel so weak, so tired, and so painful? Why did he feel like it was hard to breathe? In the past, no matter how serious the injury was, it was just pain. However, at this moment, the feeling was gradually different. Would he die? Gu curled up in the flames, thinking about this question for the first time. As he thought about it, he suddenly smiled. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile so bright that it could make flowers bloom all over the world. Gu looked up at the top of the furnace and realized that he had fallen beside it. He could no longer see Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi. He could only see the flames above his head. In the flames, Gu furrowed his brows and tried to circulate his energy so that he could block the power of the heavenly fire, so that he would not be in so much pain, so that he could move, even if it was just one step. Even if it was just one more glance at Poison Lass, it would be good. Just one more glance and imprint it in his heart. Poison Lass, if there is a next life, Chi Brother will not wait for you to come again. Chi Brother will definitely look for you all over the world. He will definitely meet you first. He was clearly in so much pain, and he was clearly afraid of pain, but he could ignore all the pain and focus on moving that one step. But he couldn't move, he really couldn't move. His whole body was sprawled on the ground. His hands that were bathed in the flames scratched the ground with all his might, but he couldn't support his body. Ever since he knew that he was a monster, Gu had always wanted to die. To him, death was perhaps a rebirth. But at this moment he suddenly regretted it. He suddenly didn't want to die. Han Yunqi, I would rather stand behind Long Fei Yi forever in this life. I would rather watch over you and your husband. Watch over you and your family. Watch over you as you grow old and watch over you until you die of old age. I don't dare to hope for a next life. Poison Lass, Gu muttered to himself. But his voice was so soft that even he couldn't hear it. His hands, which were scratching the ground, gradually lost their strength and dropped down. Poison Lass, Chi Brother likes you so much. Poison Lass, do you know? Gu! Suddenly, Han Yunqi's sharp voice descended from the sky. Unknowingly, she was already in midair, looking down at Gu. Gu, hold on for me. Han Yunqi's entire body was illuminated by the flames. She was like a goddess in the flames, her magnificence filling the sky. She looked down at Gu from high above. There was no sympathy, no pity, no anxiety, only determination. All of his emotions had been replaced by this firm determination. She said, Gu Qishao, listen to me. If the sky falls, we will hold it together. You hold on for me. If you dare to die, you will bear the consequences. After saying that, the flames suddenly surged to the sky, drowning the celestial fire Qian furnace, drowning Long Fei Yi, who was frowning at the side, also drowning Gu, and also drowning the stunned medicine hut old man and the rest. The flames filled the entire medicine requesting cave. In the flames, medicine hut old man used all his strength to open his eyes. Looking up, he actually saw the image of a phoenix appear above Han Yunqi's head. Medicine hut old man was greatly shocked and blurted out, Phoenix Nirvana! This is Phoenix Nirvana. She actually has the power of a fire phoenix. Medicine hut old man still wanted to take a closer look, but this flame only appeared for an instant. Very quickly, it turned into a huge fire dragon and fiercely poured into the celestial fire Qian furnace with lightning speed. In this instant, the power of the heavenly fire on Long Fei Yi and Gu's bodies disappeared. The flames on their bodies also disappeared. The burns on their bodies all disappeared without a trace, leaving behind extremely heavy internal injuries. Just as Old Man of Alchemy said before, the power of the heavenly fire would injure one's internal organs. What was going on? What Han Yunqi did just now, wasn't it also turning her power into fire? Wasn't she also helping Long Fei Yi and Gu share the backlash of the heavenly fire? Why did it become like this? Long Fei Yi and Gu both looked at Han Yunqi, who was floating in the air. They saw her closing her eyes, and her expression was solemn and serious. Han Yunqi. Long Fei Yi was about to fly over when a huge stream of fire suddenly flew out from the celestial fire Qian furnace, directly attacking Han Yunqi, catching her off guard. No. Poison Girl. Long Fei Yi and Gu both rushed over at the same time, but they were fiercely shaken off by the fire. They already couldn't care so much. Getting up, they still wanted to rush over to save her. However, Medicine Hut Old Man shouted, Don't disturb her. This is the power of the fire phoenix. The power of the phoenix in her body has been awakened. If you disturb her, she will go berserk. The power of the phoenix? Long Fei Yi and Gu didn't understand. They also didn't know if they should believe Old Man of Alchemy. But very soon, the flames around Han Yunqi grew brighter and brighter. Gradually, an enormous illusory image appeared behind her back, like a pair of wings slowly spreading out. Phoenix feathers. Long Fei Yi muttered, thinking of the phoenix feather birthmark on Han Yunqi's back. Soon, the shadow of the wings completely spread out. It was really phoenix feathers. Even though it was just a shadow, it gave people a noble, luxurious, and solemn feeling, making people unconsciously revere it. As the phoenix feathers spread out, they gradually saw the shadow of a phoenix slowly fly out from Han Yunqi's body. Phoenix, it's really a phoenix. Gu was in disbelief. After the phoenix completely flew out, it actually spread its wings and embraced Han Yunqi. In an instant, Han Yunqi's figure was submerged in the flames. Where is she? Long Fei Ye's face was pale. Even if he saw the power of the phoenix, he still couldn't feel at ease. If he didn't hold that woman in his hand, he would never feel at ease. How can this be? Gu was also extremely nervous. If she wants to control the power of the phoenix, she must go through the nirvana tribulation. Old Man of Alchemy stared at the ball of flames in the sky and muttered, 3 days, she needs 3 days. If she can endure it, her future will definitely be amazing. What if she can endure it? Long Fei Yi and Gu asked in unison. Old Man of Alchemy turned around and said 4 words. Her corpse will be destroyed. At this moment, Long Fei Yi and Gu's sky collapsed. Chapter 1020. The power of the phoenix hidden in Han Yunqi's body was unexpectedly stimulated. While the power of the phoenix resisted the power of the heavenly fire, it also caused Han Yunqi to fall into the great tribulation of nirvana. She needed 3 days to be reborn from the ashes. This should have been an extremely good thing. She and Long Fei Yi dual cultivated, but she was only assisting Long Fei Yi. Even if the dual cultivation succeeded, she could only control the power of the nirvana heavens that she cultivated in the heavenly mountain sword technique at most. However, if she endured this time, she could control the power of the phoenix and stand at the same martial arts level as Long Fei Yi. Unfortunately, this matter came at the wrong time. 3 days and 3 nights of nirvana, which meant that her dual cultivation with Long Fei Yi would still be interrupted. They had sacrificed so much, and Long Fei Yi and Gu had suffered so much, but in the end, they still couldn't escape this calamity. Nothing else could be considered a calamity, but dual cultivation was their true calamity. There were still 6 hours before dual cultivation began. How could Han Yunqi endure for 3 days and 3 nights? Once dual cultivation was interrupted, she would suffer from chi deviation due to dual cultivation, and she would also suffer a backlash from the power of the phoenix. Her corpse would definitely be destroyed. Long Fei Ye's life might also not be saved. The Old Man of Alchemy stood at the side, stroking his beard and sighing with emotion. However, Long Fei Yi and Gu stared blankly at Han Yunqi, who was bathed in flames. They already didn't want to waste any more words with the Old Man of Alchemy. The sky for the two of them had already collapsed. Was there any power that could stop a phoenix's nirvana? No. Even if there was, it couldn't be stopped. Advancing or retreating, it was all death. There was no escape. Han Yunqi was suspended in midair, bathed in the raging flames. Her eyes were still closed, and her expression was solemn. At this moment, what kind of pain was she suffering? Right now, was she feeling the same despair as Long Fei and Gu Qishao? Advancing or retreating meant death. She would die sooner or later. Had she already given up? Was she also waiting for time to pass? All that was left for them was to wait, and they only had 6 hours to wait. It was said that waiting time always passed very slowly. However, this time, Long Fei Yi and Gu both felt that these 6 hours had passed extremely quickly. They had clearly only been in a daze for a short while. How did time pass so quickly? Looking at Han Yunqi's quiet face, Long Fei Yi suddenly felt a little absent-minded. She was clearly right in front of him, but he felt like she was gradually getting further and further away. Even the memories of these years seemed to be fading away. He had never thought that a woman would walk into his life, walk into his heart, walk hand in hand with him, fight side by side. He had never thought that there would be days when he would not be lonely in this life. He had never thought that he would have such great expectations for the future. However, he had never thought that all of this would suddenly come to nothing. Long Fei stared at Han Yunqi in silence. As he stared and stared, a trickle of blood silently trickled down from the corner of his mouth. Time was up. It was time for the dual cultivation. Gu looked at Han Yunqi without turning, not noticing the change in Long Fei until the old man of alchemy shouted from the side, "East Qin Crown Prince, what's wrong?" Gu suddenly turned around and found that Long Fei Ye's face was pale and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. Gu finally realized that the time for the dual cultivation was up. If they didn't immediately start the dual cultivation, Long Fei Yi would go crazy. Long Fei Yi was already like this. Then what about Han Yunqi? The lust bite energy had already begun to mess around in Long Fei Ye's organs, but Long Fei Yi ignored it. His eyes were still on Han Yunqi. His tone was calm and indifferent. "Gui, we might have to hand everything over to you." Long Fei Ye's words contained too much. Not only was it about Cloud Realm Continent, it also included the life and death of many people and the future. He seemed like he wanted to say something more, but in the end he only said 3 words, "Please." After he said this, he flew into the air, flying towards Han Yunqi. He could not touch Han Yunqi. He could not even approach her. He could only float in the air outside the flames, looking at her. When he saw the blood flowing from the corner of her mouth, his heart tightened. He was very clear that, at this moment, what she was enduring was definitely much more than what he was enduring. He subconsciously reached out, wanting to help her wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. But he could not get close to her. He could not touch her. He did not make a sound, but his eyes gradually turned red. At this moment, Han Yunqi was indeed enduring much more than Long Fei Yi. Not only was she enduring the internal energy backlash caused by the interruption of the dual cultivation, she was also enduring the burning of the phoenix energy. The 2 powers were churning in her organs, and her blood was running amok. She had heard the old man of alchemy's words clearly. She knew that they had already walked onto a path of no return. No matter how hard she tried, as long as the time was up, the outcome would be the same. However, she still stubbornly persisted. She persisted for a full 6 hours, not giving up until now. If this was fate, then this time she would not accept it. If this was an unavoidable calamity, then she would not admit defeat this time. If this was irreversible heavenly energy, then this time she would fight against the heavens. She was not willing to be the one being protected forever. This time, let her fight once, let her protect them. The phoenix energy was burning her body, her soul. She only felt that her body was about to be burned away, and all the pain was gathered on her back, where the phoenix birthmark was. As the pain intensified, there seemed to be a power slowly accumulating under the phoenix birthmark. The more pain she endured, the greater the power. That was the power of a new life, the power of nirvana. Would she succeed if she let that power be born from desire and break out of the cocoon? How much pain would she have to endure in 3 days and 3 nights? Would she be able to endure it all at once? Go all out, take a gamble. Han Yunqi suddenly opened her eyes. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw the face she was most familiar with, the face she was most infatuated with. She smiled at him. "Long Fei Yi, as long as I can see you, even if I suffer the wrath of the heavens, I can endure it, much less a trifling phoenix energy." Long Fei didn't expect Han Yunqi to open her eyes and smile at him again. He gave a start as he stared blankly at her smile. He had no idea what she wanted to do, but he endured his heartache and returned her smile. But Han Yunqi suddenly let go of all resistance. She had used internal energy to protect herself before to reduce the burning effects of the phoenix energy. But now, as soon as she let go of her defenses, the raging flames engulfed her and swallowed her whole. Before, Long Fei Yi had been able to see Han Yunqi's figure in the flames, but this time he couldn't see her at all. All he could see was a sea of flames. How could this be? Was the phoenix energy starting to bite back? Yunqi. Long Fei Yi finally lost all reason. He thought he could stay calm until the end and accept the consequences, but in the end he'd overestimated himself. He threw himself at the sea of flames like a madman, but the flames suddenly fell to the ground. He chased after them and saw Han Yunqi again. Unlike how she'd been in midair, bathing in flames, she was now in a sorry state. She was curled up into a ball in the flames, her body trembling uncontrollably. Long Fei Yi fell to one side and tried to crawl to his feet, but before he could steady himself, he fell heavily to the ground. The lust by energy had already gone out of control in his body. He didn't care about any of this and stubbornly stood up. But as soon as he did, he fell to his knees and spat out a mouthful of blood. It wasn't just Long Fei Yi who'd lost his mind. Gu had lost all reason as well. He dashed over and tried to charge into the sea of flames again and again, but was bounced back each time. The old man of alchemy didn't understand what was going on. He was so frightened by them that he forgot all about his previous grudges and hurried over to persuade them. But none of them paid any attention to the old man of alchemy. He was already so old, but he was still as stubborn as a child. Han Yunqi was even more stubborn than them. After losing all resistance, the burning pain she felt was very real. It was like her skin had been lit on fire, burning away layer by layer until it reached her flesh, bones, and soul. She could feel all of her bones aching, so much so that her soul wanted to abandon this body. She gripped the white jade crystal bracelet on her wrist and propped herself up. However, gradually, her breathing slowed down and her divine sense became blurry. Gradually, the pain disappeared, leaving behind only exhaustion. She suddenly wanted to sleep so badly that she forgot everything she was going through. She just wanted to sleep. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. It was Gu. His repeated cries of "poison lass" were so familiar. There was also Beiwe. She seemed to hear Gu Beiwe calling her as well. Miss Yunqi. Miss Yunqi. There was also Ling, Little Yu, Ningjing, and Ningcheng. They were all calling her, telling her not to sleep. She couldn't sleep. She couldn't sleep. She couldn't die. There were still so many things waiting for her to do. There were still so many people waiting for her to save them. Where was Long Fei Yi? Why couldn't she hear Long Fei Ye's voice? Long Fei Yi needed her even more. Han Yunqi's eyes flew open, and she stood up in the raging flames. She held her breath and focused her mind, focusing all of her consciousness on the phoenix birthmark on her back. In a flash, all of the pain returned, surging madly from all over her body towards the birthmark. This was pain, but it was also phoenix energy. What was supposed to be 3 days and 3 nights of slow suffering, Han Yunqi took it all in one go. When all of the energy poured into her back, the flames in the air suddenly gathered together to form a giant phoenix. It viciously slammed into the phoenix birthmark on Han Yunqi's back and surged into her body. Ah! Han Yunqi raised her head and let out a miserable cry before her entire body crashed to the ground. The flames vanished without a trace, and everything returned to calm. Han Yunqi lay sprawled on the ground while Gu knelt on her right, staring at her blankly. The old man of alchemy was on one side as well, filled with disbelief. Han Yunqi only felt a wave of energy stir behind her back. It seemed to be phoenix energy, but she didn't know if she'd lost it or gained it. She only knew that all of the blood in her body was flowing in reverse. If she didn't dual cultivate now, there wouldn't be any time left. Long Fei Yi. She looked around in panic, but she couldn't see Long Fei Yi. Where was Long Fei Yi? She was about to get up, but someone suddenly wrapped his arms around her waist from behind and pulled her into a familiar embrace. Han Yunqi, let me hug you for a while. It'll be fine in a while. Chapter 10:21. Long Fei was only one step away from succumbing to his inner demons. He hugged Han Yunqi tightly from behind, wishing that he could embed this woman into his body. They might as well become one, and from now on, bear all the pain together. He buried his head in Han Yunqi's shoulder, his lips and teeth pressed against her shoulder. He really wanted to bite her, but in the end he couldn't bear to. In the end, it only turned into a kiss that he couldn't bear to let go. After going through a life and death situation, how could Han Yunqi not yearn for this embrace, yearn for the warmth of his lips and teeth? She was really, really tired. She was so tired that she couldn't care less about the qi and blood in her body flowing backwards. She just wanted to lie in Long Fei Ye's embrace and sleep. Suddenly, a drop of something wet and warm dripped onto her neck. She casually touched it and saw that it was blood. At this time, Han Yunqi finally regained her senses. She suddenly turned around and saw that Long Fei Ye's face was pale and the corner of his mouth was covered in blood. When the dual cultivation was interrupted, she would at most suffer from the backlash of the Nirvana inner art, but Long Fei Yi had to suffer from the backlash of the lust bite power. Han Yunqi was scared out of her wits. Without hesitation, she pulled out Long Fei Ye's sword and placed it in his hand. Long Fei Yi, there's no time. Hurry, she anxiously said. Long Fei forced himself to endure the raging blood qi in his body. He reached out a hand to gently wipe away the blood at the corner of her lips, just like how he'd always rub her bangs during their dual cultivation sessions. Be careful, he said. He still gave the profound frost sword to Han Yunqi and used the scabbard himself. The two of them worked hard together. On one hand, they focused, stabilized their inner art, and on the other hand, controlled the qi and blood flowing backwards. When the sharp edge of the profound frost sword collided with the sturdy scabbard and produced a clear sound, the surrounding people finally regained their senses. Gu's tense nerves immediately relaxed. He looked at Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi dancing with their swords and felt a powerful force swirling around them. His heart, which had been hanging in the air, could finally be at ease. He knew that there was still time. Their dual cultivation would not be interrupted. With his heart at ease, Gu finally felt tired. As he watched, his whole body suddenly leaned back and lay on the ground. As he listened to the sounds of swords clashing from time to time, he recalled the smell of death from before. Gradually, he closed his eyes and fell asleep. When Gu woke up, it was already noon the next day. Han Yunqi was curled up in Long Fei Ye's arms, sleeping very quietly. And Long Fei Yi also seemed to have fallen asleep. His brows were filled with fatigue, even though the two of them were in a sorry state. But snuggling up so quietly was better than any beautiful scene in the world. When Gu saw Han Yunqi, he couldn't wait to rush over and hug her. But this scene made him stop abruptly. The distance between them was more than 10 steps. He silently reached out his hand, wanting so much to caress her cheek and feel her existence. He wanted to hug her tightly in his arms and also wanted to rub her bangs and tell her, "Poison, lass, we made it through. It's okay now." But he could only think about it. His hand stopped in midair for a while and finally slowly fell down. He laughed lightly, 3 parts self-deprecating, 7 parts carefree. He inadvertently turned his head and met the astonished gaze of the old man of alchemy. His gentle gaze immediately turned fierce, and he said fiercely, "Go and find some food. I want it hot." The old man of alchemy only felt that when Gu's gaze was gentle, it was especially familiar. Before he could take a good look, he was warned. He seemed to want to ask something, but in the end he didn't ask and silently turned to leave. Although there were no external injuries, Gu's internal injuries were not light. In all his years, this was the first time he had encountered such a thrilling situation. It was really a narrow escape. With his back facing Han Yunqi and Long Fei, he tried to calm his thoughts, sat cross-legged, and began to heal. When the old man of alchemy returned, Han Yunqi and the other two had finished healing. They looked at him in unison, as if waiting for him. The old man of alchemy saw Han Yunshi and Long Fei Ye's dual cultivation last night. After seeing the power of the lust bite, he could roughly guess what was going on. He knew that he was in big trouble, and his scalp was numb from being stared at by these three people. He really didn't dare to go closer. It was fine that Long Fei Yi had such a terrifying power of the lust bite, but he didn't expect that Han Yunshi actually had the power of the phoenix. These two guys were not to be trifled with. They were not to be trifled with. Although the old man of alchemy was afraid, he still sighed in his heart. He was very unwilling. If only he could take Han Yunshi as his disciple. With the power of the phoenix, not only could she help him refine a lot of medicinal pills, she could also help him raise the celestial fire Qian furnace. The old man of alchemy took a few steps back. Just as he was about to hide, Long Fei Yi said coldly, "Stop!" The old man of alchemy said with a smile, "Everyone must be hungry. Old man of alchemy will go and prepare food for all of you." Whether he was really crazy or just pretending to be crazy, he couldn't fool Long Fei Yi. As soon as he shot a sharp gaze over, the old man of alchemy didn't dare to move anymore. "Come here, we have a few questions for you," Han Yunshi said. The old man of alchemy didn't dare to get too close. He sat down cross-legged in the open space in front of them. Gu glanced at him, lowered his head, and didn't say a word. "What's going on with the power of the phoenix?" Han Yunshi asked seriously. After she dual cultivated with Long Fei, the blood in her body returned to normal. She could clearly feel a restless power behind her. However, she was very unfamiliar with that power. Originally, it would take 3 days and 3 nights to be reborn, but she took more than 6 hours. Now, she also didn't know what was going on with the power of the phoenix in her body. If the old man of alchemy hadn't mentioned it, they wouldn't have known that such a power existed in the world. The old man of alchemy looked at Han Yunshi suspiciously. You don't know that you have the power of the phoenix? What's going on? Are you going to tell us or not?" Han Yunshi was a little anxious. The old man of alchemy approached. "Let the old man take your pulse first." Han Yunshi stretched out her hand. The old man of alchemy took her pulse and was even more certain of his judgment last night. He said, "The power of the phoenix is an ancient martial art power. There are no secret martial arts manuals or cultivation methods. From the moment it appeared, it was sealed in the human body and passed down from generation to generation. However, not every generation can summon it." As soon as he said this, Han Yunshi and the others all understood. It seemed that the phoenix birthmark of the Western Qin royal family was the symbol of the inheritance of the power of the phoenix. It was just that no one knew about it. It seemed that the power of the phoenix was the same as the power of the lust bite. They were ancient martial arts powers. The difference was that the power of the phoenix was sealed in the human body. Only the person who received the inheritance had the chance to obtain it. On the other hand, the power of the lust bite was clearly a cultivation method. It required enough inner strength and extremely high martial arts talent to be able to cultivate it. "How do you know?" Long Fei Yi asked. Of course the old man knows. The power of the phoenix is fire and can compete with the heavenly fire. If you can obtain the power of the phoenix and the heavenly fire to refine pills together, you can succeed quickly. The old man of alchemy stroked his beard and said seriously, "Yesterday, if the power of the phoenix hadn't suppressed the heavenly fire, you would have died without a doubt." Han Yunshi didn't have time to care about the heavenly fire Qian furnace. She asked seriously, "Then now she could feel that she had the power of the phoenix, but she couldn't control it." The old man of alchemy glanced at her. After a moment of silence, he actually gave her a thumbs up. "Girl, you're good. You used your life to fight against the heavens, and you're still safe and sound. The old man admires you." Gu, who had his head lowered, suddenly raised his head and looked over. This was the first time he had heard the old madman say the word admire in such a sincere manner. He had thought that the old madman would always think that he was infallible and would never be convinced by others. Seeing Gu look over, the old man of alchemy also looked over. Gu said angrily, "What are you dawdling for? Does the poison girl have the power of the phoenix now?" The phoenix bathes in fire and is reborn. 3 days and 3 nights, not only does it bear the pain of nirvana, it is also a necessary process to control the power of the phoenix. You endured all the pain last night, but lost control of the power of the phoenix. Now that the power of the phoenix has been awakened, the old man doesn't know how to control it. You have to find someone else. The old man of alchemy replied seriously. Long Fei, Yi didn't say anything. He pulled Han Yunqi's hand over and took her pulse again. He discovered that Han Yunqi's current situation was very similar to when he had the lust bite power in his body. He didn't ask the old man of alchemy again. Instead, he left the medicine requesting cave and had Su Donglin send a messenger hawk to Celestial Mountain to ask his master, Kenshin. Long Fei Yi used an urgent secret letter. It would take at most 7 days to get a reply from Medicine City to Celestial Mountain. However, Long Fei Yi only received a reply 10 days later from Old Man Kenzo. "Why are you so late?" Long Fei Yi asked. "I heard that the snowstorms on Celestial Mountain have been extremely severe recently. Even the hawks couldn't pass through. I'm afraid they were delayed," Su Donglin replied truthfully. Hawks could indeed be delayed for a day or 2 when encountering a snowstorm, so Long Fei Yi didn't ask any more questions. In the letter, Old Man Kenzo expressed his shock and also explained the phoenix power. It wasn't much different from what Long Fei Yi had guessed. The phoenix power and the lust bite power were extremely similar. It was just that the methods of inheritance and cultivation were different. The lust bite power relied on hard work and on the foundation of a strong inner force. It was cultivated step by step. The phoenix power relied on inheritance, as long as one had an excellent physique and a strong enough inner force. Once the phoenix power was summoned, one could completely control it. Although Han Yunqi had an excellent constitution, her internal energy wasn't strong enough. Thus, this could be considered a blessing in disguise. If she had really endured for 3 days and 3 nights, she wouldn't have been able to endure the phoenix power with her current level of internal energy. She would have also suffered a backlash. She used several hours to endure all the pain and forcibly suppress the phoenix power back into her body, escaping this calamity. Now that the phoenix power had been awakened, as long as Han Yunqi's internal energy became stronger and stronger, she could gradually control the phoenix power like how he controlled the lust bite power. After Long Fei Yi finished reading the letter, his hanging heart finally settled down. He believed in Master Kenzo's words. So, when we succeed in dual cultivation, I can also control the phoenix power? Han Yunqi asked excitedly. Long Fei Yi nodded and couldn't help but laugh. He thought that this trip wasn't a loss after all. TSK, 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 poison girl. Chi brother really won't dare to bully you in the future. Gu joked. Before Han Yunqi could answer, Long Fei Yi looked at Gu with a penetrating gaze. Han Yunqi suddenly remembered something. She quickly stood up and walked towards Old Man Yao Hut, who was sitting at the side. She asked, "Old man, you said that the phoenix power can help speed up the process of refining pills. Is this true?" If it was true, they wouldn't have to stay in the medicine hut for so long. Perhaps they could return to the 3-way black market early and spend the new year with Gu Beiwa. Chapter 10:22. Han Yunqi's phoenix power resisted the power of the heavenly fire, and the heavenly fire Qian furnace returned to its normal state. With the assistance of external forces, she was able to shorten the cultivation time. In the past few days, Long Fei Yi and Gu's internal injuries were quite serious, so they let the old man of alchemy teach Su Donglin the cultivation technique to transform internal energy into fire. Firstly, Su Donglin's internal energy was limited, so he couldn't use the cultivation technique that Long Fei Yi and the others used before. Secondly, the old man of alchemy didn't dare to make a decision on his own, so he gave Su Donglin the most ordinary cultivation technique, which could be started and stopped at any time. Han Yunqi had suffered a lot, but her internal injuries weren't as serious as Long Fei Yi and Gu's. She didn't dare to act rashly because she didn't understand the phoenix power clearly. Now that she understood everything, she naturally had to think of a way to refine the dragon pill as soon as possible. There were still many important things waiting for them to do. The old man of alchemy nodded cautiously. The phoenix power can naturally complement the heavenly fire Qian furnace and has the effect of speeding up the process. But before he could finish his sentence, Long Fei Yi said coldly, "What are the conditions?" Gu was also serious. "Old man, you better be clear. Otherwise I'll bury your entire alchemy furnace with me. Not only can the phoenix power speed up the process of refining pills, but it can also nourish my heavenly fire Qian furnace. The old man will definitely tell you everything he knows. The cultivation technique transformed from the phoenix power doesn't have any restrictions, but it requires a lot of internal energy." The old man of alchemy looked at Han Yunqi seriously. "Girl, you're still injured and haven't mastered the phoenix power, so you might not be able to learn that cultivation technique." The old man of alchemy finally said something sincere. Han Yunqi did not insist and asked, "What about when my internal injury recovers?" "If you have recovered from your internal injuries, you might as well give it a try," the old man of alchemy replied. Han Yunqi was relieved. After 10 days of recuperation, she had almost recovered from her internal injuries with the help of dual cultivation. She would be fully recovered in another 2 or 3 days. At that time, even if she couldn't use the power of the phoenix, she could still use an ordinary cultivation method to turn her power into fire. With her current internal energy and Su Donglin working together, no matter what, they would be able to shorten the time needed to refine pills. "What time is it now?" Long Fei Yi asked. "Your Highness, today is the first day of November," Su Donglin hurriedly replied. "There are only 2 more months until the Chinese New Year." Gu sighed as he stood up and walked towards the alchemy furnace. "What are you doing?" Han Yunqi asked suspiciously. Long Fei Yi did not say anything but looked at him. Unexpectedly, Gu Qishao flipped a few times and flew to the top of the pill furnace, preparing to use his martial arts. "Are you looking for death?" Han Yunqi angrily questioned. Among the 3 of them, Gu's internal injuries were the most serious. "Get down here." Long Fei Ye's cold voice was especially sharp. "I don't want to stay in this broken place to celebrate the Chinese New Year. Let's refine the dragon pill as soon as possible and leave," Gu said unhappily. "I don't want to drag an injured person back to celebrate the Chinese New Year. I still have things to do after the Chinese New Year. Get down here right now." Han Yunqi stood up. Although they only had 2 months left, after deducting the time spent on the road, they only had 1.5 months left. However, no matter what, they could not let Gu continue like this. After they returned to the 3-way black market, they still had to go to Tiger's prison to save people. Other than the poisoned tiger beast, there would be many hidden poisonous creatures. No matter how good her poison skills were, she would not have the time to take care of everyone. Moreover, there was a pregnant woman among the people they needed to save. Gu was indispensable for the trip to Tiger's prison. Han Yunqi did not know the truth about Gu's immortality and only thought that he was fooling around. Long Fei Yi did not say anything and only gave Su Donglin a look. After exchanging a few moves with Gu was defeated and had no choice but to fly down. Gu would not die, but he would be injured. A few days ago, he was almost burned to death, but he did not learn from his mistakes. In his current situation, Su Donglin could not beat him. Long Fei used his actions to calm Gu Qishao down, who resentfully moved to sit on the side. Han Yunqi couldn't help but burst into laughter at the sight. The old man of alchemy could not help but laugh. These days, he felt that Gu was more like a child. Soon, they began to seize the time to heal their injuries. A few days ago, they did not really pursue the old man of alchemy's mistake. Because of this, the old man of alchemy was more willing to help them. When they were healing, the old man of alchemy went to refine pills with Su Donglin. Although his internal strength was average, his alchemy skills were unparalleled. At night, after taking Han Yunqi to rest, Long Fei Yi left the room. The old man of alchemy arranged for them and Gu's rooms to be next to each other. As soon as Long Fei Yi went out, he saw Gu sitting cross-legged at the door, flipping open a poisoned scripture. Long Fei Yi looked down at him. "What are you doing?" "Looking for the earthly fire Kuin furnace. This thing is used to refine poison pills. It must be recorded in the scripture." Gu replied in a low voice. Long Fei stood for a while before sitting down by Gu Chishao's side. Gu ignored him and buried his head in the thick poisoned scripture. However, after a while, Gu looked up at Long Fei Yi. "What's the matter? What was this guy doing sitting here in the middle of the night instead of sleeping?" Long Fei Yi didn't answer him. He looked at the alchemy furnace, silently. Su Donglin was still working hard on it. If this guy had nothing to do, why was he sitting beside him? Gu was full of suspicion and even vigilance. However, he didn't take the initiative to ask. He buried his head in the poisoned scripture again. If they were alone, Gu and Long Fei Yi were the same kind of people. They could go 3 days and 3 nights without talking to anyone. However, if there was someone beside them, Gu couldn't be patient, especially when the person sitting beside him was Long Fei Yi. Soon Gu opened his mouth. Long Fei Yi ignored him. Gu waited for a while and said, "Long Fei Yi, there's something." Unfortunately, Long Fei Yi still didn't pay attention to him. At this moment, Han Yunqi was sitting with her back against the door. She could hear the movements outside very clearly. When Long Fei Ye's arm left her waist, she knew that he had gotten off the bed. She was worried that this guy would secretly go up to the alchemy furnace to help Su Donglin, so she secretly followed him. However, when she saw that Long Fei Yi and Gu were sitting at the door, she didn't say anything. Han Yunqi didn't admit that she was eavesdropping. She comforted herself that it was just a coincidence, so she sat down with a clear conscience. Actually, Gu didn't know what to say to Long Fei Yi. To be honest, he really liked to talk to Long Fei Yi, but when he had the chance to talk, he realized that he didn't know what to say. Long Fei Yi came out purely because he was waiting for a secret letter that would be delivered tonight. The reason why he sat at the door was because he didn't want the shadow guard to knock on the door and wake Han Yunqi up. He actually treated Gu like air in the morning. When Gu didn't get a reply from Long Fei Yi, his long and narrow eyes gradually narrowed into a straight line. He smiled and said, "Long Fei Yi, there's something that I won't tell Poison Girl, but I'll tell you. You can only say it once, so listen carefully. Actually, here." Gu Chishao stopped speaking. As expected, Long Fei Yi immediately turned to look at him. Behind the door, Han Yunqi's ears perked up nervously. What was it about her that Gu Chishao knew, but Long Fei didn't? Why didn't she know? If Gu knew but Long Fei Yi didn't, it definitely wasn't a good thing. Was Gu tattling behind her back? How unkind. Seeing that Long Fei Yi was finally paying attention to him, Gu was satisfied. He smiled at Long Fei Yi and buried his head in the poisoned scripture again, not saying a word. Long Fei Ye's lips curled into a cold smile as he said coldly, "There's something that I know and you know, but Han Yunqi doesn't." Gu immediately looked up when he said this, a warning look in his eyes. Long Fei Yi snorted and was about to get up when Gu quickly said, "I'll talk." At this moment, a shadow guard came over. Long Fei Yi got up and motioned for the shadow guard to wait at the side. When Gu Chishao saw the secret missive in the shadow guard's hands, he finally realized why Long Fei was sitting by the door. He stood up as well and intoned, remember this well, "I'll only say it once." Long Fei Yi thought that Gu was playing with him, but he didn't expect this guy to really have something to say. Inside the room, Han Yunqi stood up silently, her heart hanging in midair. who knew that Gu wasn't tattling, but said very seriously, "Long Fei, please keep an eye on Han Yunqi in the future, and don't let her do anything stupid." Gu used the 3 words Han Yunqi and not poison lass. How serious was he? If it wasn't for Long Fei, who didn't keep an eye on her, Han Yunqi wouldn't have flown to the top of the furnace, and so many things wouldn't have happened. Although he obtained the power of the phoenix, he would rather suffer more than let poison lass take such a big risk. Long Fei's eyes flashed with a complicated look. He was about to speak, but Gu didn't give him the chance. "Don't make me remind you a 3rd time," Gu said, and pushed the door open to enter the room. Han Yunqi was very surprised, and she smiled helplessly. She was looking forward to the day when she and Long Fei completed dual cultivation. When she controlled the power of the phoenix, perhaps they wouldn't have to worry so much. Han Yunqi was stupid again. She'd forgotten that even if Long Fei was several times stronger than her, she would still worry about him and worry about him. She'd miss him if she didn't see him for even a day. When it came to worrying, it had nothing to do with strength, only with the heart. Long Fei frowned and stared at the door for a long time without saying a word. It was hard to tell what he was thinking. He turned around and asked someone to deliver the secret letter. It was from Chu Tianyin, which was why he'd waited until the middle of the night. He still couldn't figure out why Western Zhou's Emperor Kongqing had acted strangely during the 100 Poison Sect incident, so he'd sent Chu Tianyin to investigate. Western Zhou was the same as the Tian, and they'd suffered the effects of war in recent years. Their national strength was weak and their finances were tight. They couldn't withstand a single blow. At least the Tian and still had the valiant Mu family. Western Zhou's Chu family troops had changed hands long ago. If Emperor Kongqing hadn't made a name for himself during the 100 Poisons Sect incident, Long Fei Yi wouldn't have cared about Western Zhou at all. Long Fei Yi opened the letter, only to find that Chu Tianyin wasn't reporting about the 100 Poisons Sect incident, but something else. Chapter 10:23. Chu Tianyin's report was none other than the disappearance of General Mu's son, Mu Qinggu, from Tian'an. Originally, Long Tianma and General Mu had not only killed a few servants to silence them, they had also ordered the relevant personnel not to divulge anything about Mu Qinggu's disappearance. However, there was no such thing as an impermeable wall, especially in a place like the imperial city. The news had reached the ears of Tian'an's imperial noble concubine, Duanmu Jin. Mu Qinggu was General Mu's only son and the sole heir to the Mu family's army. Duanmu Jin was the first to report to Emperor Kongqing that something had happened to him. Emperor Kongqing's attitude towards General Mu's estate was very contradictory. Emperor Kongqing could tell that Long Tianma had always been under the control of General Mu's estate, so he only wanted to befriend General Mu. He even had plans to marry his daughter off to Mu Qinggu. However, when he found out that General Mu's estate had the ability to secretly control an important deputy general in the Chu army, he became even more fearful. He was even more fearful of General Mu's estate. After all, Emperor Kongqing was more afraid of the Chu clan. If he married his daughter off to General Mu's estate, it would strengthen their influence in Tian'an. In the end, even the imperial family of Western Zhou would be under their control. When Long Tianma brought up the topic of marriage, Emperor Kongqing happily agreed. Long Tianma had made Duanmu Jin an imperial noble concubine. His proactive display of goodwill caused Emperor Kongqing's original stance to waver. As a result, Emperor Kongqing was very concerned about Long Tianma's every move, as well as the movements of General Mu's estate. As soon as he found out about Mu Qinggu's disappearance, he immediately ordered a secret search for Mu Qinggu's whereabouts. No matter which side he stood on, if he could find Mu Qinggu first, he would have another bargaining chip in his hand. It was a secret order from Emperor Kongqing. Unfortunately, his subordinates were unreliable, and Chu Tianyin quickly found out about it. Of course, Chu Tianyin didn't know that much. He only knew that Mu Qingguo had gone missing and that Long Tianma and General Mu were looking for him, as was Emperor Kongqing. Besides that, the letter also mentioned the 100 Poison Sect. Even now, Chu Tianyin couldn't figure out why Emperor Kongqing wanted to show his face in public. Still, he guessed that Long Tianma had something to do with the 100 Poison Sect. Chu Tianyin's estate as well. After reading the letter, Long Fei told the shadow guards to burn it. He didn't linger, but turned to enter the house. Caught off guard, Han Yunqi hadn't even made it to the bed before Long Fei saw her. Long Fei gave a start before he realized what was going on. A flash of amusement flickered past his eyes before disappearing. He closed the door and leaned against it with his arms crossed, sizing up Han Yunqi with interest. Han Yunqi was still 3 or 4 steps away from the bed and had her back to Long Fei. She froze in place when she heard the door open, but she quickly recovered and turned around to ask, "It's the middle of the night. Where did you sneak off to?" Long Fei didn't answer. She walked over to the table and poured herself a glass of water. "If I hadn't woken up from thirst, I wouldn't have known you'd run off." Long Fei didn't say anything, but his gaze became meaningful. Han Yunqi avoided his gaze and yawned lazily. "Aren't you going to sleep yet?" "I'm so sleepy I'm going to sleep first." As soon as she got up, Long Fei hooked his finger at her. Han Yunqi lowered her head and pretended not to see. "I'm hungry. Since you're still awake, come and serve me." Long Fei emphasized the words hungry and serve. If Han Yunqi didn't understand what he meant, she must be faking it. She looked up and couldn't help but laugh foolishly. "You're still not coming over? Do you want me to go over?" Long Fei asked with raised brows. Actually, whether she went over or he came over, the result would be the same. Between them, which time didn't he serve her? No matter how it started, it would always be him serving her in the end. Moreover, he would do his best to serve her without holding back. Han Yunqi walked over step by step. Although serving was a physical experience, it was also a visual experience. She walked closer step by step. Looking at Long Fei's handsome face and Long Fei's sculpture-like body, she fell in love with him. This man was dressed in black. Under the candlelight in the middle of the night, he looked even more mysterious and sexy. The most sexy scene Han Yunqi had ever seen him was when he got down on her. After exerting himself, hot sweat slowly flowed down his cold and hard face and his well-defined chest. Han Yunqi stood in front of Long Fei. Seeing his deep gaze, she knew what he wanted. She couldn't help but bite her lip gently. "Come closer," Long Fei ordered. Han Yunqi was obedient. If she took another step forward, her face would be buried in his chest. She originally thought that Long Fei would hug her, but unexpectedly, Long Fei didn't move. What was this guy trying to do? Han Yunqi looked up. Long Fei was looking down at her. "Is this how you serve?" Han Yunqi was shocked. What was this guy trying to do? He was standing so close to the door. How did he want her to serve him? Wasn't this a little too? Han Yunqi's face immediately turned red. She immediately buried her head in Long Fei's arms and gave him a fierce punch in protest. "Don't even think about it." This guy was getting scarier. Long Fei pulled her hand and placed Chu Tianyin's secret letter in her hand. He laughed out loud. "Han Yunqi, why are you so agitated?" "I just want you to cook some supper." "You're telling me not to think about it?" Han Yunqi was stunned. She looked up again. Long Fei looked at her blushing little face and couldn't help but laugh loudly. He hadn't laughed so heartily in a long time. Only the woman beside him knew how good a man could be. Only the man beside her knew how stupid a woman could be. These words couldn't be more appropriate to describe Long Fei and Han Yunqi. Who in the world could see the aloof and indifferent Long Fei laughing so heartily? And who could see the magnificent Han Yunqi being so stupid? Long Fei Yi lifted Han Yunqi's chin and said with a smile, Han Yunqi, I don't mind you being a little more stupid. Han Yunqi was embarrassed and angry. She retreated and glared coldly at Long Fei Yi. Urgent letter. When Long Fei Yi said this, she finally noticed the secret letter in her hand. It was indeed an urgent letter from Western Zhou. Han Yunqi became serious. She hurriedly opened the letter and was shocked when she saw the contents. So, Mu Qinggu has been kidnapped. Before Mu Qinggu had sought refuge with Long Tianma, and the Mu family had married Mu Luiyue to Long Tianma, Han Yunqi had an extremely good impression of him. His impression of him was second only to that of Gu Beiwei. However, during the famine, Mu Qinggu had sought refuge with Long Tianma and the imperial uncle's estate for the sake of Mu Liuyue's marriage. Han Yunqi no longer saw him as a friend. It's been more than 10 days, but the kidnappers still haven't shown up. This is strange, Long Fei Yi said indifferently. Jun Yixia. The first suspect Han Yunqi thought of was Jun Yixia. Back then, Jun Yixia had planted many spies in Tianing country. Perhaps he had spies in Tian as well. However, she quickly rejected the idea. Tian and Western Zhou were of little value on the chessboard that was Cloud Realm continent. They were tasteless, but it would be a pity to throw them away. Whether they were enemies or allies, they wouldn't have much of an impact on the current situation. If he hadn't been kidnapped for official business, could it have been a private matter? Long Fei Yi didn't care much about Mu Qinggu. He had spent time with Han Yunqi in the middle of the night to discuss this urgent letter because there was a problem worth paying attention to. What is Emperor Kongqing worried about this time, he asked. Duanmu Jin isn't marrying Long Tianma anymore, so the Empress and the imperial noble concubine are fighting for the throne. Han Yunqi didn't care much about this matter. In the end, Han Yunqi was less sensitive to such matters than Long Fei. Long Fei Yi said, seriously, Emperor Kongqing may be old, but he's not blind. He must be afraid of something, or he wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. Long Fei Yi didn't know the truth, nor did he know about Emperor Kongqing's worries about the Mu family's power, but his guess was completely correct. Western Zhou and Tian didn't share a border and were both equally weak. In truth, their current cooperation didn't have much to do with each other. Judging from the current situation, neither Long Tianma nor General Mu's seizure of power would have much of an impact on Emperor Kongqing. Emperor Kongqing could simply wait and see how things would unfold. Only if Emperor Kongqing was threatened by Long Tianma or General Mu's forces would he lose his cool and interfere with Mu Qingwu's disappearance. Han Yunqi immediately understood after Long Fei Yi's explanation. She asked doubtfully, how can Long Tianma and General Mu's forces threaten Emperor Kongqing? The two countries were separated by the powerful south-central regions and Tianing. Could Long Tianma and General Mu's forces threaten Emperor Kongqing's military or political affairs? That wasn't realistic. Chu Tianyin should be the one who could threaten Emperor Kongqing the most. He was already part of Long Fei Yi's forces, so Emperor Kongqing should be afraid of Long Fei Yi instead, unless Long Tianma's forces had infiltrated the Chu clan's forces. But if that was the case, then Chu Tianyin should have discovered them long ago. The Chu clan troops were perfectly fine and had already made all the necessary preparations to cooperate with Long Fei Yi to personally lead an expedition to the north in the coming spring. Han Yunqi couldn't figure it out no matter how hard she racked her brains. Long Fei Yi couldn't figure it out either, but he took the matter to heart. Han Yunqi served him with brush and ink while he immediately wrote a letter back to Chu Tianyin, reminding him to check the troops for spies. After the letter was delivered to the Shadow Guard, Long Fei Yi closed the door and discovered that Han Yunqi was already lying on the bed. Although it was the depths of winter, the celestial fire Qian furnace kept the stone rooms in the medicine requesting cave warm. Han Yunqi was covered in a thin silk quilt as she leaned against the pillow and looked at him lazily. It was too late. She really was sleepy. Long Fei walked over and said seriously, "Han Yunqi, I really am a little hungry." A single sentence was enough to chase away all the sleepiness in Han Yunqi's body. She had no idea what he meant by hungry. He's speaking so seriously, so he must really be hungry, right? But this fellow not only didn't have a habit of eating midnight snacks, he sometimes didn't like to eat when it was too late. Han Yunqi's expression was adorably stupid. She didn't know how to respond to Long Fei. Chapter 10:24. Was Long Fei really hungry or just greedy for food? Han Yunqi looked at him for a long time, not knowing how to answer. Should she cook supper or serve him? In the end, Han Yunqi decided to cook supper. After all, if she chose to cook supper, he wouldn't laugh at her like he did at the door. Han Yunqi smiled slightly and said respectfully, "It's this concubine's fault for letting your highness starve. Please forgive me, your highness. Please wait a moment. This concubine will cook a bowl of noodles." Han Yunqi was about to get off the bed when Long Fei suddenly pressed her down on the bed, trapping her between his arms. He didn't tease her anymore and suddenly became very gentle, just like the quiet night, gentle as water. He buried his head in her ear and said in a low voice that was 3 parts helpless and 7 parts doting, "Han Yunqi, aren't you going to ask me what I want to eat?" Han Yunqi finally found the right answer. What did he want to eat? He never liked to eat at night other than eating her. Moreover, he often ate several meals at once. Long Fei asked as he gently undid Han Yunqi's belt. His large hand slowly reached in from her waist and moved up. He smiled. "Han Yunqi, your dough balls really don't taste good. Before you can cook supper that satisfies this prince's appetite, this prince will only eat you." After saying this, his large hand had already covered her pride. Even though she had been pleasured many times, Han Yunqi still couldn't bear his caress. She couldn't help but let out a moan. "Long Fei, don't!" She definitely didn't know that Long Fei liked it when she called him by his name. His kiss fell. At first, it was neither close nor distant, but it gradually turned into a demanding kiss. He took her lips and teeth, all the way down, invading from her proudest place to her most bashful place. Han Yunqi always thought that after so many sleepless nights, she could endure this man's gentleness and this man's dominance. However, she found that she was wrong every time. She didn't even know how she got through this night. She only knew that she begged for mercy in the end. After that night of death, she had been busy healing her injuries. Before she could figure out what was going on with the Phoenix power, Long Fei didn't dare to use it at all, afraid that she would be devoured by the Phoenix again. Other than dual cultivation, she spent all her time healing her injuries. It was also today that she received a reply from Elder Kenzo, confirming that the Phoenix power was safe for her. Only then did they truly escape a calamity, and their hearts, which had been suspended in midair, finally relaxed. They hadn't even properly hugged each other and comforted each other. For Long Fei, perhaps only a true possession like this could soothe his greatest fear of his life. By the end of the night, Long Fei was completely drained. However, he was still lying on top of Han Yunqi domineeringly, not allowing her to move. Just like that, Long Fei and the others secretly stayed in the medicine requesting cave. The 3 of them worked hard to heal their injuries. In a few days, Han Yunqi's internal injuries were all healed. She tried to use the Phoenix power and found that she could actually use a part of it. Thus, she turned the Phoenix power into fire to assist the Celestial Fire Qian Furnace in refining pills. Seeing that the Celestial Fire Qian Furnace was being nourished by the Phoenix power, Old Man of Alchemy beamed with joy. He promised Han Yunqi and the others that as long as Han Yunqi cultivated for no less than 10 hours every day, the dragon pill would definitely be refined within 5 days. 10 hours, that was tiring work. Long Fei and Gu didn't agree, but Han Yunqi still managed to convince them. After all, their time was really tight. While Han Yunqi worked hard at refining pills, Long Fei, you kept an eye on Cloud Realm Continent's movements. Gu flipped through the 2 ancient poison manuals he carried with him while arranging for people to search for the earthly fire Qian furnace. By now, half of Cloud Realm Continent was covered in snow. The entire Celestial Mountain Range and its many peaks were all covered in white. Even some of the buildings on the sides of the mountains couldn't be seen. The enormous Evil Sword School was covered in snow as well. Unlike Tianshan Kenzo, the Evil Sword School had a unique mountain path that allowed one to freely climb up and down the mountain, no matter how thick the snow. Bai Yanqing had more or less recovered from his internal injuries. Currently, he was standing in the wind and snow, looking towards the south. The black-veiled woman brought over a hand warmer and handed it to him. She didn't treat Bai Yanqing with the same reverence as the people of the Evil Sword School. Any news from Tian and Western Zhou? Bai Yanqing asked. Long Tianma lost Mu Qinggu and ignored the Duanmu Jin for over 10 days. General Mu hasn't been to the training grounds for the past 10 days as well. Old Bai, your foresight is godly. This junior admires you, the black-veiled woman smiled. Bai Yanqing was unmoved by her flattery and asked, What about Emperor Kongcheng? Shouldn't you be more concerned about the Chu clan troops? Without the Mu family troops, Long Tianma is just a good-for-nothing. Without the Chu clan troops, the black-veiled woman hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she didn't mention Emperor Kongcheng. She only said he's also a good-for-nothing. So Long Tianma hasn't discovered the poison in the Duanmu Jin's body? Bai Yanqing asked. The poison in the Duanmu Jin's body wasn't from Mu Luiwa, but from the Duanmu Jin's dowry maid Huan was one of the black-veiled woman's people. The spices Huan took out are still with the poison doctor. You can rest assured about this matter. Although the black-veiled woman's face was covered in a black veil and looked very low-key, her eyes were not at all low-key. They were full of viciousness and malice. She added, I know what Mu Liu's most lethal weapon is. Excellent, the Mu family. Ha! I'll leave the old man to you. Bai Yanqing stood up and said seriously, Girl, the success or failure of your life depends on this one move. You must stay calm. As he spoke, he patted the black-veiled woman's shoulder and turned to leave. Bai Lao, are you going to Northern Li? The black-veiled woman hurriedly chased after him. If Bai Yanqing went to Northern Li, there would be a good show to watch in the chaotic civil war there. Bai Yanqing didn't answer. He just waved his hand, telling her not to send him off. The black-veiled woman hurriedly asked, Bai Lao, when will you come back? The top of Tianshan Mountain. Before she could finish her sentence, Bai Yanqing's gray figure disappeared into the boundless snow. The snow was getting heavier and heavier. The black-veiled woman had no choice but to go indoors. She looked out the window and looked at the top of Tianshan Mountain in the distance, muttering to herself, I'll definitely make you regret this. The Tianshan mountain range was not far from Northern Li. Unless there was a big snowstorm blocking the road, it would only take more than 10 days to reach there. After Bai Yanqing left the Evil Sword School, would he go to Northern Li? On this day, Jun Yixia's army was blocked by heavy snow and had to camp in a village. Wherever Jun Yixia's army went, they plundered everything. But if there was resistance, they would kill without mercy. Ning Cheng silently looked at the deserted village, and the killing intent in his eyes became stronger. Jun Yixia occupied a spacious courtyard in the middle of the village and had the soldiers clean it up. After lighting up the stove, he invited Ning Cheng inside to move in with him. Looking at this snow, it won't stop for 2 or 3 days. Master Ning, please stay here. Jun Yixia said politely. Ning Cheng was silent all the way. If he didn't have to, he wouldn't speak. Jun Yixia was already used to his temper. Very quickly, Jun Yixia personally warmed up a pot of wine and poured it for Ning Cheng. He began to discuss the stalemate between the Ning family army and the East Qin army. When you get your 30,000 battle horses, we'll split into 3 groups and we'll definitely beat them to a pulp. Jun Isya had just won a battle a few days ago, so he was in a very good mood. After a few more months, those 30,000 battle horses will be brought out for a walk. Ning Chung softly said, Ning Chung, how about this? You lend your lordship the redcoat cannons to play around with. Next summer, your lordship will lead troops south with you. How's that? Jun Isya had long set his sights on the redcoat cannons. The reason why he brought it up so directly today was that he had begun to realize that the forces in his hands were not enough to kill the Northernly Emperor in a short period of time. After 3 to 5 months of fighting, the two sides would definitely enter a stalemate. Once the two sides entered a stalemate, he would lose a lot of initiative. With the current situation, once he lost the initiative, it would be very dangerous. Jun Isya was too confident in himself. If he knew that he couldn't swallow all of Northernly with his army, perhaps he wouldn't have rashly started a civil war. Ning Ching looked at him with disdain and directly replied, Don't even think about it. Without the redcoat cannon, what can I use to fight Long Fei? Jun Isya, we've already agreed. I'll help you go north, and you'll help me go south. If you go back on your word, I'll take back all the soldiers' pay, and you can forget about getting any more money from the bank. But Ning Cheng's decisive attitude made Jun Isya dispel the worry in his heart. At least if he was in a stalemate with the Northern Dynasty's emperors, the Ning family army wouldn't be an arrow in his back. With the current situation in Northernly, he couldn't back down. He could only go all out and take a gamble. At the very least, he still had Ning Jing and Mu Linger as hostages. He could threaten the Tang sect and Han Yunshi, so he still had a way out. Ning Cheng was dealing with Jun Isya. Over at Tiger's Den, Bai Yuqiao, Ning Jing, and Mu Linger were working together to deal with the guards. Recently, Jun Isya had been keeping a close eye on Tiger's Denver. Every 2 to 3 days, he would send guards to inspect the place. Fortunately, Bai Yuqiao was there. Otherwise, Ning Jing's pregnancy wouldn't have been hidden. On this day, a group of guards had just finished inspecting the courtyard. Ning Jing didn't dare to go out again. Mu Linger and Bai Yuqiao stood at the door and heaved a sigh of relief. Mu Linger, they will go to Su Xiaoyu's place later. I have to go there immediately. There shouldn't be anything else here. Take good care of Ning Jing, Bai Yuqiao said softly. Mu Linger nodded. Don't worry. Who knew that Deacon Jean would appear in front of her out of nowhere right after Bai Yuqiao left? Mu Linger was shocked and almost screamed. Fortunately, Deacon Jean covered her mouth in time. Deacon Jean asked unhappily, Mu Linger, can you not be so rash every time? Mu Linger pulled his large hand away and took a few deep breaths to calm down. She asked cautiously, What are you doing here? Mo said, Please automatically ignore the bug of burning the secret letter. The trap is too deep. Mo easily got herself into trouble. Chapter 10:25. Ever since the incident last time, Deacon Jean and Mu Ling had not seen each other again. Mu Ling was clearly avoiding Deacon Jean on purpose. She did not expect that this guy would actually come to the backyard. What was he doing here? Faced with Mu Ling, always questioning, Deacon Jean did not say a word. He just stared at her with a cold gaze. The two of them were very close to each other. Mu Ling could completely feel how cold Deacon Jin's gaze was. She could clearly be self-confident, but she did not know why. But when Deacon Jean stared at her, she suddenly felt guilty, as if she had done something bad. Mu Ling could not help but think of Chi Brother. Chi Brother could also be very fierce, even cruel. But no matter how fierce and cruel Chi Brother was, she had never been afraid. She continued to pester him and let Chi Brother chase her away. Why? Why was she afraid of Deacon Jean? What was there to be afraid of? Mu Ling had always been open and above board. Even if she did something bad, she would do it openly. She would bear the consequences of her own actions. She had never done anything wrong. Thinking of this, Mu Ling mustered up the courage to return a provocative gaze to Deacon Jean. However, Deacon Jean ignored her. Whether she was self-confident or guilty, it seemed to have nothing to do with Deacon Jean. Deacon Jean just stared at her and refused to let go. Mu Ling originally did not want to talk nonsense with Deacon Jean, but she had no choice but to admit defeat. She suddenly pushed Deacon Jean and retreated to the side. She said, "Spit it out. Let me ask you something." Deacon Jean finally spoke. "Speak." The talkative Mu Ling became a woman of few words. She hesitated for a while before continuing, "If I can take you with me, would you be willing to come with me?" Mu Ling was stunned. Although she had always wanted to ignore it, Deacon Jin's words made her unable to ignore what he had said a few days ago. That night, he had scolded her fiercely. He had said, "Mu Linger, you don't even cherish yourself. How am I supposed to cherish you?" Perhaps Mu Linger was very stupid in other matters, but when it came to matters of the heart, she was very clear in her heart. She had liked Chi Brother for so many years. Even if she was not completely in love with him, she was still deeply hurt. Mu Linger felt something, but she didn't want to think too much about it. Now that Deacon Jean had said such a thing, it gave her a chance. She might as well make her attitude clear. She replied angrily, "Jean, this if can't be established. Now you and I, no one can leave. If you must make this assumption, I can tell you clearly that I won't. I will only go with one person in my life, and his name is Gu." After Mu Linger finished speaking, she raised her eyebrows and looked at Deacon Jean provocatively and disdainfully. Looking down on a person's feelings was the most ruthless and effective way to reject someone. Mu Linger was prepared for Deacon Jean to flip out, but Deacon Jean did not. He continued to look at her coldly. He didn't speak for a long time. She didn't know what he was thinking. Mu Linger realized that Deacon Jean was the third man after Long Fei Yi and Ning Qing that she couldn't figure out. As for Chi Brother, as long as Chi Brother had a thought, she would know what he wanted to do. She didn't need to guess at all. After waiting for a while, Deacon Jean didn't speak. Mu Linger didn't want to waste time with him. Anyway, she had already said what she wanted to say. She turned to leave, but Deacon Jean said coldly, "Mu Linger, you don't have the right to refuse. You only have the right to choose. Either you pay me back what you owe me, or you leave with me." Mu Linger stopped abruptly. How could she forget about this matter? She still owed him a debt. That unexpected night, they had agreed that she would accompany him for the night, and he would help her keep Ning Jing's pregnancy a secret. Mu Linger turned back to look at Deacon Jean angrily. "Shameless hooligan. You can't go back on your word." Deacon Jin's tense face seemed to relax a little. He leaned against a pillar at the side and crossed his arms over his chest. "You can't force a melon to be sweet. Don't you know that?" Mu Linger asked seriously. "Haha, it's fine as long as there's something to eat. I've never been picky when it comes to women." Deacon Jean sneered. "If you're not picky, how can you cherish me?" Mu Linger was still very serious. "Jean Z, I really don't like you. I beg you, let me go this once." Deacon Jin's expression suddenly froze on his face, but his gaze quickly turned cold again. He stood up, grabbed Mu Linger's arm and pulled her close. Before Mu Linger could struggle, she was in his arms. "Cold," he said. "Mu Linger, I'm officially informing you now that I won't cherish you any more." With that, he pushed her against the wall and tied her between his arms. "Cold," he asked, "I'll ask you one last time. Do you choose to come with me or pay your debt?" Mu Linger said angrily, "You don't cherish me, and you want me to go with you? Where do you think I'm taking you? Let me tell you, I can't count on Ning Qing. You're my slave contract. With you in my hands, I'm not afraid that Han Yunqi won't return my slave contract." Deacon Jean said coldly. Mu Linger only smiled coldly. "Do you think we can leave? Jean Z, we might all die here. I just want you to answer me. Are you willing to come with me?" Deacon Jean didn't have the patience to discuss whether they could leave or not with her. "Willing? Do I look like I'm willing right now?" Linger just had to pick his words. Manager Jean let out a sigh of relief. He didn't even know why he had said the word willing. "Are you coming or not?" Deacon Jean asked bluntly. "I'm not willing," Linger replied through gritted teeth. Deacon Jin's eyes, which were hidden under his fine bangs, burned with a raging fire. He leaned closer and kissed Linger's lips. Linger was scared out of her wits. She bit him hard, and the taste of blood quickly spread between their lips and teeth. Deacon Jean had no choice but to let go. He held the back of Linger's head with one hand and strangled her neck with the other, warning her not to move. Linger really didn't dare to move. She could feel the murderous aura from this man. At this moment, he was like one of the wild beasts around Tiger's den and could bite her to death at any time. Deacon Jean didn't look at Linger. Instead, he suddenly buried his head in her shoulder and said word by word, "Linger, you don't have to make a choice. I can also go and tell Ningqing right now that Ningjing is pregnant." The patrolling guards should still be in Su Xiaoyu's courtyard. Linger was already scared out of her wits. When she heard these words, she was so shocked that she almost collapsed. She didn't dare to gamble with Deacon Jean anymore, so she quickly agreed, "I'll go with you. I'm willing to go with you, all right?" She also didn't know why Deacon Jean would ask such a question. He asked it as if he could take her away at any time. Seeing Deacon Jean slowly let go of his hands, Linger secretly sighed in relief. She asked tentatively, "When are you going to take me away?" Deacon Jean didn't answer her. Instead, he said coldly, "Remember your promise today." After he finished speaking, he left without looking back. Linger hastily wiped away the blood on her lips. But for some reason, the scent of blood reminded her of the other scent she'd felt on that night. Linger fiercely shook her head, secretly scolding herself for being shameless. What was she thinking about that for? She couldn't figure out what Deacon Jean was trying to do. He didn't look like he was playing with her just now. Could it be that he just wanted a promise from her? When they were rescued in the future, he wanted her to fulfill her promise and go with him. Where would she go with him? He didn't want the indenture contract anymore. "You're crazy," Linger fiercely scolded. When she heard the sound of the door opening not far away, Linger finally regained her senses. She remembered the blood at the corner of her mouth and hurriedly wiped it clean. Fortunately, it wasn't Ningjing who came out. Instead, it was a servant girl who brought food to Ningjing's room. Linger suddenly felt envious of Ningjing. Although she didn't have Tang Li's company, at least she still had Tang Li's love. She couldn't help but secretly think if Chi brother knew that Deacon Jean bullied her, would he seek revenge for her? In the past, Linger didn't have to worry about this question. The answer was undoubtedly no. But when she knew that Chi brother was willing to put the medicine Ghost Valley on the bounty for her, she couldn't help but look forward to it. She couldn't help but hope. In the end, she silently made a decision in her heart. When spring came and Chi brother came to rescue them, she must complain. As for the promise to Deacon Jean, if Deacon Jean couldn't defeat Chi brother, she would pretend that she didn't say anything. Linger comforted herself in this way, and her chaotic heart finally calmed down. If Deacon Jean knew what Linger was thinking at this moment, how would he react? At this moment, he was sitting on the wall of the courtyard and looking at the surrounding dense forest in a daze. He had always been familiar with the sound of the tiger roar around him. That night, he secretly sneaked into the forest behind the courtyard. There were no guards in that direction because there were 2 poisonous tigers lurking there. Even the guards in the surrounding area were afraid of those tigers. The guards naturally felt relieved when there were tigers guarding the place. He didn't know why he walked over there, but he felt that there was a mysterious force attracting him. When he met the 2 poisonous tigers in the forest, the 2 tigers didn't attack him. Instead, they stood far away and looked at him. He felt that the tiger roar sounded familiar, and when he saw the tigers, the sense of familiarity became even stronger. Since that night, he had secretly sneaked into the forest several times. Now he was very familiar with the two tigers. At least, the two tigers were willing to crawl at his feet and let him pet them. He didn't know why he felt this sense of familiarity. He only felt that the closer he got to them, the more he gradually understood the meaning of their roars. If these two tigers were willing to be close to him, did that mean that the other tigers were also willing to be close to him? Did that mean that he had a chance to avoid the guards and escape Tiger's prison? Deacon Jean hadn't met any other tigers until now, and he also hadn't tried to escape the dense forest under the watchful eyes of the tigers. Therefore, he wasn't completely confident. He still needed some time to make a judgment and decision. Thinking of this, he suddenly raised his head. His handsome eyebrows were tightly knitted. Everything wasn't set in stone yet. Why was he going to look for Mulinger? Deacon Jean became frustrated and was about to jump down from the wall when he saw Uncle Chung walking over from Su Xiaoyu's courtyard. When did Uncle Chung go out? Why was he going to Su Xiaoyu's courtyard? Chapter 10:26. After Uncle Chung had been locked up in Tiger's prison, he spent most of his time in his own room. He even rarely wandered around the small courtyard outside his room, not to mention leaving the courtyard. Deacon Jean was just about to hide when Uncle Chung saw him and actually took the initiative to beckon him to come down. Deacon Jean and Uncle Chung had been working together for a long time, but they had never had a common topic to talk about. When he saw Uncle Chung taking the initiative to greet him, he didn't have any suspicions. He also couldn't be bothered to investigate why Uncle Chung had gone to Su Xiaoyu's side. Very quickly, he jumped into the courtyard and returned to his room. After Deacon Jean left, Uncle Chung no longer had his previous leisurely and calm demeanor. He hurriedly ran back into the courtyard, afraid that Bai Yuqiao would bump into him. He had been waiting here for too long. If he didn't make a move now, he was afraid that it would be too late. At this moment, Bai Yuqiao had just finished dealing with the patrolling guards sent by Jun Ixia. She had used money and smiles and finally managed to save Su Xiaoyu from a round of physical pain. She didn't dare to be careless and personally escorted the few guards out of Tiger's prison before returning. When she returned, she actually discovered that Su Xiaoyu was standing at the entrance of the small courtyard, staring at her from afar. Bai Yuqiao wanted to pretend that she didn't see anything, but Su Xiaoyu shouted loudly, "Bai Yuqiao, come over here. I have something to ask you." This stinky lass was looking for death. Bai Yuqiao had no choice but to go over. If Su Xiaoyu shouted like that and alerted the surrounding guards, then she would be in big trouble. When Bai Yuqiao arrived, Su Xiaoyu tactfully turned around and walked into the courtyard, all the way back to her rather hidden room. A complicated look flashed past Bai Yuqiao's eyes, but she still walked in. "Why don't you close the door?" Su Xiaoyu was a mischievous child. She stood with her arms crossed like an adult. During this period of recuperation, her body had more or less recovered. "What?" Bai Yuqiao raised his eyebrows and asked, still with an arrogant attitude. "Why are you helping me?" Su Xiaoyu asked. Previously, she had always thought that it was because of Ningqing that Bai Yuqiao did not dare to make things difficult for her. However, these days, she felt more and more that something was wrong. Even if it was because of Ningqing, Bai Yuqiao would at most not make things difficult for her, but there was no need for him to treat her so well. These days, Bai Yuqiao not only found a professional doctor for her to recuperate, but he also found a professional chef for her to eat 3 meals a day to nourish her body. Especially today, when faced with those military officers sent by Jun Ixia to make things difficult for her, Bai Yuqiao had repeatedly helped her to get out of trouble. "Help you?" Bai Yuqiao gave a cold smile. "Su Xiaoyu, who do you think you are?" Su Xiaoyu's smile was even more disdainful than her. "All right, I'll go out now to find the guards to ask, who exactly is protecting me like this?" Bai Yuqiao shrugged his shoulders with an indifferent look and even specially opened the door for Su Xiaoyu to let her out. Su Xiaoyu really walked out, and Bai Yuqiao's face turned black behind her, but he did not immediately stop her. Su Xiaoyu was not joking as she took big strides forward. Bai Yuqiao followed behind her and was also very calm. However, in the end, she could not help but say, Su Xiaoyu, you have to think carefully. If you barge out like this, no one will be able to protect you in the future. Su Xiaoyu did not even turn back, let alone stop in her tracks. She took big strides as she replied, Even if I die, I won't let some irrelevant people casually protect me. The person who protected her like this was either really one of their own, or definitely had some ulterior motives. She thought that the person who could bribe Bai Yuqiao was definitely not one of their own, so it could only be someone with ulterior motives. Today, she must find out the person behind this. Bai Yuqiao was very upset when he heard this and continued to follow. However, he was still defeated in the end. At the moment when Su Xiaoyu was about to step out of the main door, he pulled on Su Xiaoyu's hand. If you want to know who's protecting you, then follow me back obediently. Bai Yuqiao lowered his voice and said coldly, Okay. Su Xiaoyu agreed readily. Su Xiaoyu was held by Bai Yuqiao as they walked back. Bai Yuqiao looked at the two of them, holding hands, silently, and couldn't help but feel bitter. This was the first time she held her younger sister's hand. If the two of them had not been abandoned by their parents, if the two of them had not been adopted by different people, how good would that have been? How many times would they have held hands and walked together? After knowing that Su Xiaoyu was her biological younger sister, Bai Yuqiao felt like an older sister. But today, holding on to Su Xiaoyu's little hand, she then truly experienced the feeling of having a younger sister. Little you, do you know that since we can't find our parents, the older sister will be the mother? Older sister really wants to hold on to you like this and watch you grow up, watch you get married. Bai Yuqiao unconsciously slowed down her footsteps as she knew that after this round, there wouldn't be another chance. But Su Xiaoyu very quickly flung her hand away. Su Xiaoyu acted as though she didn't notice Bai Yuqiao as she flung her hand away and took big strides forward, not waiting for Bai Yuqiao. Bai Yuqiao looked at her own palm and smiled helplessly. She very quickly gathered her emotions and chased after her. Su Xiaoyu returned to the house and lazily sat on the warm couch. Although she was young, but the posture she sat in was graceful and luxurious, with the posture of a rich lady. Bai Yuqiao recovered her usual arrogance and sneered, Little lass, please sit properly when you talk to me. Try talking nonsense again, Su Xiaoyu said impolitely. Bai Yuqiao laughed bitterly in her heart. Her biological younger sister was indeed her biological younger sister. Although they didn't grow up together, her character was exactly the same as her. She didn't waste any more time and had already thought of an excuse. Han Yunqi will protect you, so you can rest assured. When these words came out, Su Xiaoyu immediately jumped up from the warm couch and almost fell down. She didn't look like a little adult and was completely like an anxious little lass. Really? Really? Bai Yuqiao, I dare you to lie to me. If you don't believe me, you can ask Ningjing. When spring comes, Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi will come to save you. If you still want to return to Han Yunqi's side, you'd better take good care of yourself. I heard that Han Yunqi never keeps useless people under her, Bai Yuqiao said. Although Su Xiaoyu was very excited, she still maintained her vigilance. She asked again, So you're saying that you betrayed Jun Yixie? You surrendered to my master? Bai Yuqiao sneered, Surrendered? Han Yunqi doesn't have that ability. I just had a deal with Ningqing. It's up to you to believe it or not. Only Ningqing knew the truth. Even Ningjing and the rest didn't know about her relationship with Su Xiaoyu. They only knew that she was threatened by Ningqing. With Ningjing and Mu Ling as witnesses, Bai Yuqiao wasn't afraid that Su Xiaoyu wouldn't believe him. Sure enough, Su Xiaoyu said seriously, I want to see Mu Ling right now. Okay, I'll find a chance to arrange it tomorrow. Bai Yuqiao agreed. Su Xiaoyu couldn't hide her excitement at all. It was written all over her face. She thought that she would die in Bai Yuqiao's hands and never see her master again. She didn't know how her master was doing now. Did Bailey Mingxiang do anything bad? Also, Granny Zhao would definitely miss her. The more Su Xiaoyu thought about it, the more excited she became. If Bai Yuqiao wasn't present, she would definitely be jumping up and down with joy. However, she didn't need to jump up and down. Bai Yuqiao could see that she was happy. Although Bai Yuqiao had always hated Han Yunqi, seeing her sister so happy, she said thank you to Han Yunqi in her heart. She had already discussed with Ning Chen that the matter between her and Su Xiaoyu was not to be revealed, especially to Han Yunqi. If Han Yunqi doted on this girl, then she would let her dote on her without any scruples. Bai Yuqiao was about to leave, but she couldn't help but ask, "Little girl, aren't you curious about the deal between me and Ning Chen?" Su Xiaoyu glanced at her and retorted, "What does it have to do with me?" Bai Yuqiao turned around and left. As she walked, she laughed until tears flowed out of her eyes. The next day, Bai Yuqiao really brought Su Xiaoyu to Muling. After Su Xiaoyu confirmed that what Bai Yuqiao said was true, she was as happy as a child. She bounced around the room and danced with her hands and feet. Ning Jing and Muling then realized that Su Xiaoyu was actually a child. Although the mysterious forest in Tiger's prison was lush and green, and there was no snow, everyone could clearly feel that the temperature was dropping day by day. The real winter was about to start. When winter arrived, spring wouldn't be far away. Other than Uncle Cheng, everyone here was looking forward to the arrival of spring. It wasn't that the warm spring day wasn't their hope. Han Yunqi and Long Feiyi were their real hope. In the middle of November, Long Feiyi and Gu had both recovered from their internal injuries. Moreover, the dragon pill had also been refined. Noon today was the auspicious time to open the furnace and test the pill. Even Su Donglin and Bailey Mingxiang came to the medicine requesting cave to witness this moment. They saw the old man of alchemy perform a very strange technique. Then he gathered his strength and held the furnace door with both hands. He slowly opened it inch by inch. Although Gu said that the amount of medicine they used could refine 5 dragon pill at once, the old man of alchemy also said that he could only guarantee the success of 1 pill. He couldn't promise anything else. Therefore, no one knew how many pills they would see after the alchemy furnace was opened. After all, the dragon pill was a good thing. Moreover, they had paid such a high price. 3 of their lives were almost lost in this alchemy furnace. It would be a lie to say that no one was nervous. Even Han Yunqi, who was a little tired after working hard for a few days, tensed up and stared at the furnace door that was slowly opening. As for the old man of alchemy, after so many medicinal pills refining sessions, his hands were trembling. Gradually, they saw a corner of the alchemy furnace. It was actually a pile of medicinal dregs. Everyone knew what was going on and didn't say anything. However, soon they saw another pile of medicinal dregs. There were already 2 piles of medicinal dregs, which meant that 2 medicinal pills had already been wasted. The old man of alchemy's hands trembled even more. He continued to pull the furnace door down. Unexpectedly, they saw another pile of medicinal dregs. This was the 3rd pile. That meant that 3 medicinal pills had already been wasted. There were only 2 left, or maybe only 1. What kind of lousy furnace is this? It's a scam. Gu kicked the celestial fire furnace fiercely. The old man of alchemy immediately shouted, "What are you doing? Why don't you try kicking it again? Haven't you heard it enough?" Although the old man of alchemy couldn't do anything about tomorrow, the old man of alchemy still had a temper. "If you didn't scam us, why would we hurt it? It's just a lousy furnace. Why are you so nervous?" Gu's tone became particularly cold. Chapter 10:27. The old man of alchemy glared at Gu and immediately saw the hostility in his eyes. Gu, who did as he pleased, was like a stubborn child. He glared at old man of alchemy, insisting that old man of alchemy give him an answer. The old man of alchemy was stunned. This scene suddenly became very familiar, as if he had experienced it before. For a moment, The old man of alchemy didn't know how to answer. Gu glared at him fiercely, but he didn't hurt the celestial fire Qian cauldron anymore. He pulled the handle of the cauldron and very straightforwardly opened it. For a moment, a strange medicinal fragrance spread out. Everyone nervously gathered around to take a look. They had already wasted 3 dragon pill recovery pills. If they wasted another one, wouldn't that be too depressing? They saw 2 medicinal pills lying quietly in the spacious cauldron. They had a dark color and were round and full. 2. Gu heaved a sigh of relief. This time, everyone's hearts, which had been hanging in the air, finally settled down. They couldn't imagine how disappointed they would be if they spent so much effort only to refine 1 medicinal pills. Although they only got 2 pills, it was better than only 1. At least there was still 1 pill to spare. However, who knew that the old man of alchemy would say, "Wait, old man of alchemy has to check." In other words, they couldn't be sure whether the medicinal pills were refined or not just by looking at them. This time, everyone's hearts were hanging in the air again. Just as the old man of alchemy was about to take out the 2 medicinal pills to check, Gu beat him to it and threw the 2 medicinal pills to Long Fei. Catch! The efficacy of the pills refined by using external forces to supplement the fire is often insufficient. To be cautious, it's better to check them carefully. As the old man of alchemy spoke, he reached out his hand to Long Fei. However, before he could touch Long Fei's hand, he was immediately frightened by his cold gaze and retracted his hand. His little trick could fool the others, but it couldn't fool Gu and Long Fei's eyes. The dragon pill of alchemy was already refined in the cauldron. How could it be insufficient? Otherwise, what was the difference between this celestial fire Qian cauldron and other alchemy furnaces? The old man of alchemy obviously couldn't bear of alchemy and wanted to take 1 dragon pill of alchemy. Medicinal pills of alchemy and alchemy had of alchemy was of alchemy, of medicinal pills of alchemy. In that case, Long Fei and the others could only keep 1 medicinal pills. Seeing Long Fei's cold face, the old man of alchemy resentfully and unwillingly gave up his last effort. Han Yunqi watched from the side and thought Gu was indeed the old man of alchemy's disciple. The old man of alchemy couldn't hide anything from his eyes. This crazy jailer had no principles at all. He bullied the weak and feared the strong. He was good at swindling and pretending to be crazy. If it wasn't for Gu's face, not to mention Long Fei, even she wouldn't have been able to take it. No matter what, the dragon pill of alchemy was in their hands this time. Gu Beiwei can finally be saved. Han Yunqi couldn't help but sigh. Obtaining a few dragon pill of alchemy wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that Gu Beiwei's shadow technique was about to recover. Could this be considered a New Year's gift to him? If he knew this news, how happy would he be? In her impression, Gu Beiwei had never lost his composure because of happiness or sadness. He was always so gentle and modest, unmoved by honor or disgrace. Here, Long Fei Yi gave the 2 medicinal pills to Han Yunqi for safekeeping. This dragon pill of alchemy could help a martial artist who had lost his or her internal energy recover. The so-called recovery didn't refer to the recovery of internal energy, but the recovery of the Dantian. If one wanted to recover their original internal energy, it would depend on the martial artist's own efforts. Of course, once the Dantian was recovered, as long as one diligently recuperated, their internal energy would recover very quickly. Although they now had an extra dragon pill of alchemy, Han Yunqi hoped that this dragon pill of alchemy would always be superfluous and would never be needed. One had to know that with their current internal energy, if they needed to use this medicinal pills, it would be a 9 out of 10 chance of survival. After obtaining the dragon pill of alchemy, Han Yunqi and the others naturally had to immediately return to the 3-way black market. They had spent quite a bit of time in the medicine requesting cave, and adding the time they would need to spend on the way back, they would need at least the middle of December to return to the three-way black market, based on the current situation on the northern Li battlefield. After next spring, Jun Yixia and the Northern Dynasty's emperors would enter an all-out confrontation between the two armies. In other words, once they returned to the three-way black market, they had to start dealing with two important matters. The first was to rescue people, and the second was to conquer the north. There wasn't much to prepare for rescuing people. With Bai Yuqiao as their spy, they didn't need to worry too much. It was also because of Bai Yuqiao taking care of everything in Tiger's prison that they hurriedly left Ningjing and Mu Linger there temporarily, lulling Jun Yixia's vigilance. Conquering the north was an extremely important matter. Not only did they need to break in, they also needed to take risks, they also needed to work together, and they also needed to clearly divide the work. First, the three-way battlefield was a natural stronghold at the border of northern Li, easy to defend and hard to attack. Whether it was the Ning family army or the East Qin army, they had never crossed the three-way battlefield and entered northern Li's territory. Even if they had the absolute advantage in terms of military strength, even Long Fei Yi didn't dare to let down his guard. Second, the Di clan and East Qin had never deeply cooperated before. If the two armies worked together, they would definitely encounter many problems. Although many people could brainstorm, many people would have mixed feelings and things would easily be delayed. Sometimes it wouldn't be as efficient as having one person in charge. Thus, whether it was for Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi or for the East Qin army and the Di clan, the northern expedition was an opportunity to break in and also a great challenge. Before the expedition to the north, they had to have a lot of time to make ample preparations. Your Highness, the carriages have already been arranged, Su Donglin said in a low voice. This time, if the matter of the dragon pill and the phoenix power is leaked, this old man will definitely turn your alchemy furnace into a furnace for burning corpses. I will do as I say. Although Gu understood the old man of alchemy very well and knew that he would never leave the medicine requesting cave, let alone have contact with the outside world, he still left behind these ruthless words. Long Fei Yi did not make a sound. If it wasn't for Gu's face, based on the old man of alchemy's actions regarding the dragon pill, he definitely would have sealed off the medicine requesting cave. Han Yunqi hesitated a bit before having Su Donglin bring over the remaining snow wine. She said with a smile, Old man, how about we make a deal? The old man of alchemy couldn't get the dragon pill, and he couldn't keep Han Yunqi. He had lost both her and his money, so he was disheartened. Hearing Han Yunqi's words, he immediately became spirited. He, this old man won't do a losing deal. Here, I'll leave the remaining snow wine here, and you can help us refine a few more dragon pill. No matter how many medicinal pills you refine, they will all belong to us. When Han Yunqi said this, the old man of alchemy laughed strangely, especially mockingly. Han Yunqi didn't mind and continued, As long as you refine a non-poisonous dragon pill, I'll use my phoenix fire to help you nourish the furnace once. What do you think? The old man of alchemy's strange laughter suddenly became more emphatic. He laughed loudly. Good. Han Yunqi, you'll do as you say. I'm not you. Han Yunqi replied disdainfully. The old man of alchemy didn't blush. He stroked his beard and smoothed his hair, extremely happy. For this kind of strange old man, threatening him to keep a secret was actually reminding him to threaten them with something. It was better to use the carrot and stick, cater to his fancy, and tempt him. With the old man of alchemy's ability, it would take at least a few years for him to refine a non-poisonous dragon pill. By then, they wouldn't be afraid of him leaking any secrets. Long Fei Yi glanced at Han Yunqi and suddenly realized that this woman was actually very suitable for the imperial court. She was quite good at using the carrot and stick tactic. Gu didn't say anything. Although he was confident that the old man of alchemy wouldn't leak the secret, Han Yunqi was right to do this. This way there would be no mistakes. For a lousy furnace, he won't agree to anything. After saying this, Gu leaped into the big hole in the air and left without looking back. He didn't even give the old man of alchemy a chance to refute him. Han Yunqi and Long Fei, you didn't stay any longer and were about to leave. However, the old man of alchemy stopped them. He asked Han Yunqi very seriously, "Girl, do you remember what you promised the old man?" Han Yunqi immediately looked towards the hole, only to see that Gu had already disappeared. Only then did she reply, "I remember. I helped you find a disciple, and you gave me the medicine requesting cave." The old man of alchemy suddenly flew into a rage. "Stupid girl, so you still remember? If you didn't break your promise to me first, the old man wouldn't have broken his promise to you. Even if you asked the old man to refine an elixir of immortality, since the old man promised, he would definitely do it." How did I break my promise to you?" Han Yunqi was at a loss. The matter was already over. Why was this crazy old man still acting crazy with her? The old man of alchemy reproached her. "You promised the old man, so you should have taken this matter to heart. It's been so long, but you didn't even send a message to the old man. You clearly didn't take this matter to heart." If Han Yunqi was really looking for someone, even if she wasn't, she would have at least written to him to ask for other clues. However, ever since they made the agreement, Han Yunqi never asked him about this matter again. Han Yunqi finally understood what the old man of alchemy meant by breaking his promise. If the old man of alchemy didn't mention it, she really wouldn't have thought that the real reason the old man of alchemy was fooling her was because of this matter. She really didn't look for anyone because she didn't need to. The person the old man of alchemy was looking for was Gu, who had just left. Han Yunqi originally planned to pretend to be deaf and mute when Gu refused to acknowledge this matter. However, seeing the old man of alchemy so serious, she couldn't help but ask. She asked seriously, "Old Pill Elder, since you wanted to find your disciple so badly that you didn't even hesitate to hand over the medicine requesting cave, why did you let him go in the first place?" Before they arrived, she only knew that Gu had been avoiding this master and didn't want to come back. But after a few days of interaction, anyone with eyes could tell that Gu Qishao held a grudge against his master. What happened between the master and disciple back then? If Han Yunqi's guess was correct, when Gu first came to the alchemy furnace, it should have been during the time when he had just escaped from Gu Yuntian's evil clutches. At that time, Shao Qi was a child who had suffered all kinds of torture and was on the run for his life. As long as someone treated him a little better, he would be deeply grateful. What did the old man of alchemy do to him to make him hate him so much? Why? Han Yunqi asked. Chapter 1028. Why? The old man of alchemy snorted coldly. "None of your business." Han Yunqi had many things to worry about. If it wasn't related to Gu, she wouldn't even ask. This old thing didn't say anything. How was she supposed to help him? Han Yunqi immediately took out the contract that the old man of alchemy had written for her back then and threw it back. She said angrily, "Back to you. Our agreement was 3 years. Within 3 years, I'd help you find your disciple, and you'd hand over everything in the medicine requesting cave to me. First, I didn't take anything from the medicine requesting cave for nothing. Second, our agreement was 3 years. The time isn't up yet. It's too early for you to say that I didn't keep my word and didn't help you find your disciple." The old man of alchemy didn't know how to refute Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi took a step forward, forcing him to retreat. Han Yunqi continued, "You said that you didn't sincerely help you find your disciple, so you didn't keep your word. Regarding your disciple, you didn't answer my questions 3 times. Can I say that you didn't sincerely ask me to find your disciple? You didn't even want to give me the medicine requesting cave, did you? Are you playing with me?" The old man of alchemy stuttered for a long time, but he couldn't come up with a reason. After being yelled at by Han Yunqi, he suddenly felt that Han Yunqi's words made sense. Han Yunqi was fine when she didn't speak, but once she did, she didn't spare anyone. She asked again, "Old Pill Master, you've lived for so long. Do you know what it means to be open and above board? If you're unhappy that I didn't keep my word, just say it. Why do you keep playing with us? Haha, I'm already giving you face by saying that you didn't keep your word. Since you don't want face, I'll say it now. This isn't called not keeping your word. This is called despicable. The old man of alchemy tugged at the contract and was stunned by Han Yunqi's scolding. He couldn't find any words to refute for a long time. Han Yunqi saw that he didn't say anything, so she simply pushed the matter aside. She said, I'll return the contract to you. I'm not interested in your medicine requesting cave, and I'm not in a hurry to find you a disciple. This matter is settled between us. After Han Yunqi finished speaking, she held Long Fei Ye's hand and turned around to leave. The old man of alchemy stared at them blankly, as if he had something to say. Han Yunqi walked, very slowly. She even deliberately stopped for a moment, but the old man of alchemy refused to speak. Soon, Long Fei Yi brought Han Yunqi to the big hole in the cliff. She really had the urge to rush down and scold the old man of alchemy again. Let's go, Long Fei Yi urged. Just take it that I'm asking on behalf of Gu, Han Yunqi whispered. However, just as she was about to turn around, the old man of alchemy said, Girl, I'll tell you the truth, and you'll continue to help me find a disciple. How about that? As long as you help me find a disciple, I'll even give you this alchemy furnace, let alone the dragon pill. Han Yunqi was overjoyed and immediately jumped down. Deal! The old man of alchemy then told her about what happened years ago. Back then, he met Little Madman by chance and realized that Little Madman was very similar to himself. Not only was Little Madman a pharmaceutical genius, but his temperament and character were also very similar. He loved Little Madman like his own grandson and planned to let Little Madman inherit his legacy in the future. However, one day, Little Madman accidentally kicked the alchemy furnace. He hit Little Madman and forced Little Madman to kowtow and apologize to the alchemy furnace. He also said that if Little Madman dared to hurt the alchemy furnace again, he would drive him away. Although the old man of alchemy was old, he was crazy and carefree like an old urchin. However, when he talked about the past, he was like a lonely and pitiful old man who had no one to take care of him. At that time, he only kowtowed once, and his forehead was broken. Blood flowed all over his face. The blood seemed to have flowed into his eyes. When he looked at the old man, his eyes were all red. The old man of alchemy's eyes were red. Scenes of the master and disciple in the past appeared in his mind again. That day, Little Madman grabbed his hand and said, Old Madman, I don't want to be your disciple. He chuckled and asked, Who allowed you to call me Old Madman? How about I call you Grandpa? Little Madman asked very sincerely. That day he made a very bitter medicinal pills for Little Madman. He coaxed him, Little Madman, be good and take this medicine. You will grow up soon. Master, I don't want to grow up so quickly, Little Madman said very seriously. He asked why. Little Madman replied, When I grow up, Master will die of old age, and I will have no family. That day, Little Madman didn't know why, but he suddenly ran over to ask him, Master, will you throw me into the alchemy furnace to make pills? He laughed and replied, Master can't bear to do that. Little Madman immediately burrowed into his arms and hugged him for a long time before letting go. Hearing this, Long Fei Ye's face turned cold, but Han Yunqi frowned. She finally knew why Gu still didn't recognize him as his master and didn't come back. For an ordinary child, no matter how severe a beating or scolding was, it could be forgiven. However, for Shao-Chi, the old man of alchemy's scolding was enough to make him despair. Not for anything else, but because the old man of alchemy gave him hope, but destroyed it with his own hands. Old Mandan, do you know that the little madman you met was Shao-Chi Gu, who was used by his father for medical experiments? He was used again and again, and was finally expelled from Medical City like a rat. Han Yunqi said this sentence in her heart. She finally knew why Gu hated the alchemy furnace so much, and why he used the alchemy furnace to threaten the old man of alchemy as soon as he entered the alchemy cave. Now, she also found the alchemy furnace to be an eyesore. Coldly, she said, "Don't look for a disciple. Isn't it good to guard your precious furnace for the rest of your life?" The old man of alchemy was anxious. With Han Yunqi and Long Fei Ye's current power, if they really wanted to find someone, they would definitely have a clue. If they couldn't find Little Madman, who else in this world could help him? He didn't want to lose this opportunity, so he quickly explained. After the old man picked him up, he never yelled at him. Not even once. It was just that one time, just that one time. That time, the old man took medicinal pills and couldn't control his temper. The old man regretted it. You took medicinal pills? Han Yunqi didn't understand. The old man took the fire pill that day, so he was upset and couldn't control his temper. Otherwise, this old man's heart would ache for the furnace. But I wouldn't chase the little lunatic away. Pill furnace, Master hurriedly explained. Han Yunqi was shocked. This matter. Did Gu know? Girl, this time the dragon pill incident was the old man's fault. Can the old man apologize to you? You have to help the old man with this matter. The old man is also someone who has one foot in the grave. No matter how many mistakes the old man has made in his life, he can't let down a child. This is the old man's only wish. The old man must make it clear to him. Han Yunqi's heart felt stifled. She unconsciously looked at the cave in the cliff and said, "Old Dan, the child from that year, has already grown up. He's no longer the little madman from that year. I don't know if I can help you find him." The old man of alchemy didn't understand, so he immediately described the little madman's appearance, temper, and talent in medicine. "Okay, I'll help you find him," Han Yunqi said lightly. Han Yunqi and Long Fei flew to the mouth of the cave and continued onwards without stopping. They got on the carriage and were about to leave when the shadow guard, who had been guarding the cave entrance, hurriedly reported, "Your Highness, young master Gu hasn't come out yet." Su Donglin and Bailey Mingxiang were puzzled. Wasn't Gu the first to come out? Han Yunqi wasn't surprised. She already knew that Gu hadn't left and was hiding. Otherwise, why would she try so hard to interrogate the old man of alchemy? "Uncle Gao, wait outside the medicinal hut," Long Fei Yi said lightly. At this moment, Gu was hiding at the cave entrance, quietly looking at the old man of alchemy who was standing in a daze by the heavenly fire furnace. He hadn't left and had been hiding nearby. He had heard every word that Poison Lass and Crazy Ol had said. He stared blankly at the old madman and stood motionless for a long time. It wasn't until the little medicine boy pushed him from behind that he came back to his senses. The little medicine boy was about to call out to the old man of alchemy when Gu hurriedly covered his mouth and warned fiercely, "Shoo, if you don't listen, I'll poison you mute." The little medicine boy was frightened and didn't dare to make a sound. Gu took out a copper coin tied with a red string from his collar and stuffed it into the little medicine boy's hand. He whispered, "Give it to your master, and tell him." The little medicine boy waited for a long time, but Gu didn't continue. He looked up timidly, only to see that the big brother in red had no expression on his peerlessly beautiful face. "Tell him what?" the little medicine boy asked timidly. Gu's voice was choked with emotion. He said, "Tell your master that little madman has grown up and don't look for him anymore. Let him take in a new disciple." After Gu finished speaking, he immediately left, leaving the little medicine boy confused. The little medicine boy didn't dare to delay, and quickly sneaked into the secret passage and slid all the way to the bottom of the alchemy cave. "Master, master, that big brother in red asked me to give you this." The little medicine boy held the copper coin and raised his hands high. The old man of alchemy was immersed in his own thoughts and didn't pay attention to him. Regarding Gu, other than his beautiful eyes, he didn't have a good impression of Gu. "Master," that big brother in red asked me to pass on a message. When the little medicine boy said this, The old man of alchemy looked down and saw the copper coin in the little medicine boy's hand. He was immediately stunned. This copper coin was different from the others. This copper coin had a very obvious flame on it. He had personally burned it for Little Madman. The old man of alchemy grabbed the copper coin and asked in surprise, "This? Who gave this to you?" "That big brother in red, the very beautiful one." The little medicine boy replied, "Goo, how could Goo have this copper coin? How could it be?" Thinking of Goo's beautiful peach blossom eyes again, the old man of alchemy was so shocked that his heart trembled. Without saying a word, he chased after them. He hadn't left the medicine hut for more than 10 years. In one breath, he chased out of the medicine hut. Unfortunately, Han Yunqi's carriage had disappeared. The old man of alchemy hurriedly turned back and asked the little medicine boy, "What else did he say?" The little medicine boy had never seen his master so excited and nervous. He conveyed Goo's words word for word. He said that Little Madman has grown up and asked you to stop looking for him. He also asked you to take in a new disciple. The old man of alchemy held the copper coin tightly and murmured excitedly, "It's him, it's him. It's actually him." Chapter 10:29. The old man of alchemy recalled Goo's every move after he entered the medicine requesting cave. Only then did he realize how stupid he was. Little Madman was right in front of him, but he didn't recognize him. The little lunatic knew everything about the medicine requesting cave, knew everything about the pill refining cave, and even knew what he was thinking. He didn't recognize him. The old man of alchemy smiled bitterly. Then he recalled Han Yunqi's aggressive questioning. He hurriedly asked the little medicine boy, "When did Goo give you this copper coin?" "Just now. I thought they had all left." "Goo, he was hiding up there and secretly watching you," the little medicine boy answered timidly. The old man of alchemy smiled even more helplessly. "So that's how it is. So that's how it is. Goo Qishao hadn't left, so he'd heard everything he and Han Yunqi had said." The old man of alchemy smiled bitterly until tears almost fell from his eyes. Soon he realized a problem. He exclaimed, He's Shao Qi from Medical City." Although the old man of alchemy didn't care about worldly affairs, ever since Long Fei Yi asked him about the dragon pill, he had been in contact with Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi. He more or less paid attention to the happenings in Medical City and Medical City. The fact that Gu Yuntian, the dean of the medical college, used his illegitimate son to test medicine was a big deal in the medical world. Of course, he knew about it. However, how could he have known that the pharmaceutical genius he picked up from the medicine field back then was Shao Qi, who had escaped from Medical City? He recalled the first time he met Shao Qi's miserable appearance. He recalled the longing in Shao Qi's eyes when he said he didn't want to grow up. He recalled the disappointment on Shao Qi's face when his head was bleeding. Tears flowed down the old man of alchemy's eyes. He tried to wipe them away, but the more he wiped, the more tears flowed down. In the end, tears flowed down his cheeks. He finally realized that he had missed such a good disciple. After he finished refining the dragon pill, would Shao Qi still come to collect the medicinal pills? The old man of alchemy hung the flame copper coin in front of his chest and shouted, "Pass down my order! Close the cave! The old man is going into seclusion to refine pills." He would wait. He was waiting for the little madman to return. He wanted to tell the little madman that he would only accept one disciple in this lifetime. He wanted to tell little madman that in his master's eyes, little madman would always be a child and would never grow up. The old man of alchemy had already given the order to close the medicine requesting cave. However, Gu was still galloping on his horse, afraid that he would be caught. His speed was shockingly fast. In the end, the Long Fei Yi had to personally drive the carriage to catch up. "Gu, you've been running for a whole day. There's a tea house up ahead. Go in and rest. We'll continue tomorrow," the Long Fei Yi shouted. Gu did not react at all. He continued to run forward as if he was running for his life. Han Yunshi poked her head out of the carriage and asked, he couldn't have done something to the old man of alchemy, right? The Long Fei Yi replied with 3 words, only God knows. Gu, did you hear me? The Long Fei Yi shouted again. Gu still did not answer. In the end, the Long Fei Yi lashed out with his whip and broke Gu's horse's leg. The horse lost its footing and could not stop in time. Gu was suddenly in the air. Only then did he look back and say angrily, Long Fei Yi, what are you doing? I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me? The Long Fei Yi asked. God knows what Gu is doing in the medicine requesting cave. At least based on his current condition, he was fine. Gu's acting skills were top-notch. Even if Han Yunshi and the Long Fei Yi knew about him and the old man of alchemy, he could still pretend that nothing had happened. When the Long Fei Yi's carriage stopped in front of him, he said to the Long Fei Yi, the wind was too strong. I didn't hear what you said clearly. Han Yunshi hid in the carriage and almost laughed out loud. She knew that Gu was fine. The Long Fei Yi lashed out with his whip and drove the carriage over. Gu hurriedly dodged, and the Long Fei Yi drove the carriage away. Su Donglin drove another carriage and followed closely behind. Gu hurriedly chased after him. Hey, wait for me. I don't have a horse. That night they stayed at a tea house. The Long Fei Yi ordered that Su Donglin should rest, while Gu stayed to keep watch. When the Long Fei Yi was about to enter, Gu muttered, using public office to avenge a private grudge. The Long Fei Yi replied casually, you can't sleep anyway. Her few words left Gu Qishao speechless. That night, Gu really couldn't sleep. He sat outside Long Fei Yi's large courtyard entrance for the entire night. The next day, he couldn't muster up the energy to ride a horse. He obediently nestled in Su Donglin's carriage and slept for the entire day. Just like that, Han Yunshi and the others headed north, hurrying towards the 3-way black market. Along the way, no one mentioned the old man of alchemy again. On the 15th day of the 12th month, they finally arrived at the 3-way black market. There was still about half a month before New Year's Eve. Everyone was rushing home to celebrate the new year, so the 3-way black market was especially deserted. Han Yunshi and the others arrived at the back door of East Origin Palace. As soon as they alighted from the carriage, they saw Gu Beiwe standing at the entrance, waiting for them. His white robes were even more flawless than the snow outside, untainted by a speck of dust. He was alone and lonely, but the warmth and indifference in his eyes didn't let others see that he was lonely. He was as gentle as jade, and his smile was as gentle as the wind. Let alone the fact that it was the 12th month of winter outside, a world of ice and snow, even the spring breeze could not compare to the faint smile on his lips. North Moon, have you been well recently? Han Yunshi said nothing. She smiled at Gu Beiwe. Long Fei Yi was even more speechless. However, as soon as he saw Gu Beiwe, he nodded towards him. This was out of courtesy. Gu wrapped his arm around Gu Beiwe's shoulder casually and walked inside. Brother, we've brought you something good. Let's go. Gu Beiwe was waiting for them, as well as for the dragon pill. However, even though Gu had said that, he still asked seriously, Everyone, did your trip go smoothly? Before Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi could say anything, Gu said with a chuckle, With your Western Qin princess around, there's only good things. Nothing goes wrong. Gu Beiwe looked back at Han Yunshi. Han Yunshi said with a chuckle, Refining pills takes a lot of time. I have to convert my energy into fire. I accidentally activated the power of the phoenix in my body. Once I control the power of the phoenix, I'll be a master like you. The power of the phoenix? Gu Beiwe was very surprised. He had never heard of this power before. It's the power hidden in the phoenix birthmark. It's passed down from generation to generation like the poison storage space. I discovered it. Han Yunshi remained happy the entire time. I can't use much right now. I still need to train hard. Gu Beiwe looked at Long Fei Yi again. Long Fei was as expressionless as usual, his eyes cold and clear. Seeing that Long Fei didn't say anything, Gu Beiwe believed her. He smiled and said, "Congratulations, princess." This subordinate always felt that the phoenix birthmark was mysterious. "I didn't expect it to be this powerful. Princess, you'll have to work hard for a year or two. Congratulate me after I've mastered it," Han Yunqi said seriously. With their masters acting this way, Su Donglin and Bailey Mingxiang naturally didn't dare to say anything. The three of them went through many twists and turns in medicine, requesting cave, narrowly escaping death twice. It was as if the pain they suffered never happened. No one mentioned it. For Gu Beiwe it was worth it. Back in the house, Han Yunqi hurriedly took out the dragon pill and handed it to Gu Beiwe with both hands. Gu Beiwe was terrified. He quickly bowed to receive it. "Many thanks, princess." He still wanted to thank Long Fei and Gu. Long Fei didn't say anything. Gu personally brought the water over. "What are you wasting words for? Quickly take it. Let us see your shadow technique." Only at this time did Gu Beiwe's calm heart begin to stir. He held the dragon pill and couldn't help looking at Long Fei. When did he think that his legs would be crippled and he would lose all his martial arts? When he was in his most difficult situation, he fell into Long Fei's hands. He thought that he would lose his life. But who would have thought that not only would Long Fei accompany the princess to ask for medicine, he would also help the princess and Gu bring back the dragon pill. He was the East Qin crown prince. Gu Beiwe placed the dragon pill in his mouth. He raised the cup of water with one hand and slowly drank it. His other hand's index and middle finger gently bent down on the table, replacing his knees with 2 fingers as he bowed to Long Fei. From this moment on, his shadow technique would return. From this moment on, there would no longer be any Eastern or Western Qin in his heart. From this moment on, he began to hope that this man in front of him could flatten Northern Li, sweep away Tian-en, unify Tianning South, and rule the world. Long Fei naturally noticed the movements of Gu Beiwe's hands. When Gu Beiwe put down the cup of water, he slightly raised his hand on the armrest. This was a gesture to dispense with formalities. This represented that Long Fei had accepted Gu Beiwe's allegiance and accepted Gu Beiwe's expectations. Their movements were seen by Han Yunqi, but she didn't participate. She felt that this was a man's etiquette. In her eyes, Gu Beiwe would always be her friend. She hoped that after the chaos in Cloud Realm ended, Gu Beiwe would be able to live closer to them. Like this, when she was free, she could go to his quiet garden to drink tea and chat. At his place, she would always be able to relax. Gu didn't notice anything. He was most concerned about the effects of the medicine. How is it? How is it?" he anxiously asked. Gu Beiwe only felt his dantian warm up after the dragon pill entered his stomach. Gradually, a warm current gathered into qi that made him feel very comfortable. He quickly sat down cross-legged on the warm couch on the side and began to circulate his energy. Seeing this, Long Fei immediately went over to help. With the help of the dragon pill and Long Fei's profound internal energy, Gu Beiwe could clearly feel his dantian recovering. Sure enough, in less than 2 hours, Gu Beiwe was able to circulate his energy normally. Originally, because of the medicinal pills that Elder Kenzo had given him, he already had 20 to 30% of his internal energy left. Therefore, his recovery speed was extremely fast. Although there were still many things for Long Fei to do, Long Fei didn't go anywhere in the following 2 days. He stayed in Gu Beiwe's room to help him recover. Just like this, including the first day, Gu Beiwe used 3 days to recover all of his internal energy. As soon as he got off the couch, he saw Han Yunqi and Gu coming over. "How's your recovery?" Gu asked with a smile. Han Yunqi didn't say anything, but she was filled with anticipation. Gu Beiwe smiled. It was rare for him to smile so happily. His figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. So fast! Gu chased after him. Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi also chased after him. They saw Gu Beiwei standing in the courtyard with his head lowered and looking at his legs. Gu Beiwei, you've recovered. You've really recovered. Han Yunqi exclaimed loudly. TSK, 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 Long Fei Yi, aren't you afraid that one day Gu Beiwei will kidnap Poison Lass and you won't be able to catch up? Gu teased. Chapter 1030. Gu's joke was especially loud. No one knew if it was unintentional or intentional. But not only did Long Fei Yi, who was standing beside him, hear it, Han Yunqi and Gu Beiwei heard it clearly as well. The originally joyous atmosphere suddenly cooled down. The large courtyard became especially quiet, making everyone present feel uncomfortable. To put it lightly, Gu was provoking Long Fei Yi. To put it bluntly, Gu was provoking the trust between Long Fei Yi and Gu Beiwei. After all, Gu Beiwei was from Western Qin. Everyone subconsciously looked at Long Fei Yi, only to see that his expression was still cold and unreadable. Han Yunqi wished she could send Gu Qishao flying with a kick. She didn't want him to lose his life after Long Fei's kick. However, Gu Beiwei laughed heartily and broke the silence. He said jokingly, "Your Highness, if that's the case, you have to be careful." Everyone was surprised. They thought that Gu Beiwei would be anxious to explain, but who knew that he would go along with Gu's words and openly joke back. Bailey Mingxiang kept looking at Gu Beiwei. She didn't see any guilt in him, only his natural and unrestrained manner. Bailey Mingxiang understood many things about Dr. Gu, but the only thing she didn't understand was his calmness. This calmness couldn't be faked. It came from the heart. She really wanted to ask Dr. Gu how he did it. How could he like his master without feeling inferior? How could he have a crush on her for so many years without feeling guilty? How could he face this kind of joke calmly and treat it as a joke? In the silence, Gu Beiwei also laughed freely. Long Fei didn't mind his joke, but said coldly to Gu Qishao, "If they try to escape, this crown prince will break your dog legs." As soon as he said that, Han Yunqi immediately laughed out loud. And when Han Yunqi laughed, the awkward atmosphere was immediately broken. Su Donglin, Bailey Mingxiang, and the other servants also laughed. Gu was the only one who didn't laugh. The corners of his mouth twitched. It was clearly a joke that he had made, but in the end he had become a laughingstock. Why? What about it? Jokes aside, Gu Beiwei used his qinggong in the courtyard. To be precise, it was the shadow technique. His speed was so fast that no one could see his footwork. It could be considered as an instantaneous shift. He was clearly in front of everyone, but he disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already on the roof. He had walked through the entire courtyard and was finally certain that he had recovered. He landed in front of Han Yunqi and the others. He bowed to Han Yunqi, Long Fei Yi, and Gu one by one. He was so serious that no one could refuse him. Han Yunqi and the others generously accepted his thanks, but they didn't say a word about the dangers of the medicine requesting cave. Gu Beiwei stood up and suddenly remembered something. He quickly asked in a low voice, "Your Highness, did the dual cultivation go smoothly?" 3 months should have passed by now. Long Fei Yi nodded and softly said, "It's already over. Tonight the two of us will be in closed-door cultivation alone for a night." Before Long Fei Yi could finish, Gu Beiwei said, "Your Highness can be assured. This one will protect the princess well." The dual cultivation was very important, and the solo cultivation after the dual cultivation was even more important. Although it was only one night, it was the most important night that determined success or failure. After the dual cultivation, Long Fei Yi smoothly advanced to the 3rd level of the lust bite energy. During this night, Long Fei Yi was going to combine his lust bite energy with his original Nirvana heart arts to create a brand new and incomparably powerful internal energy. There were many different martial arts in the world with different styles and styles. A martial artist could simultaneously master different martial arts, but only cultivate one type of internal energy. The lust bite power was a special case. The lust bite power was a kind of dual cultivation, internal cultivation method. Dual cultivation had two meanings. One was that a martial artist could cultivate two types of internal energy at the same time. Two was that to advance to the third level of the lust bite energy, one had to cultivate both the heart and body through the pair of lovers. Now that Long Fei Yi had cultivated to the final step, the lust bite energy wasn't his final goal. His final goal was to combine the lust bite and nirvana heart arts into a new strength. That would be the strongest internal energy in Cloud Realm Continent's martial arts world. As for Han Yunqi, her dual cultivation assistant, her current internal energy was the nirvana heart arts, which had already reached the maximum level. Although very few people knew that Han Yunqi knew martial arts, Han Yunqi was an unmistakable expert. She was about the same level as Long Fei Yi 2 years ago. If she went up Celestial Mountain now, the number of people who could spar with her could be counted on one hand. Tonight's solo cultivation was very important for Han Yunqi, for no other reason than the fact that she had Phoenix energy. Lust bite energy was an internal energy cultivated through cultivation. But Phoenix energy was a mysterious force. It lay dormant in Han Yunqi's body and was constant. It wouldn't increase with the increase of Han Yunqi's internal energy, but as Han Yunqi's internal energy increased, her control over it would increase as well. She needed to take advantage of the moment right after the dual cultivation to see how much Phoenix energy she could control. Long Fei Yi had to experience the pain of cultivation, while Han Yunqi had to experience the sin of nirvana. Neither of them was luckier than the other, but neither had it been easier. Their strength was obtained through their own endurance and hard work. Tonight was a crucial night. No matter who it was, the consequences would be unthinkable if they were disturbed. For the sake of caution, Long Fei Yi waited until Gu Beiwe recovered before beginning his solo cultivation. Long Fei Yi, this old man will protect you tonight. Gu's tone was really big this time. Everyone looked down on him, but Long Fei Yi actually nodded. Gu was grinning cockily when Long Fei Yi said, "Go squat at the gates." Who was squatting at the gates to guard them? Everyone was silent at first, but in the end they couldn't help but laugh. As expected, Long Fei Yi didn't use any vulgarities when cursing. Su Donglin silently memorized the entire exchange. While he was secretly recording Yi Shi's sayings, he had also secretly recorded every single word his master had said about killing Gu Qishao. He'd even given the book a very pleasant-sounding name, A Fool's Talk. After the curtain of the sky fell, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi went into seclusion in 2 adjacent rooms and began their solo cultivation. Gu Beiwe brewed tea at the tea table in the courtyard. He seemed to be leisurely, but he was paying attention to every movement in his surroundings. Gu pretended not to squat at the gates. He sat on the steps in front of Han Yunqi's door, seemingly flipping through the poison scripture. In reality, he was also paying attention to his surroundings, just like Gu Beiwe. When it was time to be serious, Gu would never be careless. Even though their whereabouts were a mystery, and even the people of Myriad Merchant Hall didn't know they had returned. However, for safety's sake, the entire East Origin Hall was heavily guarded. They didn't sleep or speak for the entire night, all the way until dawn. Only then did Gu stand up and stretch his legs, walking towards Gu Beiwe. He whispered, "It's about time, right?" At this point, it should be considered smooth. There are no external disturbances, and Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi were very quiet. There were no major problems. Gu Beiwe poured a cup of tea for Gu to wake him up. Gu sat down across from him. Since he had nothing to do, he said, "Let's make a bet." Bet on what? Gu Beiwe was interested. Bet on who comes out first. Gu said he really had nothing to do, and he couldn't sleep. "If you lose, help me put in more good words in the future. Don't always side with Long Fei Yi." Gu Beiwe chuckled and asked, "And if I win?" "You can name your terms." Gu was very straightforward. "If I win, you'll have to watch that mouth of yours." Gu Beiwe was very serious. "You'll fall for it sooner or later." Gu rolled his eyes at him. He couldn't be bothered to bet with him. At this moment, the door to the room on the right opened. Han Yunqi was the first to come out. Gu Beiwe and Gu Qishao were both pleasantly surprised as they rushed over. "Princess, did it go smoothly?" "Poison girl, how is it?" Han Yunqi didn't have the smile they were expecting. Instead, there was only confusion on her face. She didn't answer them. Instead, she looked towards the closed door next door and asked, "Long Fei, Yi hasn't come out yet, right?" "Not yet." Gu Beiwe asked seriously, "Princess, did it not go smoothly?" Gu Beiwe's anxiousness was written in his eyes. Gu's anxiousness was written all over his face. "Poison girl, what happened? Hurry up and tell me." They had been dual cultivating every night for 3 months. In order to maintain it, they had sacrificed a lot in medicine, requesting cave. After 3 months, it should have been smooth sailing. Gu was not only anxious, but also a little unwilling. "I can't control much of the Phoenix power. I keep feeling that something is wrong, but..." Han Yunqi was just speaking when Long Fei Yi suddenly opened the door. The moment he walked out, everyone saw that something was wrong with his expression. "What's wrong?" Han Yunqi was very uneasy. The lust bite power and Nirvana's inner energy can't fuse. Long Fei Ye's brows were tightly knitted. Although this last step was crucial, it wasn't difficult for him. He was originally full of anticipation, but he never thought that at the end of dual cultivation, there would be a problem in the final stage of dual cultivation. And such a big problem at that. The lust bite power and Nirvana's inner energy couldn't fuse. This meant that he had advanced to the 3rd stage of the lust bite power without having a big breakthrough. In a sense, his advancement was unsuccessful. Before dawn, Long Fei Yi had finished his dual cultivation. He sat alone in the room and pondered for a long time. He only came out when he heard the commotion outside. How could this be? Han Yunqi couldn't understand either. She said, "Long Fei Yi, I can only control 30% of the wind power." According to what Elder Kenzo said before, if their dual cultivation succeeded, her inner energy would increase greatly. She could basically control the Phoenix power. If not 70 to 80%, at least 50 to 60%. No matter what, it shouldn't be only 30%. "Princess, can you let me take your pulse?" Gu Beiwe asked. Han Yunqi immediately raised her hand. After Gu Beiwe took her pulse, Long Fei Yi also raised his hand. "Both of your pulses are normal and your qi is strong. Fortunately, your bodies aren't too big and there are no signs of cultivation deviation." Gu Beiwe said seriously. Gu Beiwe was indeed a doctor. He first confirmed that Han Yunqi and Long Fei Ye's bodies were fine and that they weren't tired by the 2 forces. Only then did he feel at ease. As for whether the dual cultivation would succeed or not, this wasn't his strong point. He didn't know anything about the Phoenix power. That's strange. If the dual cultivation didn't succeed, the 2 of you shouldn't have been so successful last night, right? Gu was also curious. When it came to closed-door cultivation, one would either succeed or fail. The consequences were serious. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi's situation didn't occur. What was going on? Chapter 1031. Long Fei Yi understood the lust bite power too well, but he still couldn't figure out why it was like this. In the end, he could only attribute it to Han Yunqi's Phoenix power. The Phoenix power was obtained by accident. He and Han Yunqi didn't know anything about it. Although the Phoenix power appeared in the later stages of their dual cultivation, it still had some effect during their dual cultivation. Could it be because of the Phoenix power? Han Yunqi also thought of this point. They couldn't find any problems with the cultivation of the lust bite power and Nirvana power. The only thing they suspected was the phoenix power. They were originally glad that they obtained this mysterious power during their trip to the medicine requesting cave. But now, they couldn't determine whether it was a blessing or a curse. Gu Beiwe and Gu both agreed with Long Fei Ye's suspicions. They knew nothing about the phoenix power. The old man of alchemy had already told them everything he knew. Now, they could only seek help from the old man in Kenzo. If it was in the past, Long Fei Yi would have sent people to inquire about the situation while seeking help from the old man in Kenzo. However, at this juncture, he didn't dare to act rashly. After all, there weren't many people who knew that he and Han Yunqi were dual cultivating. If he inquired about it elsewhere, and the news was leaked, the losses would outweigh the gains. It's fortunate that he didn't go berserk. Gu looked faintly at Han Yunqi and muttered, "We still can't be careless. Your Highness, we still have to inform Senior Kenshin about this." Gu Beiwe said seriously, "Long Fei Yi wrote another letter to the old man in Kenzo, explaining their situation. This time, the old man in Kenzo replied very quickly. Like Long Fei Yi, the old man in Kenzo also suspected that the problem was with the phoenix power. He even specially instructed that although it didn't cause too much damage, they should go up the mountain as soon as the snow on the mountain melted. The three venerables personally checked his pulse and discussed the cause together. Long Fei Yi had just told the old man, Kenzo, what he wanted when an anxious voice came from outside the door. "What about Tiger's prison? Are you still going to save them?" She saw Tang Li, who had not been seen for a long time, rushing in from the door. After not seeing him for a few months, he was not only thin, but also haggard. The Tang sect had several batches of weapons that needed to be sharpened. As the sect master, he had to personally go back and preside over the sharpening ceremony. After the meeting, Mrs. Tang forced him to stay for a few days. When Mrs. Tang learned that Ningjing was pregnant, her heart was all on Tang Li's side. She wanted to follow Tang Li to the three-way black market to save people. Fortunately, Tang Zijin stopped her. As soon as Tang Li heard that Long Fei Yi and the others had returned in advance, he immediately rushed back. As soon as he arrived, he bumped into them talking about Tianshan. "Even if we're going back to Tianshan, we must save them first before going back." Han Yunqi said seriously, "No way." Gu Beiwe was the first to object. This matter could not be taken lightly or impulsively. "Princess, the expedition to the north is a big matter. It's not a game. Save them first, then go to Tianshan. Leave the northern expedition to the soldiers." Gu Qishao interrupted impatiently. He did not understand the world's affairs, nor did he care about them. He only knew that if he did not understand the matter of dual cultivation and the power of the phoenix, there would always be danger lurking around Poison Lass. In his view, Poison Lass's safety was the most important thing. That's right. Save them first. It's important." For the first time, Tang Li agreed with Gu's words. Tang Li was the same as Gu. He did not understand the world's affairs, nor did he care about them. In his view, Ningjing and the child's safety was everything. He looked towards Long Fei with pleading eyes. "Big bro, let's save them first." "Save them first, then arrange for the expedition to the north. After the snow melts, you and sister-in-law can go to Tianshan. As for the expedition to the north, as long as you arrange it well, there won't be any problems." After Tang Li finished speaking, he continued to stare into Long Fei Ye's eyes. It was just like when he begged this brother of his when he was young. He would look at him so pitifully that his heart would soften. He knew that if they were worried and insisted on going to the expedition personally, the rescue mission would be delayed until they returned from Tianshan. Once the civil war in northern Li entered a stalemate, there would not be much difference between the expedition to the north in the spring and summer. Brother and sister-in-law could go to Tianshan first, then come back to save them and go to the north. "Brother, Ningjing is about to give birth." Tang Li begged. "We agreed that you would go and save them once you came back. These days, if not for Ning Jing's letter forcing him to calm down, he would have gone to Tiger's prison by himself. As a husband, how could he allow his wife to be in danger when she was pregnant? Long Fei Yi looked at his haggard brother and did not say anything for a long time. There should be no change in the plan for this matter. He had too many things to consider. Sect Master Tang. This is the first time that Eastern and Western Qin have cooperated, and it is also the beginning of breaking the ice. His Highness and the princess must go to the expedition personally. Otherwise, there will be internal strife between the two armies before they reach northern Li. Gu Beiwe said with a serious expression. The problem he mentioned was also the biggest and most troublesome problem that the expedition to the north would face. When the cooperation was first finalized, the D clan was fighting for power. Once they started to talk about the alliance, the D clan's military would definitely have more demands. The Bailey army was also not easy to deal with. Even the armies of the Commander-in-Chief's office in the south were not easy to deal with. Both sides wanted to fight for power and achievements to pave the way for the future. That's enough. Let's not go north for now. Let's save the hostages first and hold back the troops. Gu came up with yet another rotten idea. Tang Li immediately nodded furiously in agreement. Finally, Long Fei Yi opened his mouth. Coldly he said, "Absolutely not." The reason they hadn't rescued the hostages was because they didn't want to alert the enemy. Once they rescued the hostages, Bai Yuqiao's spy would be exposed. Ning Cheng's plan would also be exposed. Currently, the situation in northern Li was more or less settled. Jun Yixia and the Northern Dynasty's emperors had both suffered disastrous losses and were about to enter a stalemate. With the combined forces of the D clan and East Qin, it was more than enough to deal with Jun Yixia. Thus, Ning Cheng's plan being exposed or not didn't affect the overall situation at all. Even so, they couldn't abandon the D clan after rescuing the hostages. Once Jun Yixia found out that he'd been tricked, his personality would likely throw caution to the wind and send his troops south to attack Tianning. The Northern Dynasty's emperors would be most happy to see Jun Yixia head south. He wouldn't chase after him because he didn't have enough troops left to do so. In other words, once Jun Yixia headed south, Tianning would be the first to bear the brunt of his attack. If they didn't join forces with the East Qin army, the D clan's current strength would be insufficient to deal with Jun Yixia. In any case, if they wanted to rescue the hostages, they had to make preparations for a northern expedition. Once they rescued the hostages, they would immediately go north and attack when the enemy was unprepared. This was their best and only choice. Otherwise, Ning Cheng and the D clan would be in grave danger. After Long Fei Ye's explanation, Tang Li immediately said, "Big bro, how about this? Let's rescue the hostages first, then transfer our troops over to defend the three-way battlefield with the D clan. We won't go north and just wait for Jun Yixia to head south. This way, Tianning wouldn't be in any danger." Long Fei Yi asked coldly, "Then what about Ning Cheng?" Long Fei Yi might have personal grudges with Ning Cheng, and he might have always hated Ning Cheng for being disrespectful to Han Yunqi, but he definitely wouldn't go back on his word when it came to breaking the ice between the two factions. He definitely wouldn't use this opportunity to sacrifice Ning Cheng. Long Fei Yi had done plenty of such things in the past. Moreover, he'd done it beautifully, watertight, and intimidating. But this time, no matter how much enmity and dissatisfaction he felt towards Ning Cheng, he knew to endure. When it came to matters of state and the world, he focused on the matter, not the person. This was the first time Long Fei Yi had spoken the words Ning Cheng in such a calm voice, but it shocked everyone present. Han Yunqi stared at Long Fei Yi in shock. She could see through the entire situation, but the only thing she couldn't see was Long Fei Yi's true attitude towards Ning Cheng and the D clan. Now she understood. In addition to her love for her husband, she also had a sense of respect for him. Once Jun Yixia found out that he'd been tricked by Ning Cheng, Jun Yixia's personality would make Ning Cheng's life a living hell. Ning Cheng had been traveling with Jun Yixie's army all this time. After being kidnapped, he hadn't returned to the D clan. This situation couldn't be more obvious. This meant that Jun Yixie didn't completely trust Ning Cheng. Ning Cheng was Jun Yixie's biggest hostage. How could Jun Yixie not be angry and kill the hostage? In a sense, Ning Cheng had single-handedly facilitated the cooperation between the Eastern and Western Qin. The first joint battle between the Eastern and Western Qin was an opportunity for Ning Cheng to gain Jun Yixie's trust by hiding by his side. Ning Cheng had racked his brains to plan for Jun Yixie to go north and start a war with the Northern Dynasty's emperors so quickly. Ning Cheng must have been looking forward to their northern expedition more than anyone else. He could sacrifice himself for their northern expedition, but they definitely couldn't sacrifice him and stop their northern expedition. Moreover, once Jun Yixie killed the hostage, would the D-Clan's army, the Chamber of Commerce, and Myriad Merchant Hall fall into internal strife? Would they continue to cooperate with the Long Fei Yi? Everything was unknown. Ning Cheng had absolute control over the D-Clan, so much so that even she, a princess of Western Qin, couldn't control the D-Clan. This absolute control meant that once Ning Cheng died, the D-Clan would fall into chaos. Brother! Tang Li still wanted to argue, but Han Yunqi said calmly, Tang Li, Ning Jing definitely doesn't want her brother to die in Jun Yixie's hands. Tang Li finally realized the seriousness of the situation. He was stunned. He knew how Ning Jing felt about the D-Clan and Ning Cheng. Otherwise, when faced with so many temptations and threats, Ning Jing also had him in her heart. She wouldn't have refused to compromise with the Tang sect. This matter needs to be discussed at length. As Long Fei Yi spoke, he turned to tell Su Donglin, send me the latest battle situation of the two armies in Northern Li. Also, ask Myriad Merchant Hall about Bai Yuqiao's situation. Suddenly, Gu said coldly, Long Fei Yi, if you don't want to bring Poison Girl to Sky Mountain, I will. Gu was the one who really didn't care. The world's affairs had nothing to do with him. Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi actually said, All right, after the snow melts, you can bring her there. This matter was too tricky, but the solution was very simple. Han Yunqi would first return to Sky Mountain and let the Supremacy check her pulse to find the reason for the failure of dual cultivation. He would stay behind to preside over the cooperation between Eastern and Western Qin and personally lead the expedition to Northern Li. Deal. Gu was finally satisfied. However, Han Yunqi stared at the two of them with a sinister gaze. She just stared without saying a word. Chapter 1032. Han Yunqi stared at Long Fei Yi and Gu without saying a word, but the corners of her mouth curved into a sneer. These two guys were really interesting. They didn't even ask for her opinion and directly made a decision for her. What was this? Long Fei Yi and Gu reached an agreement. Tang Li was so happy that he slapped his thigh. That's it. When are we going to save them? No. Han Yunqi finally exploded. Don't forget that Bai Yanqing is in the dark while we are in the light. Once the Eastern, Western Qin allied army went north, Long Fei Ye's whereabouts would be exposed. Bai Yanqing could find them at any time. Moreover, Jun Yixie was good at poisons. If she and Gu left, Long Fei Yi would have no one who was good at poisons who could compete with Jun Yixie. How could she rest assured? Moreover, if she left, the D army would be more difficult to manage. The communication between the Eastern, Western Qin and the Eastern, Western Qin would be more difficult. Although she didn't have absolute control over the D clan, as the princess, the D clan's army and the Chamber of Commerce would more or less know to restrain themselves. Han Yunqi really didn't know what kind of rotten idea these men had come up with. Gu didn't care so much. He only cared about Han Yunqi's safety. Therefore, he could abandon the world for Han Yunqi's sake. Long Fei Yi cared about a lot, but he also cared about Han Yunqi's safety. Therefore, he carried all the pressure and danger on his shoulders for the sake of the world and Han Yunqi. He was ready to face Bai Yanqing and Jun Yixia alone. He had fought with Gu before, and although he couldn't kill the immortal, he could trap them. As for Jun Yixia, with his current martial arts, Jun Yixia might not be able to poison him. As for the cooperation between Eastern and Western Qin and the Northern Expedition, although it would be more difficult to communicate without Han Yunqi, he believed that he could handle it. The power of the Phoenix was an unknown accident. How could he allow this accident to remain in Han Yunqi's body for too long? In the face of Han Yunqi's anger, although Tang Li was anxious, he did not dare to speak again. Everyone was also silent, who knew that Long Fei you would be very firm and cold. It's decided then. I object, Han Yunqi said coldly. Objection overruled. The bigger picture is more important. Long Fei Yi was very serious, but Han Yunqi was even colder. For the sake of the big picture, I have to stay. After flattening northernly, we'll go to Tian Shan together. Impossible. Long Fei Yi did not budge an inch. Once the northern expedition started, this war would not end until 1 or 2 years later. In any case, I'm not leaving, Han Yunqi insisted to the end. Long Fei Yi did not speak again. His brows were tightly knitted, and he stared at her especially sternly. Han Yunqi let him stare and looked into his eyes without fear. However, as time passed, she did not see his attitude change. This kind of cold and domineering Long Fei Yi made Han Yunqi feel unfamiliar. It was so unfamiliar that she felt like she had returned to a few years ago when she first met him. At that time, no matter how cold he was, she was at most afraid. But now, her heart felt very uncomfortable. Long Fei Yi, this is my own matter. Don't I have the right to decide? Han Yunqi, you always don't listen to me. Can't you listen to me for once? The two of them spoke at the same time, but their words were completely different. Once they finished speaking, the two of them fell silent. The people around them did not dare to make a sound. However, Gu Beiwe spoke up. Your Highness, why don't we try to invite the 3 venerables down the mountain? Even if they could not go, Elder Kenzo and the 3 venerables could come down the mountain. It's impossible for the 3 venerables to leave Tian Shan, Long Fei Yi replied calmly. If the 3 venerables were willing to leave Tian Shan, they would not have to fight here for so long. Long Fei Yi did not argue with Han Yunqi anymore. He made a strong decision. It's decided. Contact the Myriad Merchant Hall Elders Guild. Tomorrow, we'll discuss the rescue and northern expedition. Han Yunqi did not argue. She stood there in a daze, her eyes dazed. No one knew what she was thinking. Long Fei Yi finished speaking and left. When he reached the courtyard's entrance, he stopped and turned back. He saw Han Yunqi still standing there. Coldly he asked, Han Yunqi, why aren't you leaving? I'm not leaving, Han Yunqi replied coldly. At this moment, the originally quiet little courtyard became even quieter. Even the howling northern wind outside seemed to have stopped abruptly. Long Fei Ye's cold face turned even colder. However, Han Yunqi turned and entered the room. I'm tired. I'm not going anywhere. I want to catch up on sleep. With that, she slammed the door shut. Long Fei Yi turned and left. The group of people looked at each other, not daring to interfere. Did Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi have a fight? No one knew what to do. Gu was the first to leave. No one knew where he was hiding to catch up on sleep. Gu Beiwe and Tang Li left together. Tang Li was silent the whole way. Unknowingly, he followed Gu Beiwe back to his room. Sect Master Tang, you must be tired from the journey. You should go back and rest. When Gu Beiwe said this, Tang Li came back to his senses. He realized that he had walked into Gu Beiwe's courtyard. Gu Beiwe, should I wait for them to come back from Tian Shan before begging them to save me? Tang Li lowered his head when he said this. Gu Beiwe could not see his expression, but he knew that he was very unwilling to say this. Sect Master Tang, Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Gu Beiwet asked patiently. A lie. Tang Li answered without hesitation. A lie? I don't need to say it. You should go back and rest. Gu Beiwet smiled helplessly. Tell me the truth. Tang Li finally raised his head. Gu Beiwet was a very compassionate person, but he was also a very cruel person. His compassion came from his compassion as a doctor, but his cruelty came from his pure and flawless heart. He was always so calm. When he looked at things, he would never be disturbed by anything. He was so clear that he was like a mirror that could restore everything to its original state. He said, Sect Master Tang, His Highness, and the princess were wrong from the beginning. Tang Li was very surprised. What do you mean? If not for the unexpected power of the phoenix, everything would have gone smoothly. Big brother and sister-in-law would have even returned early. They would have had plenty of time to prepare. Sect Master Tang, His Highness, and the princess's decision to save people at the beginning of spring and go on an expedition to the north was a very ignorant choice. This one believes that, if not for the fact that Ning Jing was pregnant, His Highness would never have made such a stupid choice. Gu Beiwet said. Tang Li was immediately stirred up. He wanted to refute, but Gu Beiwet stopped him and continued. Sect Master Tang, after spring the eastern and western Qin armies will definitely be able to reap the benefits. However, the beginning of spring is definitely not a good time, because once spring comes, the ice and snow will melt and the weather will be cold. The conditions on the battlefield will most likely be worse than winter. When these words were said, Tang Li was stunned. Why didn't he think of this? Although he didn't understand war, he understood the influence of climate on war. Sect Master Tang, the D-Clan army is the same as you. They are anxious to save people. The one they are saving is not Ningjing, but rather Ningcheng. So they agreed to send troops north at the beginning of spring. However, the entire East Qin army is against it. In their eyes, going north at the end of spring and the beginning of summer is the best time. Gu Beiwet stopped here. Back then, in order for Long Fei Yi to set out at the beginning of spring, it was easy to imagine how much effort he had to spend to convince the Bailey army and the South Central Commander-in-Chief's armies. But Long Fei had never brought up any of these things. If Gu Beiwet didn't mention it, how many people would know how difficult it was for Long Fei Yi? Tang Li was silent, but Gu Beiwet wasn't finished. In fact, when he saw Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi parting on bad terms, Gu Beiwet already had the intention to persuade Tang Li. So, Tang Li followed him to his courtyard in a daze, and he didn't remind him the entire way. Sect Master Tang, His Highness, and Princess Dual cultivated, but they both failed at the last stage. The reason is still unknown. You are also a martial arts practitioner, so you should know that this matter shouldn't be delayed. When it comes to internal energy cultivation, it's fine if you don't get hurt, but once you get hurt, it will be very serious. Although His Highness had the princess go to Heavenly Mountain first, His Highness will still be in danger. Gu Beiwet seriously analyzed. Tang Li wasn't stupid. He knew that Gu Beiwet was telling him a fact by saying so much. This fact was that his brother was not only going against everyone's wishes to help him save Ningjing, but he was also taking a great risk. The ignorant Tang Li suddenly understood everything. He sat down and buried his head in his hands. He only felt that all the pressure was on him, and the decision-making power was also in his hands. After a while, Tang Li finally spoke. Dr. Gu, are you trying to persuade me to give up? Gu Beiwet nodded honestly. Yes, Ningjing will give birth in February next year. Tang Li muttered to himself. If the war dragged on until the end of spring or the beginning of summer, the rescue mission would definitely be delayed until after Ningjing gave birth. Not to mention whether Ningjing's delivery would expose Mu Ling or his fake pregnancy. Even if it wasn't exposed, Junie Xia would definitely mistake the child for Mu Ling. The child would definitely be taken out of Tiger's den as a hostage. Tang Li really wasn't an idiot. Everything could be discussed before the war started. But once it did, the East and West Qin alliance would definitely trample over Northern Li without leaving any leeway. It was highly likely that they'd give up on the hostages. Dr. Gu, Ningjing will give birth in February next year. Tang Li stubbornly emphasized the time. She will give birth in February, I know. Gu Beiyue's eyes were filled with pity. He knew very well what this timing meant. However, his words were merciless. Sect Master Tang, this humble one has no right to persuade you to make any choice. However, this humble one has a need to tell you the truth. As the sect master of the Tang sect, you should know all of this. Tang Li didn't reply. He continued to mumble and repeat Ningjing's delivery time. Sect Master Tang, go back and rest. Gu Beiyue gently patted Tang Li's shoulder and entered the room. Tang Li turned to leave, his expression wooden as he wandered aimlessly around East Origin Hall. He circled around every courtyard and hall in East Origin Hall. When the sky turned dark, he unknowingly walked to Han Yunqi's door. He saw that the lights in the room were on, but he didn't knock on the door. Instead, he sat down by the door. Growing up, he had never thought about the problem of growing up. However, today he suddenly experienced what it meant to grow up overnight. Late at night, the lights in Han Yunqi's room were still on. Tang Li finally got up and gently knocked on the door. He said, "Sister-in-law, can I ask you something?" Chapter 1033. Tang Li waited for a long time, but there was no response from the room. He knocked on the door again. "Sister-in-law, I know you're here. Don't be angry with my brother. Let me ask you something. It's very important." He waited for a while more. Han Yunqi did not open the door, but she answered him, "It's already so late. If there's anything, we can talk about it tomorrow." "What if I have to ask now?" "Sister-in-law, can you open the door?" Tang Li asked. If Han Yunqi had stepped out, she would definitely have noticed Tang Li's strange behavior. His expression was a little dazed, as if he had lost his soul. Han Yunqi was silent for a long time, but she still did not open the door. She said calmly, "Go ahead." Tang Li suddenly became serious and asked, "Sister-in-law, is the end of spring and the beginning of summer the best time for the expedition to the north?" The person in the room seemed very surprised and did not answer for a long time. "Sister-in-law, is that right?" Tang Li stubbornly wanted an answer. The room was still silent. Tang Li did not ask again. He stood quietly and waited. The person in the room naturally knew that he was waiting. "Tang Li, did the Bailey Army's people look for you?" Han Yunqi asked seriously. Once she said this, what else did Tang Li have to ask? Sister-in-law also knew that the Bailey Army had objected to the expedition at the beginning of spring. Otherwise, she would not have asked him this. Actually, Tang Li already knew the answer. He did not know why he was so persistent in asking, as if he was looking for a reason to convince himself. He leaned his head against the door and did not answer for a long time. "Tang Li, your brother, and Myriad Merchant Hall have discussed the expedition at the beginning of spring. Don't listen to the Bailey Army's people." Han Yunqi was anxious. Tang Li still did not speak. Han Yunqi stood inside the room and waited. Just as she was about to open the door, Tang Li spoke again. "Sister-in-law, I understand. I'm here tonight to ask you for a favor." "What's the matter? Why are you being so polite?" Han Yunqi asked cautiously. "Sister-in-law, please persuade my brother to postpone the northern expedition until the end of spring and the beginning of summer. That's the best time. Let my brother accompany you to Tian Shan Mountain. When you come back, we'll go and save them." Tang Li seemed to be answering Han Yunqi, but also seemed to be talking to himself. He muttered, "I've thought about it. Ningjing's belly is big, so it's inconvenient for her to move around. If we rashly go to save her, she'll definitely get in the way. It'll be even more inappropriate if the fetus is affected. Why don't we just wait for the child to be born before we go and save her?" Han Yunqi abruptly cut him off. "Tang Li, have you lost your mind? Once the child was born, How could Jun Yixie lock the child and the mother in the same place? The child would definitely be taken away. Do you want your child to be a hostage at birth? Can you guarantee that Bai Yuqiao can help us find out the child's whereabouts? Can you guarantee that we'll be able to find the child at the same time? Tang Li, Jun Yixie isn't that stupid. Although Han Yunqi couldn't bear it, she still said, Tang Li, you have to know that everything can be discussed before the war. Once the war starts, the two armies won't give up any opportunity to flatten Northern Li just because of a child. In other words, it was very likely that the child would be abandoned. Tang Li didn't say anything. The two of them were separated by a door. The silence between them was enough to quiet the entire night. Finally, Han Yunqi said, Tang Li, this matter has been decided. Don't make trouble for yourself. Your brother is at the Bailey army. No one will dare to do anything to you. Don't worry. Sister-in-law, I can't let my brother take risks and make mistakes because of my own selfishness. In the quiet night, Han Yunqi could clearly hear that Tang Li's voice was choked with sobs. He said, Sister-in-law, I know my brother isn't here. Please don't let him know about this. Help me persuade him. Since I was young, my brother has always doted on me. No matter how big the problem was, he would help me shoulder it. But this time, I have to shoulder it myself. Tang Li's voice grew, choked with sobs. Ever since he was young, until now, no one has been able to help him shoulder his problems. He's always shouldered them himself. From today onwards, I, Tang Li, can't let my own matters. Before he could finish speaking, the door suddenly opened. Han Yunqi wasn't the only one standing by the door. Long Fei Yi was also there. Tang Li was shocked and instinctively stepped back. He didn't expect his brother to be in the room too. His brother and sister-in-law quarreled, and sister-in-law didn't return to the bedroom. He thought that they were still at odds and weren't together. Long Fei Yi walked out expressionlessly and stopped in front of Tang Li. Tang Li was embarrassed and nervous. He didn't explain anything and was about to leave. However, Long Fei Yi stopped him. Stop! Tang Li was actually very obedient to Long Fei Yi's words. He almost reflexively stopped, but it was only for a moment. Soon he hurried towards the door. Long Fei Yi's figure flashed and blocked his way. Tang Li resentfully turned his head away and didn't dare to look at him. Are you sure? Long Fei Yi asked. Yes. Tang Li answered without hesitation. Look at me and answer me. Long Fei Yi said sternly. Tang Li kept looking to the side and didn't dare to turn his head. Go back to sleep. Long Fei Yi ordered. Who would have thought that Tang Li would turn around and look at him with a serious expression? Brother, I'm sure. I've thought about it all day. I'm sure. Long Fei Yi clenched his fists so tightly that they cracked. He wasn't angry at Tang Li, but rather at the person who instigated Tang Li. This was his most cherished disciple, his younger brother whom he had protected for over 20 years. Among his relatives in the East Chin camp, he was the one who had the least ambition, the most carefree, the purest, and the one who lived the most carefree life. Who was it that had told him so many important things? Who was it that had instigated him to sacrifice himself for the sake of the country rather than save his wife and children? Who was it that had placed such a heavy responsibility on his shoulders? Could it be that he, Long Fei Yi, hadn't endured enough in his life? Was Tang Li also here to bear it? Has Bailey Yuanlong arrived? Long Fei Yi asked. On the way back, he had ordered Bailey Yuanlong to personally come over and discuss the alliance with the D clan military. Bailey Yuanlong and the other deputy generals should have arrived in the next few days. Brother, I'm sure. This is my own matter. I have the right to make my own decision. Tang Li said loudly. What do you know? Long Fei Yi said coldly. Today he had been infuriated by Han Yunqi. Now he was even more infuriated by Tang Li. Tang Li looked into Long Fei Yi's eyes and choked with sobs. I understand you. Brother, I understand. I understand everything. Long Fei Yi was stunned. but he immediately avoided Tang Li's gaze. For over 20 years, this younger brother of his had never looked at him or spoken to him so seriously. Only then did Long Fei Yi realize how resolute Tang Li was. As soon as Long Fei Yi averted his gaze, Tang Li took the opportunity to avoid him and escape through the door. "Brother, General Bailey is already outside the city. I'll go pick them up." With that, he hurriedly left. Only then did Long Fei Yi realize that it wasn't Bailey Yuanlong who had instigated Tang Li. If it wasn't someone from the Bailey clan, who else would have told Tang Li that late spring and early summer was the best time to go to war? Long Fei Yi quickly thought of someone. He immediately walked out the door. Seeing this, Han Yunqi hurriedly chased after him. Long Fei Yi quickly arrived at Gu Beiyue's courtyard and knocked on the door without any trace of politeness. Han Yunqi stood in the distance, watching with a complicated expression. "Your Highness, I'm here." Gu Beiyue's voice came from behind him. Actually, he had been waiting for Long Fei Yi at the tea table in the courtyard. He had said so much to Tang Li, so it would be strange if Long Fei Yi didn't come to settle the score with him. Long Fei Yi looked at him coldly. "What do you mean?" Gu Beiyue had already stood up and walked over. Faced with Long Fei Yi's rage, he was neither servile nor overbearing. He only said one sentence, and it made Long Fei Yi fall silent. He said, "Your Highness, Tang Li isn't the only one by your side, and Tang Li isn't the only one with a wife and children. The northern expedition at the beginning of spring is bound to increase casualties. Moreover, the power of the phoenix is not only the princess's problem, but also yours. If the dual cultivation fails, you'll be in greater danger. Your Highness, you should know that you're the same as Ningqing. Once you fall, whether it's the Bailey army, the commander-in-chief's office, or the Tang sect, none of them will be willing to cooperate with Western Qin. When that time comes, no one can reverse the consequences." Gu Beiyue was very calm. "Your Highness is a wise person. You should know that this northern expedition is of great importance. No one can afford to lose. If you're not fully prepared, it's better to wait than to rush." Long Fei Yi smiled bitterly. "Gu Beiyue, you're crueler than this crown prince." "Your Highness, this isn't cruelty. This is a choice," Gu Beiyue said calmly. "There's only right and wrong in making a choice. There's no such thing as mercy or cruelty." Long Fei Yi was cruel to Tang Li. However, once the northern expedition was changed, many soldiers would feel that Long Fei Yi was merciful. Most of the soldiers in the commander-in-chief's office, the Bailey army, and even the Ning family army had never been to Northern Li. They hadn't experienced the coldest beginning of spring in Northern Li. In this kind of situation, it was normal to freeze to death or die of typhoid or disease. There was no absolute standard for cruelty and mercy, but there was right and wrong. "Your Highness, the difficulty of the Emperor's path lies in making a choice." Gu Beiyue took a step back and bowed respectfully. He said seriously, "This one hopes that you'll be careful about what's right and wrong." The anger in Long Fei Yi's eyes had already been extinguished. He looked at Gu Beiyue and couldn't help but laugh. He laughed until he shook his head. Han Yunqi listened to Gu Beiyue's words, and her heart was filled with emotion. Who said that the one who obtained the perplexing butterfly illusion would obtain the world? Only the one who obtained Gu Beiyue would obtain the world. He was a true doctor. He treated illnesses, people, the heart, and even the world. He possessed the rare calmness of a doctor and the rare ability to make a choice. Tonight, he had treated Long Fei Yi. "Your Highness, it's getting late. Please go back. This one is alone. The choice is up to you," Gu Beiyue said seriously. Long Fei Yi didn't say anything. He stood there for a moment before leaving. When he reached the door, he saw Han Yunqi waiting for him. Han Yunqi didn't say anything. She could understand what Gu Beiyue meant by the way of the Emperor, but she admitted that she couldn't make a choice. She couldn't bear to part with Tang Li, and she was even more reluctant to part with Ningjing. the Ningjing who had been waiting to see the father of her child. Long Fei, Yi said lightly. Ask Bai Yuqiao if he has a plan to protect us. Okay. Han Yunqi nodded immediately. She couldn't guess what choice Long Fei would make, but at least he wanted to ask Bai Yuqiao's opinion. This meant that he hadn't given up on Tang Li and Ningjing. What answer would Bai Yuqiao give them? Chapter 1034. What answer would Bai Yuqiao give to Long Fei Yi and the rest? Without a doubt, this answer would affect Long Fei Ye's plans. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi wouldn't be able to sleep that night. Tang Li had already rushed out of the city to wait for General Bailey and his deputy generals to arrive. He stood in the howling northern winds, letting his wide cloak flutter in the wind. The north wind hurt his face, and it seemed to hurt his eyes as well. He couldn't even open his eyes. Facing this kind of wind, even if there were tears, they wouldn't be able to flow out. They would only be blown away by the wind. Tang Li knew that he wasn't crying. Tang Li stood in the wind until daybreak. The wind and snow had blown all night as well. Bailey Yuanlong had personally led a few deputy generals over to Tang Li. He was stunned as soon as he saw him. Tang clan head, why are you here? The Tang clan and the Bailey army had a wonderful relationship. In terms of status, the Tang clan wasn't as honorable as the Bailey army. After all, the Bailey clan was one of the 7 noble clans. In terms of power, the Tang clan couldn't compare to the Bailey army either. After all, the Bailey army controlled a navy. This year, Bailey Yuanlong had taken advantage of Tianning's civil unrest to form an army. But now that the Tang clan had produced Consort Wan, they'd become in-laws with the East Qin imperial family. Their status had instantly risen. Tang Zijin and Aunt Ru had always considered themselves as Long Fei Ye's elders. This made Bailey Yuanlong very dissatisfied as a subordinate. Bailey Yuanlong, on the other hand, had always made strict demands for the Tang clan's assassination weapons, which made the Tang clan very dissatisfied as well. Naturally, they hid their dissatisfaction in each other's hearts. They weren't stupid enough to start fighting among themselves before East Qin was restored. In Bailey Yuanlong's eyes, there wasn't much difference between Tang Li and a wastrel. If not for His Highness and Tang Li's status as the Tang sect master, Bailey Yuanlong wouldn't have paid any attention to him. 2 months ago, His Highness was in a hurry to save Tang Li's wife, the daughter of the Di clan Ningjing. He insisted on sending troops at the beginning of spring. Because of this matter, he had exchanged more than 30 letters with His Highness in just a few days, but he still could not persuade His Highness. From then on, he looked down on the Tang sect and Tang Li. In his eyes, not only was Tang Li a prodigal, but he was also a good-for-nothing who dragged him down. Of the sons of the Bailey army, which one of them hadn't fought bloody battles on the battlefield, his Bailey family's daughters, which one of them hadn't sacrificed themselves for the East Qin Empire, even Bailey Mingxiang, who hadn't married outside, didn't they still suffer the pain of raising their blood? Why should the Tang sect be an exception? Why should the Bailey family soldiers risk their lives to protect the Tang sect's Di clan's daughter-in-law? Bailey Yuanlong was too unwilling. Although he hadn't argued with His Highness last time and cut off their correspondence, he still came in person this time with the heart to argue. He was no longer as polite as before. At this very moment, Bailey Yuanlong's Tang sect master was especially meaningful and rather unkind. If it were before, Tang Li would have been baffled. He knew that Bailey Yuanlong was dissatisfied with the Tang sect, but he wouldn't have made it so obvious. But today, Tang Li saw through Bailey Yuanlong's mockery. He laughed frivolously, not like the head of a sect, but more like a ruffian noble son. He said, "General Bailey, this little nephew has specially come to pick you up." "Hee, you're His Highness, younger brother. How could a mere general like old man dare trouble you?" Bailey Yuanlong said mockingly. Tang Li tilted his head and laughed indifferently and lazily. He said, "General Bailey, I actually didn't want to come, but what?" Bailey Yuanlong was curious. But my brother is afraid that you'll annoy him as soon as you arrive, buzzing around his ear like an old fly that can't be swatted to death. That's why he specially asked me to stop you. Before Tang Li could finish, Bailey Yuanlong angrily interrupted him. What nonsense are you spouting? Tang Li, old man is telling you, if it weren't for His Highness protecting you, you would have lost your little life long ago. So what if my brother is protecting me? Are you jealous? Tang Li laughed loudly. Why don't you have your brother challenge my brother to a duel? Bailey Yuanlong almost spat out a mouthful of blood when he heard this, and the deputies behind him almost laughed out loud. Bailey Yuanlong didn't have an older brother. Even if he did, he wouldn't dare challenge Long Fei to a duel. That would be courting death. Tang Li, you're abusing your power to bully others. Who do you think you are? One of the deputies stepped forward. This clan head is abusing his power to bully others. So what? Tang Li asked Bailey Yuanlong coldly. My brother asked me to bring you a message. Are you going to listen to it or not? Tell me. Judging from Tang Li's attitude, it seemed that His Highness really did send someone to bring him here. What is it? Hurry up and say it, Bailey Yuanlong urged. Tang Li rubbed his chin and muttered to himself. Where was my brother? Oh, he was talking about flies. My brother thinks that you're as annoying as a fly, so he specially asked me to tell you. He repeated this sentence and scolded him again. Bailey Yuanlong was thoroughly enraged. Enough! Tang Li, just you wait. However, before he could finish speaking, Tang Li interrupted him in a very domineering and loud voice. That's why my brother specially asked me to tell you that the northern expedition will be postponed to the end of spring and the beginning of summer. You can go back now and come back in 2 months. Bailey Yuanlong and his lieutenants were all stunned by these words. They couldn't believe their ears. His Highness had actually changed his mind. They had even prepared all sorts of reasons to continue persuading His Highness. Who would have thought that His Highness would change his mind before they even reached the three-way black market? In order to rescue Ningcheng as soon as possible, the D-clan naturally wanted to mobilize their troops as soon as possible. Who was it that affected His Highness' perception? How could he so decisively send them back? Bailey Yuanlong began to seriously size up Tang Li, only to see that Tang Li was still as sloppy and hedonistic as before. His Highness had changed his mind, so why would this brat listen to him? Why was he still acting like nothing had happened? Wasn't he making a fuss? Wasn't he anxious? Bailey Yuanlong didn't quite believe it, but Tang Li had personally said it, so he had no reason to not believe him, because Tang Li had the least reason to lie about this matter. Tang Li, what's going on? Bailey Yuanlong asked seriously. Go back when I tell you to. Do you want to disobey? Tang Li said as he took out a token. This was the East Qin Imperial token. Anyone who saw it would feel as if they were seeing Long Fei Yi himself. Actually, he didn't have this token either. It was Su Donglin's. Before he left last night, he had robbed Su Donglin. Seeing the token, Bailey Yuanlong and the deputies didn't dare ask any more questions. They all knelt down and said, This subordinate obeys. Bailey Yuanlong got up and mounted his horse again. Just as he was about to turn around and head back, Lung Ling said, Tang Li, who convinced His Highness? I'll have to trouble you to thank him for this, General. All right. Tang Li smiled until his eyes turned into crescents. It was a very beautiful sight. It wasn't until the figures of Bailey Yuanlong and the others disappeared into the morning wind and snow that Tang Li's smile gradually disappeared, replaced by a dazed expression. Su Donglin, who had been hiding on the side all this time, hurriedly walked out. He was about to cry, Master Li, I beg you, hurry up and return the token to this subordinate. This subordinate is going to suffer a great calamity. This subordinate is finished. What are you afraid of? This sect master will protect you. Tang Li tossed the token to him. Sect Master Tang, this subordinate must report this matter to His Highness. This subordinate can't. Can you be quiet? I want to be alone. Tang Li suddenly interrupted Su Donglin angrily. Su Donglin withered. He could be tough with General Bailey in the name of His Highness, but he couldn't do it with Tang Li. Quiet! Tang Li smiled wryly. He just wanted to be alone. How? How did it become him wanting to be alone? How much did he want to be alone? Su Donglin, go and complain. While you're at it, tell my brother that Ning Jing and I, as well as the child, are all waiting for him. After saying this, Tang Li mounted his horse and galloped into the depths of the wind and snow. Who knew how much of an impact Tang Li's decision to drive away Bailey Yuanlong would have on Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi? They were still considering it. At this very moment, there was one person who was also paying attention to the timing of the northern expedition. This person was none other than Bai Yanqing. After leaving the Evil Sword School, Bai Yanqing had indeed come to Northern Li. He was currently in Tianhe City, the place where Jun Yixia had once devoured soldiers. Jun Yixia had replaced all of Bai Yanqing's trusted aides, but Bai Yanqing still had the ability to plant spies around him. After all, Bai Yanqing was Jun Yixia's master. He knew Jun Yixia like the back of his hand. How many hostages Jun Yixia had in his hands, how Jun Yixia and Ning Cheng cooperated, and various other matters. Bai Yanqing knew everything clearly. Master, Jun Yixia borrowed the red barbarian cannon from Ning Cheng a few days ago, the servant reported. Haha, the red barbarian cannon can't save him. Only the hostages in Tiger's prison can save him. Just wait and see. When spring comes tomorrow, Eastern, Western Qin will definitely join forces to conquer the North. Bai Yanqing said with a smile. Master, Eastern, Western Qin just fought a war in the south yesterday. The servant was very confused. Haha, that's just an act. Just wait and see. The D clan is anxious to save their master. When spring comes, they will definitely conquer the North. Bai Yanqing was very certain. He could see the situation clearly that Jun Yixia couldn't see through. He had also been paying attention to the few small battles between Eastern, Western Qin. He had long seen through the tricks. He was very sure that Jun Yixia had been tricked by Ning Cheng. However, he couldn't figure out how Ning Cheng could cooperate with the D clan and Long Fei while he was in the army. With Jun Yixia's temper, he would lower his guard when dealing with other hostages, but he would definitely keep a close eye on someone like Ning Cheng. Bai Yanqing's trusted aide was still secretly investigating, but he still couldn't find out who Ning Cheng's spy was. How about a bet? When spring comes next year, the war will definitely start. Bai Yanqing was in a good mood today. The servant didn't dare and hurriedly said, Master is wise. This servant is stupid, stupid. Bai Yanqing didn't say anything else. He just smiled cold. He thought that as long as they conquered the North, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi wouldn't be able to get to Tianshan so easily. Evil Sword School would definitely have more time to settle that big matter. Bai Yanqing definitely wouldn't have thought that the person who betrayed Jun Yixia was his good disciple, Bai Yuqiao, who had admired Jun Yixia for many years. However, Jun Yixia guessed it. On this day, Jun Yixia received a secret letter. It was brought back by the soldiers he sent to Tiger's prison.